Chapter 950. Ingrate called for you? Looking at the Golden Leaf King, who was going to interrogate them, the mouths of the master teachers twitched uncontrollably. We were talking about the conflict between the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Lu Feng. Who in the world called for you? Can you stop being so narcissistic? Lu Feng's eyes also began flying around the place. Who in the world would call for you given that ugly face you have? Just as he was about to speak, the tall and ugly fellow walked over and said, I was just thinking about how I should explain it to you all, but since you have already recognized me, I guess there's no longer any need. Walking up to the master teachers, the ugly fellow stretched his hands forward to release the shackles binding them. What are you doing? Everyone leaped in shock, alarmed by the other party's actions. Explain? Recognized? Recognized your head. We are righteous master teachers. We have never come into contact with any otherworldly demons before, so don't you act chummy with us. Who in the hell knows you? Seeing the master teachers acting warily around him despite clearly knowing his true identity, the otherworldly demon scratched his head in confusion. What am I doing? How are you going to leave if I don't release your shackles? Naturally, the otherworldly demon was Zhang Xian in disguise. When he heard someone calling his name before entering, he couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. Thus, he pushed open the door to take a look, and when he realized that the one who was speaking was Lu Feng, he immediately realized what had happened. The other party must have recognized him and was currently explaining things to the others in his stead. Why else would they have said his name in such a desperate situation? Even though he was perplexed as to how Lu Feng was able to recognize him, this did work in his favor. There was no time for him to explain, and he had no idea how to do so either. Leave? What do you mean? If you wish to kill us, so be it. Don't even think that we will be so foolish as to fall for your ploy. Scram! The likes of you aren't worthy of touching our shackles. We came to the subterranean gallery knowing that death will eventually befall us. Don't even think that you can win us over with such cheap ploys. Seeing that the otherworldly demon was attempting to set them free, the group harumphed coldly. Incongruous actions could only mean that treacherous intentions were hidden beneath the exterior. Just from the shameless face the other party had, they were certain that he wasn't a good person. To try to buy them over with such trivial acts, wasn't the other party looking down on the dignity of master teachers a little too much? Facing the looks of disbelief of the group before him, treating him as if he was a villain, Zhang Xian exclaimed anxiously, I am here to save you. Weren't you speaking up for me a moment ago? Why are all of you snubbing me now? Save us? An otherworldly demon king like you would be so kind as to save us? To intend to win our hearts over using such a cheap ploy, aren't you making light of us? The master teachers sneered coldly. Not expecting to be misunderstood in such a manner, Zhang Xian shook his head bitterly before turning to school head Lu Feng. School head Lu, even if they don't believe me, surely you trust me, right? As he spoke, his body jolted as his muscles began contracting with creaking sounds, reverting back to its original look. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian? Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before his eyes widened in astonishment, and his body stiffened in horror. His shock gradually turned into rage as he roared ferociously. You, as I expected, you are an otherworldly demon king. I shall kill you right now. Back then, Zhang Xian's teacher had offered an extremely rational explanation to the various peculiarities surrounding Zhang Xian, and this had left Lu Feng feeling extremely regretful that he had nearly prematurely terminated the journey of a talented master teacher. Out of sheer remorse for his deeds, he had chosen to head to this wretched land in hopes of repenting for his sin with his life. He had thought that this death would cleanse him of his sins, but who would have thought that just as he was on the brink of death, he would see an otherworldly demon king morphing into Zhang Xian's form. In other words, that fellow had deceived all of the school heads in him. You have misunderstood. Zhang Xian clearly hadn't expected that reverting back to his original form would deepen the misunderstanding the others had of him. Thus, he hurriedly explained, I really am not an otherworldly demon. I am a master teacher, and I came here specially to save you all. Pung. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a powerful force blasting toward him. Turning around, he saw an elder sending a kick toward his back. With a nimble sidestep, Zhang Xian dodged the attack as his face darkened in displeasure. "What are you doing?" He had come here to save them out of goodwill, yet they had actually attempted to assault him from behind. They were getting overboard. It was fortunate that they were severely injured and their cultivation had been sealed, or else even Zhang Xian would have had a tough time dealing with an abrupt assault from a Saint Realm 1 Dan pinnacle expert. I have long heard that the otherworldly demon kings are able to disguise themselves as humans perfectly, such that even master teachers are unable to tell them apart. However, I truly never expected for one to actually successfully sneak into the Master Teacher Academy and even become its principal. One of the elders roared furiously. "Now that I know the truth, I will bring you down today even at the expense of my old life. We must kill him by all cost." As the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, he has access to countless secrets of mankind. If he reports them back to the otherworldly demonic tribe, mankind will be in peril. The many master teachers stood up and surrounded Zhang Xian. Their eyes were crimson with rage, and if looks could kill, the man before them would have been torn to shreds that very instant. It had just been a moment earlier that they had wondered if that Zhang Xian was an otherworldly demon king, and the very next moment, a huge otherworldly demon morphed into the latter's form. The truth couldn't have been any clearer to them at that very moment. It was one thing for an otherworldly demon to have infiltrated the Master Teacher Academy, but to become its principal on top of that. Who knew how many secrets of mankind he had leaked out to the otherworldly demons already? As Master Teachers, they would never be able to forgive themselves if he was allowed to do as he pleased. Lu Feng was also on the verge of erupting in anger. He had thought that Zhang Xian, as the disciple of Yang Xian, a celestial master teacher, couldn't possibly be an otherworldly demon, but having seen the otherworldly demons obey his words and him morphing from an otherworldly demon into a human, to think that they, master teachers, would be made fools of by the otherworldly demons. Frustrated and furious, he clenched his fists tightly as his teeth creaked under the immense pressure of his clenched jaw. How he hated the fact that he hadn't been more forceful in exposing the other party's identity back then. If only that had been the case, perhaps they wouldn't have found themselves in such a disastrous situation. "You misunderstand. I am human." Noticing the rage boiling amid the crowd, as if they were going to devour him whole, Zhang Xian hurriedly flicked his wrist, and the Byzantium Helios beast swiftly appeared before him. "You should recognize him, right? This is the righteous tamed beast of the old principle, the Byzantium Helios beast. There is no way he could possibly submit to an otherworldly demon." But before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Lu Feng abruptly stood up and roared, "Everyone, don't listen to him. It's due to this that I erroneously trusted him, thus bringing crisis upon the Master Teacher Academy. You must be daydreaming if you think that the same tricks will work on me once more." Another two more master teachers stood up. "Indeed, we can't trust his words. I saw with my own eyes how he commanded the otherworldly demons previously. On top of that, the killing intent he exuded was condensed and powerful. At the very least, he must be a king among the otherworldly demonic tribe. Furthermore, I clearly heard with my own ears that the otherworldly demons called him Golden Leaf King." Facing the master teachers who were completely convinced with their judgment, Zhang Xian's complexion turned incredibly ugly. Had their cultivation not been sealed, they would have surely pounced forward to kill him on the spot. What the heck was this? He had gone there to save them, and it was one thing for the other party to doubt his kind intentions, but to be misunderstood as an otherworldly demon on top of that. If they didn't believe him, there was no way he would be able to lead them to safety even if he were to free their shackles. The situation was truly getting out of hand. On top of that, it isn't safe for me to reveal my identity as a celestial master teacher here. Zhang Xian felt frenzied. There were simply far too many otherworldly demons in the area, and they had each reached Saint Realm. If he were to attempt to reveal his identity as a celestial master teacher, there was no doubt that it would catch their attention. If so, not only would he be unable to save the master teachers, he could very well die there as well. It was to conceal this news from the otherworldly demonic tribe that he had chosen to keep it hidden as long as possible. Once news spread, endless trouble and assassinations would surely come his way. By then, not only him, but the safety of those around him would be at stake as well. However, if he didn't reveal this identity, it would be nigh impossible for him to reverse the prejudice these master teachers had of him and convince them to leave with him. Incredibly vexed, Zhang Xian turned to Lu Feng and urged with a nearly pleading tone, "Lu Feng, I am really a master teacher. I have come here to save you. I know that you are master teacher, but I also know that you are an otherworldly demon king." Lu Feng sneered coldly. "Trying to deceive me once more? Dream on." Seeing the sharp hostility in the other party's eyes, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel frenzied. Why did it seem like the situation was getting worse with his explanation? With these master teachers antagonistic against him, what was he to do? While Zhang Xian was at a loss as to how he should clarify the situation, in the main hall where Tongyu was seated a silhouette flashed across the room. The otherworldly demon that had left a while ago had returned hurriedly. "Leader, our king has arrived." "King? What king?" Tongyu was taken aback by the abrupt news. "His Highness, Greenleaf King." The otherworldly demon swiftly replied, "Greenleaf King? His Highness has arrived?" Tongyu was astonished. They were subordinates of the Greenleaf King, and the reason they had captured those master teachers was to offer them as tributes to breach the seal so that their king could come over. Who could have known their king would have already come over even though they hadn't done anything yet? "That's right." The otherworldly demon nodded. "Hurry up and bring me to him. I have to welcome him." Not daring to hesitate in the slightest, Tongyu quickly made his way out. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw the Greenleaf King walking in with another middle-aged man, chatting with smiles on their faces. Stepping forward, he kneeled onto the ground and bowed deeply. "Tongyu pays respect to your highness." The Greenleaf King smiled in satisfaction. Well done. This base is indeed big enough to house an army of 100,000. The Greenleaf King boasted a physique even larger than Tongyu, and his face was pale and devoid of any facial hair. There was an air of valiance between his brows, which granted him an authoritative aura, reminiscent of a person who held great power. The killing intent that emanated from his body felt so concentrated that it seemed almost tangible. Just to look at him, and one would suddenly feel as if one had descended upon a harsh battlefield with death lingering just around the corner. "Your Highness, I am honored by your compliments." Heaving a sigh of relief, Tongyu thanked him before discreetly turning his gaze to the middle-aged man beside the Greenleaf King. The other party's physique was slightly shorter and smaller than his king's, but there was an air of coldness around him that left one shivering. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings for a moment before remarking nonchalantly, "This base is indeed well built, and it is located in close proximity to the seal. However, the mountains in the surroundings make it easy for enemy soldiers to conceal themselves in the area, and that will place us in a dangerous position." Unsure of the other party's identity, Tongyu had no idea what to make of the other party's remarks, so he turned a doubtful gaze to the Greenleaf King to seek his opinion. "Insho is an expert on this field, so worry not and heed his words." The Greenleaf King said, "Yes." Tongyu turned to the middle-aged man, clasped his fist and bowed deeply. "Lord, may I know what kind of changes should be made?" "Simple. You just have to move these mountains away. The area within 100 li radius of our camp should be completely flat so that we will have an unhindered view of the surroundings," the middle-aged man said. "Move these mountains away?" Tongyu's mouth twitched. The mountains within the subterranean gallery weren't too tall, but they extended far into the distance. Even with everyone on the job, it would be an arduous task, requiring at least a month or two at the very minimum. "Send someone to do it and accomplish it as soon as possible." Noting the expression on Tongyu's face, the Greenleaf King chuckled. "Right, I forgot to introduce to you. Brotherine possesses great fame, so you must have heard of him before as well. He is a member of our 10 Kings of Qingtian, the Golden Leaf King." Chapter 951 The Real and the Fake Golden Leaf King 1. Tong Yu was stunned for a moment before astonishment swept across his face. Golden Leaf King? It was just a moment ago that one Golden Leaf King had arrived, so how could another one pop up all of a sudden? Was there more than one Golden Leaf King? That didn't seem likely. Aren't you going to pay respects to the Golden Leaf King? It has only been a short while. Have you already forgotten your manners? Seeing how his subordinate was staring intently at the Golden Leaf King with a shocked expression on his face, not showing the slightest politeness at all, the Green Leaf King frowned in displeasure. My apologies, Your Highness. I was so shocked for a moment that I lost myself. Tong Yu hurriedly fell to the ground and kowtowed. Shocked. The Green Leaf King was perplexed. Tong Yu might not have been the strongest of his subordinates, but he possessed exceptional capability in getting work done. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched the other party and entrusted him with the important responsibility of laying down the groundwork for their great army. For him to be so shocked as to even forget his bearings for a moment, just what could have happened? It's just a moment ago, a powerful tribesman arrived, and he claimed to be the Golden Leaf King. As such, when I heard that this lord over here is the Golden Leaf King as well, I lost myself for a moment. Tong Yu quickly explained. Claimed to be the Golden Leaf King? The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another and froze. The Golden Leaf King's face darkened, and he took a step forward. What do you mean? Are you saying that someone tried to impersonate me? Tong Yu wasn't sure how he should respond. The Green Leaf King gazed at Tong Yu and demanded authoritatively, What is going on? Reporting to Your Highness, the matter goes like this. Just a moment ago, when my men were in the midst of rounding up a group of master teachers, a tribesman appeared and claimed that he is the Golden Leaf King. Currently, he is still in the opposite hall, interrogating those master teachers. Tong Yu swiftly explained the matter anxiously. Claimed that he is the Golden Leaf King? Interrogating those master teachers? The two kings frowned doubtfully. Take us there. I would like to see the person who dares to impersonate me. With a livid expression, killing intent began seething from the Golden Leaf King, ready to explode at any moment. To think that someone would be so brazen as to impersonate as him, an otherworldly demon king. Unforgivable. Tong Yu shot a discreet glance toward the Green Leaf King, and it was only upon seeing the latter's nod that he began to lead the way. Kings, this way please. Barely after taking 2 steps, the Green Leaf King suddenly stopped and instructed, Wait a moment, there is no need to rush into it. Tong Yu, have your men seal the surroundings first. Make sure to do it discreetly, so as to not alarm whoever is inside. We can head in after that is done. Yes, Your Highness. Tong Yu nodded. If what Tong Yu had said was real, it was very likely that the impersonator would have malicious intentions in mind. Naturally, they would have to apprehend him for interrogation, so as to learn his aims. Tong Yu quickly took his leave before issuing several instructions to his men, following which, the 200 otherworldly demons from before swiftly moved out and encircled the hall that Zhang Xian was in discreetly. The movements of these otherworldly demons were structured and orderly, sealing every single blind spot as they got into position. Putting aside Zhang Xian, it would be nigh impossible for even a Saint Realm 3 Dan expert to escape from their encirclement. All right, let's go take a look. Seeing that the preparations were ready, the Green Leaf King waved his hand, and the group swiftly made their way over to the hall. Seeing that none of the master teachers were willing to trust even a single word of his, Zhang Xian waved his hand helplessly. You might not trust me, but give this some thought. If I truly was an otherworldly demon king, would I waste my breath with you all here? I would have just dispatched my men to have all of you killed. You must be trying to obtain some crucial intelligence from us. You are trying to numb us with expressing goodwill. A master teacher spat through gritted teeth. Obtain crucial intelligence for you all? Zhang Xian shook his head in frustration. I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Do you think that your standing can possibly be higher than mine? Do you actually think that I will need to pry words out of your mouth to obtain crucial intelligence? Just think about it. Everyone was stunned, as there was some logic to Zhang Xian's words. However, at that moment, Lu Feng roared, Don't fall for his eloquence. Even as the esteemed principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, It is impossible for him to know everything. He must have captured us to learn about the secrets regarding the subterranean gallery. Once bitten, twice shy. He had suffered greatly due to the lies of the fellow before him once, and he would never allow history to repeat itself. I concur. We shouldn't trust him. Those who aren't our kind will eventually turn against us. If he isn't an otherworldly demon, why would he appear before us with such coincidental timing? How could he possibly have so many otherworldly demons obey his orders? The otherworldly demons are devious. He is bound to be up to something with this abrupt show of goodwill. We mustn't fall for his trap. A few other master teachers roared indignantly. You all. Zhang Xian's eyes flew around the place. He had come here to save them only to end up pleading to save them, and even at the end of it, they still refused to budge. The world was truly unbelievable. Unable to hold back his wrath anymore, Zhang Xian snapped furiously, up to something. A bunch of frail elderlies. Do you really think that you, who already have a foot in the grave, have anything I need? The ages of these men added together amounted to several dozen thousand years. What could Zhang Xian possibly hope to gain out of them? A master teacher was just about to refute Zhang Xian's words when the Byzantium Helios beast's face suddenly darkened. Master, bad news. We have been encircled. Having reached spiritual perception realm, it was far more sensitive of its surroundings than anyone else in the hall. The movements outside were slight, but the Byzantium Helios beast was still able to feel them vividly. Encircled? Taken aback, Zhang Xian quickly activated his eye of insight and looked out of the window. Amid the endless darkness, he could see many otherworldly demons positioned around the hall, sealing all possible routes of escape. Even though each of them had concealed their aura well, there was no doubt that the army would collapse upon anyone who attempted to escape. What is going on? Zhang Xian's heart turned cold at that sight. Hadn't he convinced them that he was the Golden Leaf King just a moment ago? Why would they suddenly go so far as to encircle the surroundings, as if preparing to kill him? Zhang Xian swiftly turned to the Byzantium Helios beast and said, You should return for now. With a glance, he could already tell that it was impossible to break through the other party's defenses and escape. Yes. The Byzantium Helios beast nodded before returning to the myriad ant hive nest. After stowing away the myriad ant hive nest, Zhang Xian began warping his physique once more to return back to the form of an otherworldly demon. Shortly after he was done, the doors to the hall opened from the outside, Jia, and 3 men walked in with wide strides. The one leading the way was Tongyu, and the other 2 trailing behind looked rather unfamiliar. However, the energy coursing through their bodies felt powerful and relentless, creating a huge pressure on those facing them. Saint Reem. For Dan experts? Zhang Xian's face twitched as the hands hidden beneath his sleeves clenched tightly into fists. He had never expected to encounter a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert there. He had been thinking that even in the worst-case scenario, he would still be able to forge a bloody path out with the army he had. But with the emergence of experts of such caliber, this plan had become infeasible. Knowing that he was cornered, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel anxious within. Nevertheless, he knew that it was precisely in such situations that he had to maintain his composure and rationality. Driving his soul depth, he gradually regained himself. Tongyu, didn't I tell you not to have anyone disturb me? Do you really think that I dare not kill you? With a livid face, Zhang Xian glared at Tongyu with killing intent tinged in his words. He had no idea where he had erred for the other party to have seen through his disguise, but he could only follow through at this point. Otherwise, he could very well be killed on the spot. If only that bunch of dim-witted master teachers had been able to think rationally and do as he had said, they could have very well been out by now. Such a crisis wouldn't have occurred either. It is not that I wish to disturb you, but our king and the Golden Leaf King has arrived, and upon hearing that you claim to be the Golden Leaf King as well, they instructed me to bring them here to meet you, Tongyu replied. Your king? Golden Leaf King? Zhang Xian suddenly felt the world spin around him, and he nearly keeled over. Surely, I couldn't have been so unlucky, could I? I was only going to make use of the name for a brief moment, but the owner of the name just had to appear with such unholy timing. Did I offend the god of fortune somehow? The previous time I feigned as the special envoy of the Poison Hall. The real special envoy also arrived shortly after I began, nearly causing my ship to capsize. I thought that luck would return to me after that unfortunate event, but it seems like it has only gotten worse. This time, while I am pretending to be the Golden Leaf King, not only did the man himself appear, even the Green Leaf King came along with him as well. How could my luck be so poor at such a crucial moment? At this point, the Golden Leaf King stepped forward and bellowed with a livid face. Who are you? Why are you making use of my name? Who are you? Zhang Xin's eyebrows shot up as he returned the question. With no other plausible way out, he could only make this gamble. I am the Golden Leaf King. The Golden Leaf King replied furiously. Audacious! Where the hell did you find the guts to impersonate me? Tongyu, what are you waiting for? Take that man down. Zhang Xin bellowed furiously with a majestic wave of his hand, after which he gracefully placed his hands behind his back and emanated a powerful aura, which hinted at incomparable strength. I am the Golden Leaf King. After uttering those words, he warped his muscles to assume an appearance identical to the Golden Leaf King opposite to him. His previous appearance was modeled after his puppet. Since the real Golden Leaf King had arrived, it went without saying that he should adopt the same appearance as the other party. Seeing that the other party was not only making use of his name, but had even morphed into his appearance right before his eyes, the Golden Leaf King felt so furious that he could explode. Can you be any faker? To morph into my appearance before everyone's eyes? Are you seriously taking everyone here to be blind? On the other hand, after changing into the Golden Leaf King's appearance, Zhang Xin said haughtily, "This is my original appearance. I only morphed my appearance because I didn't want to show my true face to others." Seeing how the other party was so brazen as to fearlessly pose as the Golden Leaf King before the both of them, the Green Leaf King finally came to the end of his patience and snapped, "Who in the world are you? I have traveled through the seal along with the Golden Leaf King, so there is no mistake about his identity." Naturally, he trusted the Golden Leaf King, who had traveled through the seal with him, more than a stranger who had seemingly come out of nowhere. No mistake about his identity? Zhang Xian waved his hands in frustration and sighed deeply. With a look of pity, he said, "Green Leaf King, you are too naive. You should have taken a closer look at that fellow beside you before putting your trust in him. You might not know who the fellow beside you is, but I do. He once impersonated me in the past, and I taught him a lesson after I found out about it. But that cunning beast managed to slip away. I truly couldn't have thought that he would get to you. If only I knew, I would have killed him back then when I had the chance." What did you say? Hearing the story get more and more preposterous, the Golden Leaf King felt so furious that killing intent seethed within his veins. It was one thing for that fellow to impersonate him, but to shamelessly claim that he was the real one before him. Just where did the other party find his guts? Furthermore, I impersonated you, and you taught me a lesson? How can you lie through your teeth without your face reddening in the slightest? Where is your sense of shame? Don't you know very well what I am saying? Shaking his head with a deeply disappointed expression, Zhang Xian bellowed wrathfully, "You beast! How could you betray my trust in you? I treated you like my own son, imparting my cultivation techniques and battle techniques to you just so that you could grow to become a decent demon. Yet, taking advantage of your deep knowledge of me and my techniques, you disguised as me and went around swindling others. You ingrate, show your true form." After which, Zhang Xian turned to Tongyu and the Green Leaf King and sighed deeply. To tell you the truth, he is actually a tamed beast that I raised. In our years together, he learned all of my habits and skills, which allowed him to pass himself off as me. Tamed beast? The Green Leaf King and Tongyu were taken aback. The latter couldn't help but ask, "Tamed beast? But our otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't have any spirit beasts or saint beasts." Ship to capsize. This is a Chinese phrase used to refer to things going not as planned, resulting in a failure. Chapter 952: The Real and the Fake Golden Leaf King 2. No spirit beasts or saint beasts. Zhang Xian nearly spurted blood. It wasn't easy for him to fabricate a passable story for this bizarre turn of events, and he was banking on it to convince the others that he was the real one. Upon hearing those words, he nearly burst into tears on the spot. The otherworldly demonic tribe has no spirit beasts or saint beasts. What the heck is with that? Just what is with my luck today? That is not important. Despite feeling so stifled that his heart could explode, he didn't allow any of that to show on his face. Waving his hands nonchalantly, he explained, "When I said tamed beast, what I am referring to is a junior who I have raised from young. I have always treated him like a close pet of mine, and over the years, I have put in much effort and many resources to groom him. Just that, who could have known that he would be such an ingrate, impersonating me and committing atrocities in my name? I have truly kicked myself in my foot this time around." "You are spouting nonsense," the Golden Leaf King roared indignantly. "You are the one who is a pet. Your whole family are pets. Hong Long." The Golden Leaf King roared furiously as he raised his hand. An immense might, which covered the entire skyline, burst forth from his palm, heading straight toward Zhang Xian. He was truly pissed off this time around. He thought that he would be able to scare the impersonator silly by confronting the other party head-on, but who could have known that? That fellow would actually prattle on and on excitedly, to the point that he even became the other party's pet. This was truly his first time seeing someone as shameless as that fellow. To impersonate another so daringly before the person in question, this was truly an eye-opener for him. SSLA. That powerful strike devastated even space itself, twisting and contorting it as if a piece of flimsy fabric. How powerful! We are done for. Upon seeing this strike, the many six-star master teachers behind Zhang Xian went pale with fear. As esteemed six-star master teachers of the Master Teacher continent, they were confident in their ability, thinking that they were at least on par with the otherworldly demons. However, after witnessing the might exerted by the Golden Leaf King, they couldn't help but feel a deep, instinctive fear that permeated their souls. There was a difference in their strength, one that was so huge that there was no basis for comparison. If the strike were to land on them, they would surely die instantaneously. Not even the deities would be able to bring them back to life. The dogs are biting one another? Good. Kill that fellow. Two master teachers harumphed coldly. However, the attack wasn't directed toward them, and they were more than glad to see the otherworldly demons thinning their forces through infighting. It would be the best if they ripped one another apart. To dare make a move against me? How dare you? Not expecting the Golden Leaf King to attack him without any hesitation, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Not bothering to dodge, he lifted his finger and tapped into the sky. The speed of his finger wasn't fast, and it didn't seem to harness much might behind it either. However, a killing intent so powerful that it shook one's heart abruptly burst forth. From the callous killing intent, one could feel the majesty of an otherworldly demon king, and it seemed to suppress those who shared the same bloodline. The Greenleaf King narrowed his eyes in astonishment. What pure gentry of slaughter! As an otherworldly demon, he could clearly sense how powerful the other party's Shinchi was. The might the other party exerted was beneath that of the Golden Leaf King who first made a move, but to his astonishment, the other party's Zhenqi purity was extremely high, even higher than his. In other words, the other party was of the King stratum through and through, or even above him at that. Even if he isn't the Golden Leaf King, there is no doubt that he is another formidable king from somewhere else, the Greenleaf King thought. Otherworldly demons were ranked according to the purity of their Zhenqi of slaughter. Considering that the fellow before him had Zhenqi even purer than him, the other party was definitely a king as well. Even if he wasn't the Golden Leaf King, his standing was surely not beneath theirs in any way. But why would a person of such standing impersonate the Golden Leaf King? Was there any need for him to do so? While the Greenleaf King was musing over the doubts in his mind, Zhang Xian's finger collided with the Golden Leaf King's palm strike. In that very instant, a flash of light burst from his fingertip and formed a barrier. Formed of countless wills, the barrier of light was nigh indestructible, allowing it to neutralize the impact of the Golden Leaf King's palm strike perfectly. Following which, the finger came into contact with the barrier, and astonishingly, the might harnessed in the finger was transmitted through barrier. Pong. Under the powerful impact, the Golden Leaf King's face reddened as he was forced back several steps. It was direct clash of might, and he had even held the upper hand from being the first to strike. Yet, the other party had easily neutralized his attack and even successfully launched a counterattack against him. In other words, the other party was even stronger than him. Where did this freak come from? What a close shave. In contrast with the Golden Leaf King's astonishment, Zhang Xian discreetly heaved a sigh of relief within. Possessing only the cultivation of a half-saint, there was no way he could stand against the might of a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert under normal circumstances. In that critical moment, he swiftly activated the Principal Seal. As an artifact made out of the wills of countless teachers and students of the Master Teacher Academy, the absolute defense formed by the Principal Seal was difficult for even a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert to breach. After neutralizing the attack, he swiftly made use of Vicious Finger to counterattack. Vicious was still a long way off from recovering to his peak, but in a direct confrontation, he was still able to hold his ground against a Saint Realm 4 Dan expert. However, it would be unsafe to use him too much. Once or twice, he could still feign it as his own attack. Too many times, and the other party could potentially realize that he was tapping into an external force. After knocking the other party back, Zhang Xian bellowed angrily, "It is out of our past relationship that I have spared you for so long. Are you really intending on killing your own master?" If the battle were to continue, he would surely lose. In such circumstances, there was only one thing he could do: scare the other party out of his wits first. Who the hell are you? After trading a blow and knowing that the other party possessed strength on par with him, the Golden Leaf King knew that there was a chance he could lose if a fight were to occur between the both of them. Thus, he decided to talk it out first before deciding on the next course of action. "Like I said, I am the Golden Leaf King." Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the Green Leaf King and said, "It is pointless for us to continue arguing like this. We won't get anywhere. Why don't you be the judge and determine which of us is the real one?" "Me?" The Green Leaf King was taken aback. "Like I just said earlier, you are the fake, and the one beside me is the real one. What else do you want me to judge?" Indeed, the real Golden Leaf King should have a deep understanding of his own cultivation flaws, right? Zhang Xian asked. "That of course." The Green Leaf King nodded. Each cultivator would keep their cultivation flaws a secret, telling no one about it for obvious reasons. If one of them could logically point out the flaws in the Golden Leaf King's cultivation, that would only go to say that he was the real Golden Leaf King. Even though the Green Leaf King was only an outsider and didn't have a thorough understanding of the Golden Leaf King's cultivation, it wasn't an issue for him to determine whether the flaws listed were correct or not based on his deep understanding of cultivation. Seeing through the Green Leaf King's thoughts, Zhang Xian said, "What I am proposing is simple. That fellow and I will tell you the flaws in our cultivation, and you will be the judge to determine which of us is the Golden Leaf King. Naturally, the one who is more precise and accurate can only be the real Golden Leaf King." "You wish to list out the flaws in your cultivation?" The Green Leaf King hesitantly turned to the Golden Leaf King. "Brotherine," the Golden Leaf King harumphed. "Don't listen to his nonsense. I have cultivated my grand lunar art to its very limits. There is no way there are any flaws with it." "There is no way there are any flaws?" What arrogant words. I did point out the various problems in cultivating the grand lunar art to you back then, but I didn't point out the most fundamental issues with it. So it's only natural that you are unaware of it. If you dare not compete with me, that can only mean that you are the fake. Greenleaf King, as you can see, the truth can't be any clearer. Have that imposter beside you apprehended." Zhang Xian waved his hand. "Me, a fake?" The Golden Leaf King's face darkened. "Preposterous. If you aren't a fake, why do you fear such a simple challenge? Of course, it goes without saying that the fake can't possibly know more than the original, so it is natural that you fear me," Zhang Xian said. The Golden Leaf King hesitated. If it was anyone else, he would have charged forward and had the other party killed. However, from the previous blow they had traded, he could tell that the other party possessed extraordinary strength. Even if he were to use his full might, he might not necessarily be a match for the other party. If things went badly, he might even be severely injured. The most important issue at hand was to find out who the other party was and why the other party needed to impersonate him. After a moment of hesitation, the Golden Leaf King roared, "Fine, I will accept your challenge. If you lose, you had better spit out your true identity obediently." The cultivation technique that he cultivated, as well as the flaws concerning it, were among the greatest secrets that he kept. He had never told anyone before, so he didn't believe that an impersonator could possibly know more than him. "I should be the one saying those words to you. All right, let's begin. We will do it by sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King. You can start first." Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian gestured for the Golden Leaf King to go first. He might not be too confident about the other things, but in the field of identifying flaws, he was definitely supreme. There was no way that the other party could know more than him. "All right." The Golden Leaf King harumphed coldly before sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King. "That fellow is a little weird. My cultivation technique does have some flaws, but there aren't too many of them. I will tell you some of them. Later on, listen carefully to what that fellow says and repeat it all to me. I want to know what he can come up with." After saying that, the Golden Leaf King began to point out the various flaws concerning his cultivation. There was no cultivator who didn't have any flaws in their cultivation. The ones that the Golden Leaf King pointed out were the flaws commonly found in cultivation techniques. It was nothing much even if others were to learn of them. After all, one's flaws were often where one's Ming-min lay. There was no way a cultivator could allow another to learn of it. The reason he agreed to the challenge was to hear what the other fellow had to say. If the other party had a tight grasp over his flaws as well, that would be truly scary. After hearing the Golden Leaf King's piece, the Green Leaf King nodded before turning to Zhang Xian. "It's your turn." "All right." Even though Zhang Xian had no idea what the other two had spoken about, he could tell that they were up to something from a momentary gaze they had shared. Nevertheless, he chose not to expose that and began sending a telepathic message to the Greenleaf King with a faint smile on his lips. "The cultivation technique I cultivate is the Grand Lunar Art, and it has been 1,731 years since I started learning it. So far, I have reached the 4 dan of the technique, and there is a total of 7 major flaws with it. Firstly, this cultivation technique intensifies one's killing intent, making one more prone to violent outbursts. This is also the reason I often kill others in a moment of recklessness. Thirdly, Zhang Xian swiftly went through the flaws of the Grand Lunar Art. The flaws that he listed were detailed, but just like the Golden Leaf King, he didn't reveal anything vital that could compromise his safety. In other words, even if the Green Leaf King were to be aware of these flaws, he would still be unable to exploit them to get the better of him. As Zhang Xian spoke, the Green Leaf King couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock and disbelief. The words of the other party were similar to what the Golden Leaf King had told him previously, and it was even more detailed than the latter. It contained some details that made perfect sense with the cultivation technique if one were to analyze it as a whole. Could it be that that fellow is the real Golden Leaf King? Doubt sprouted within the Green Leaf King's mind. If the other party wasn't the Golden Leaf King, how could he have such a detailed understanding of the Grand Lunar Art's flaws? After all, cultivating was an individual activity, and one wouldn't even share the details regarding it with one's closest friends or even one's spouse. Considering how the other party was able to speak of it so fluently without making any mistakes, it was truly hard to believe that he wasn't the Golden Leaf King. "All right, this is all I have to say. You have heard us both out, so I believe that you should be able to easily tell which of us is the real Golden Leaf King." Zhang Xian smiled calmly. The Green Leaf King hesitantly turned his gaze toward the Golden Leaf King beside him, only to hear the latter sending a telepathic message to him anxiously. "What did that fellow say?" he said. The Green Leaf King hesitated for a moment, but he still eventually chose to tell the Golden Leaf King everything that he had heard from Zhang Xian. Hearing those words, the face of the Golden Leaf King paled, and his body stiffened. He turned to look at Zhang Xian with a horrified expression. "Who the hell are you? How do you know so much about me?" Chapter 953 The Real and the Fake Golden Leaf King 3. It was no wonder the Golden Leaf King felt frenzied. The words that the Greenleaf King had just told him made him feel as if someone had patted him down head to the point that even the color of his underwear wasn't a secret anymore. For a person he had never met before to know so much about him. To make things worse, he didn't even know who the other party was. The immense fear he felt from this perplexing situation left him feeling incredibly frenzied. Who am I? I am the Golden Leaf King. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves in rage and bellowed. Just stop that pointless struggle and come clean. Why are you impersonating me? Impersonating you? Damn you! The Golden Leaf King's breathing hastened. Greenleaf King, like you have seen, my version is far more detailed than his. Paying no heed to the Golden Leaf King, Zhang Xian turned his attention to the Greenleaf King and said grimly, however, there is no point pursuing this matter. At this rate, we will just become laughingstock before this bunch of master teachers. Why don't we just do it this way then? I still have some business with them that isn't convenient for the rest of you to learn about, so allow me to finish interrogating them privately first. If you still harbor some reservations toward me, you can seal the area completely so that no one will be able to escape. This mission was entrusted to me by the superiors, and it concerns a great secret of our race. It must be accomplished regardless of the cost. Zhang Xian's goal wasn't really to convince the others that he was the Golden Leaf King. It was infeasible to do so. After all, the real Golden Leaf King was standing opposite him. What he was aiming to do was stall for time instead. As long as he could confuse them sufficiently to buy some time alone with the master teachers, that would suffice. You want to interrogate them privately? The Greenleaf King frowned. Rest assured, there are so many people stationed outside. There is no way they will be able to escape. After I am done with my interrogation, I will come out to match testimonies with you once more so as to prove my true identity. Zhang Xian waved his hand casually. What is it that you wish to question them about? Why can't we remain here to listen in? The Greenleaf King asked doubtfully. Like I said, this concerns a great secret of our race. It is due to the great responsibility I bear that I paid a heavy price to bypass the seal in advance. None of you will be able to bear the responsibility should something go wrong in the mission and affect our great plan. Zhang Xian said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is just changing the subject, the Golden Leaf King argued. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian turned around and glared at the Golden Leaf King coldly, as if wanting to rip the fool before him into pieces. Changing the topic? How dare you? For so many years, our tribesmen have suffered after that darn Kong sure drove us out. It wasn't easy for us to find an opportunity to rise up once more, and you? Let me just ask you this. If something happens, do you think that a mere king like you can face the consequences? Under the great pressure from Zhang Xian's gaze, the Golden Leaf King stuttered, "I." Back then, after their otherworldly demonic tribe was driven out of the main continent by Kong Shi, they had been forced into the sunless and sinister otherworldly battlefield. For many years, their tribesmen had viewed returning to the main continent as their ultimate goal. If he were to really mess up this matter, he wouldn't be able to pay for his sins even if he were to die 10,000 times over. Just as he was at a loss, the Golden Leaf King suddenly heard a telepathic message from the Greenleaf King. Brotherine, do you know who he is? In the depths of his heart, the Greenleaf King still trusted the person that he had come here with. I wouldn't be so frustrated if I knew who he is, the Golden Leaf King cried in exasperation. After a moment of hesitation, the Greenleaf King said, Forget it. Let's just leave for now. In any case, those in the surroundings are our men, so there is no way he will be able to get away. If, on the off chance, his words are true, that will be an extremely heavy sin for us to bear. We can't afford to take the risk. From the beginning to the end, he had never believed that Zhang Xian was the real Golden Leaf King. However, the fact that the other party had been able to point out the Golden Leaf King's cultivation flaws and the incredibly pure zhenqi of slaughter the other party harnessed indicated that the other party was no ordinary figure. If the other party was an envoy dispatched by their superiors and had a mission at hand to accomplish, they would be in deep trouble if they were to hinder his mission. The Golden Leaf King was in a dilemma. Doubts filled his mind. As angry as he was at being impersonated, considering the fact that the other party was able to maintain a fearless attitude before him, and have such a deep understanding of him, it was very likely that the other party had some kind of backing. Regardless of whether he has impersonated you or you have impersonated him, that is a matter we can resolve internally. As long as we have sufficient time on hand, it will be easy for us to resolve the issue. If it really comes to it, we can have the both of you execute your strongest moves, and through the movements, we should be able to tell who the real one is. The Greenleaf King said, "At least for the moment, I think we shouldn't interfere with the other party's mission. This could very well involve directions from the superiors, and we won't be able to bear the consequences if anything goes wrong." In the eyes of most otherworldly demons, they were esteemed kings who wielded great power. However, they themselves knew that their standing was truly not worth a mention at all. Even within the king stratum, they were among the weakest. "You are saying that we should leave for the time being?" the Golden Leaf King asked. "Indeed, I think that we should leave for the time being. Don't you specialize in formations? If you are still worried, you can set up a formation around the area so that they won't be able to escape. Once he is done with his interrogation, we can continue to decide how to deal with the matter. Don't worry, you came over with me, and I trust you more than that fellow," the Greenleaf King said. The Golden Leaf King hesitated for a brief moment before nodding. "All right then." What the Greenleaf King said made sense. In terms of Zhenqi purity and strength, the other party was on par with, or even superior to him. If they were to fall out in battle here, there was a good chance that they would end up harming the otherworldly demons in the area and destroy the base they had built painstakingly, thus affecting their great plan. The superiors had paid an astronomical price for them to bypass the barrier. If they were to screw it all up over a minor matter like that, they would become the sinners of the otherworldly demonic tribe. As the saying goes, a lack of forbearance for the trivial can foil the greater scheme. The otherworldly demonic tribe had waited far too long for this opportunity. They could not allow it to fail because of him. Upon seeing that he had the Golden Leaf King's approval, the Greenleaf King heaved a sigh of relief. Turning toward Zhang Xian, he clasped his fist and said, "Since you are going to interrogate them, we will wait for you outside. Pardon us, but we can only give you an hour at most." That's fine." Nodding, Zhang Xian turned around and waved his hands, indicating for them to leave. The Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another before making their way out. However, before they could get far, they suddenly heard the voice of an indignant master teacher from within the hall. "Didn't you say that you were principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian, in disguise, and that you were going to set us free? When did you become the Golden Leaf King?" The one who spoke was Lu Feng. That fellow had a deep-rooted notion that Zhang Xian was an otherworldly demon. Knowing that it was impossible for him to kill the latter himself, he wished to make use of this opportunity to create a rift between the otherworldly demons so that they could destroy one another. "You." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nearly spurted blood and fainted. It hadn't been easy for him to dispel the doubts in the minds of those few, and success was just around the corner. Yet, that fool had suddenly dumped this farce on him. "Are you that intent to see me dead? As the previous head of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy Apothecary School, how can you be so brainless?" Zhang Xian felt truly enraged by Lu Feng's foolish actions, but he could still understand the rationale behind why the latter would do so. It was just a moment ago that he had insisted that he was a master teacher, but in the next moment, he was suddenly trying to convince the others that he was the Golden Leaf King, and he had even produced a relatively convincing argument. In any case, that further convinced Lu Feng that he was indeed an otherworldly demon king, and this prompted him to make use of this ideal opportunity to stir internal strife between them. Zhang Xian felt so vexed that he could explode, but he knew that this wasn't the time for him to lose his cool. Swiftly turning around, he saw that the Greenleaf King and Golden Leaf King had stopped in their footsteps and directed doubtful gazes his way. "Principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Zhang Xian? Set them free? What is going on?" The duo stared at Zhang Xian with sharp eyes, seemingly trying to peer through his disguise. Zhang Xian's body stiffened as his brain swiftly whirred into action. A moment later, he chuckled softly and calmly replied, "Indeed, I am the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Zhang Xian." Chapter 954. Trust Zhang Xian, the principal of the Master Teacher Academy? Hong Long. Upon hearing that a human, the principal of a Master Teacher Academy at that, had actually snuck into their ranks, disguised as one of their own, the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King's faces darkened as a powerful force burst from their bodies. They eyed Zhang Xian coldly like an eagle staring at its prey, seemingly prepared to make a move at any moment. From the very start, the other party's identity had been very dubious. If the other party was truly a master teacher, they would have to kill him on the spot. Ignoring the two who were going to make a move, Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to Lu Feng and urged anxiously, "Indeed, I am Principal Zhang. Look, they are going to make a move on me, so you can believe me now, right? So, hurry up and tell me that thing. Are you really intending to take the secret to your graves?" That thing? Lu Feng was taken aback. From the start to the end, the other party had been speaking about how he wanted to rescue them. The other party hadn't said anything about that thing. "Allow me to introduce to you too." Paying no heed to Lu Feng's dumbstruck expression, Zhang Xian turned to the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King and said, "This is the stand-in principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, half 7-star Master Teacher Lu Feng." Stand-in principal? The Green Leaf King and the Golden Leaf King glanced at one another and frowned. "Indeed, I am Lu Feng. Kill me if you want to, but you won't be getting anything out of my mouth." Lu Feng stood up and raised his gaze proudly. "What is a stand-in principal of a Master Teacher Academy doing here?" The two kings were bewildered. "Kill you? Why would I kill you? I am here to save you. Didn't I tell you that I am your principal? Trust me," Zhang Xian said earnestly. The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King glanced at one another before realization struck them, and they burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. I can testify that he is your principal. I can vouch for that, too. We have been doubting his identity from the start, and it seems like we have an answer now." They had long heard of the obstinacy of the master teachers. Not even death could pry open their lips. Most likely, the other party was trying to impersonate their principal in the hope of winning the other party's trust so as to uncover more of their secrets. In fact, it was a joke in itself for the other party to be the principal of a Master Teacher Academy. Would the principal of a Master Teacher Academy have such an appearance? Would the principal of a Master Teacher Academy wield such pure jinchi of slaughter? What a joke! Besides, considering the lofty standing of the principal, why would he descend to the subterranean gallery and seek death? More importantly, given that Lu Feng was the stand-in principal, how could he possibly betray his own leader, uttering his name loud for them to hear? It was apparent that the other party was trying to sow discord among them. To try to use such poor deception on us? You are still too young, my boy. We are otherworldly demon kings. It is ludicrous that you actually think such small ruses could work on us. Hearing the words from the two, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief within. Look, even they have testified in my favor. In the previous situation, it would have seemed suspicious no matter how he tried to explain it. Since that was the case, he might as well admit it candidly. This way, he would confuse them further, forcing them rethink the entire situation and fill in the incongruencies in the story with their rich imagination. It also happened that Lu Feng's identity was rather sensitive, and that worked in his favor as well. By dropping these hints, it wasn't too difficult for him to lead the other party on in the direction he wanted. From the looks of it, it was working pretty well. On the other hand, Lu Feng still had no idea that he had been used, and he bellowed at Zhang Xian furiously, "Humph, you want me to believe you? Dream on. Why are you just so stubborn? I have already proven my identity to you again and again, but you just won't believe it." With a bitter sigh, Zhang Xian glanced at the two kings and shrugged helplessly. The Greenleaf King harumphed with a frown. "In my view, there is no need to go through so much trouble to get close to them. You should just burn them on the rack, and when their skin bursts open from the intense heat, toss them into the ice cavern. Repeat the cycle a few times, and there is no way they will be able to keep their spunk." The Golden Leaf King also nodded in agreement. Indeed, such knaves should be dealt with severely to make them talk. What backbone or dignity? Those are nothing more than mere words. Just wear them thin for a few days, and I believe that they will spill everything out obediently. If it doesn't work out, I will try your method. Zhang Xin waved his hand and said, "However, for the time being, I still have other methods to try. You should leave for now." "All right." The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King nodded before leaving the area. Jia. The door closed, leaving Zhang Xin alone with the other master teachers once more. "Kill us, mince us, do your worst. Just don't expect to get a word out of us. Indeed, we have already lived long enough anyway. The worst that can happen now is death. You must be dreaming if you think that we master teachers will to submit to you otherworldly demons." Hearing that Zhang Xin was going to interrogate them, the master teachers stiffened their necks proudly. Master teachers could die, but they couldn't submit to another race. This was the bottom line in their hearts, as well as the dignity and honor they had lived by. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Xin shook his head. Their attitude was indeed admirable, but he was really there to save them. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xin sighed deeply and said, "I know that none of you believe me, but you should be well aware that there is only one fate awaiting you if you wait here. You will either die or suffer a fate worse than death. However, if you follow me, I can get you out of here. As for whether I am Zhang Xin and the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy or not, we can always talk about that once we are safe." Seeing the sincerity in the other party's eyes, which contrasted deeply to the savagery reflected in the gazes of otherworldly demons, the master teachers glanced at one another doubtfully. Seeing that the group was starting to waver, Zhang Xin pushed on. "If I wanted to kill you, do you think that any of you would be able to stop me in your current state? Considering that I am Hong Yuan's principal, there is no need for me to interrogate you either. Is there any secret you have that is worth me going through so much trouble for?" The crowd fell silent. Even the hostile Lu Feng opened his mouth several times, but didn't utter a word of protest. The other party was right. If he intended to kill them, there was no need for him to waste his breath on them. If he intended to procure valuable intelligence from them, he would have fared much better torturing them than acting chummy with them. Could the other party really be there to save them? Even if you don't believe me, surely you recognize this, right? Seeing that his words were finally working, Zhang Xin heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking his wrist, a token appeared in his hand. Principal seal. This is an impeccable principal seal? How could that be possible? Upon seeing the seal, Lu Feng was stunned. As Hong Yuan's previous stand-in principal, he was well aware of the various tiers of principal seal. The token in the other party's hands was clearly the impeccable principal seal of legend. It was said that only one who had gained the recognition of all the academy's teachers and students could form it. Due to the impossibility in doing so, it had never appeared in history before. Yet, for it to appear in Zhang Xian's hands, how is that possible? Impeccable principal seal? What does that mean? The other master teachers weren't too sure about the significance of it, so they glanced at one another in confusion. Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining everything to them. It is a principal seal that is formed by earning the earnest recognition of every single teacher and student in the Master Teacher Academy. If he possesses the impeccable principal seal, doesn't that mean that even all of the predecessors trust him? If that's the case, what right do we have to doubt him? Could he have killed the real principal Zhang Xian and stolen his token? That's impossible. The principal seal is formed by gathering the wills of the teachers and students together for the principal. If the principal is killed, the gathered wills will begin to dissipate. After hearing the explanation, everyone's gazes turned to Zhang Xian once more. Even though they still harbored some reservations toward him, they weren't that resistant to the notion of following his orders anymore. Time is not on our side, so I don't have the luxury to explain everything to you now. If you trust me, follow me and I will bring you out of here. Seeing that the others didn't have as much hostility toward him anymore, Zhang Xin nodded inwardly. We only have one chance. Only by living on can you slay more otherworldly demons in the future and protect mankind. Courage and righteousness are good traits, but only under the right circumstances. If you remain here, your blood will only be used as tributes by the otherworldly demons to bring even more of their tribesmen over. Hearing those words, everyone's faces froze. The other party was right. They had also heard that the reason the otherworldly demons had spared them thus far was to use them as tributes to bypass the seal so that more powerful otherworldly demons would be able to come over to this side. If they were to remain there, such would be the fate awaiting them. Not only would their sacrifice be in vain, they would have even potentially harmed more humans. The eldest master teacher of the group asked, "How do you intend to escape? We will listen to your commands. Even if you are lying to us, it will still be much better than remaining here." The other master teachers nodded in agreement as well. The plan is simple. All I need you to do now is not resist, and I will bring you into a folded space, Zhang Xian said. He had already given some thought to how he could escape with the master teachers. It would clearly be impossible to take them out of the otherworldly demon's base discreetly given the security in the area. As such, the only way was to move them into the myriad ant hive nest and find a way to sneak out himself. All right. The others were surprised when they heard that they had to enter a folded space, but knowing that time was limited, they hurriedly nodded. This was indeed the best solution they had at hand. All right, come in. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the myriad ant hive nest before extending his consciousness toward them. The other master teachers also slackened their mental guard, not resisting Zhang Xian's pull. With a light buzz, the room of 40 or so master teachers vanished, entering the ant hive nest. Returning the myriad ant hive nest to his storage ring, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed frustrating to deal with those obstinate master teachers when they were against him, but ultimately, it was clear that their hearts were aligned with mankind, and the lengths they were willing to go for mankind was worthy of respect. No matter what, he felt that he should save them. Now, how do I get out? Having put everything into the myriad ant hive nest, all that was left was for Zhang Xian was to find a way out of this place. Taking a glance out through the windows, he saw that the two kings were indeed guarding the area from the outside. On top of that, there were several additional formations set up around the area. Should Zhang Xian attempt to leave the area abruptly without a valid reason, he could very well find himself lynched the next moment. I was able to persuade them to leave before through forcefully arguing my way through. But as soon as they notice that the master teachers are missing, they will surely realize that something is amiss and take me down. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in frustration. There was no way he could explain the disappearance of the master teachers to the two kings, and there was no way the two kings would believe him either. The only way he could survive in this situation was to flee discreetly, but how could he flee given the tight guard placed around the hall? Eventually, Zhang Xian came to a decision. Seems like I will have to rely on my means as a soul oracle. He had weighed his options, and it seemed like the best and possibly only way he could possibly get out of this situation was to flee in his soul form. Having made up his mind, he sat on the floor and drew his soul out from his glabella without any hesitation, after which he stowed his physical body into his storage ring before discreetly carrying his ring to flee from the door. This was same as the situation back at the Cloud Mist Ridge. Perhaps, through making use of the intangibility and invisibility of his soul, he would be able to sneak away discreetly. Life or death, it would hinge on this. Chapter 955. Raising the strength of the puppets using the invisible and intangible properties of a soul, Zhang Xian was able to carry the storage ring out through the cracks of the door discreetly by lying close to the ground. As soon as he floated out, he immediately saw many otherworldly demons guarding the area, maintaining an airtight defense in the surroundings. No matter which direction he left in, there was a good chance that he would be discovered. Zhang Xian assessed his surroundings, vexed. It seems like these otherworldly demons are veterans of the battlefield. Only those who had frequented the battlefield and collaborated with one another on multiple occasions could form such a tight defense. On top of that, there were also defensive formations. It was no joke to say that not even a fly could hope to get in. It was no wonder the two kings had allowed him to have some private time with the master teachers so easily. In the very first place, they had absolute trust that both him and the master teachers couldn't possibly get away. Eye of insight. Driving his soul depth, green lines began surfacing in Zhang Xian's composed eyes. Taking a look, Zhang Xian smiled in relief. While the defense is so tight that no cultivator could hope to get in or out without alerting the otherworldly demons, it seems like the defenses were aimed toward corporeal beings. In my soul form, I should still be able to get out with relative ease as long as I am careful. Special means had to be utilized to guard against souls, but it was apparent that such measures hadn't been set up in the area. After all, considering how long it had been since the soul oracles had gone missing, it would have been a waste of time and resources to do so. But if I just leave like that, will they think that I am too soft and weak? The fact that the otherworldly demonic tribe had constructed a base in the subterranean gallery only went to show that they had malicious intentions in mind. Wouldn't it be unseemly for him, the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, to leave just like that after discovering the enemy's base? I took a careful look when I arrived, and it seems like this base is constructed in alignment to the 7 profound spiritual light formation. As long as I destroy the center of the formation, I can undo the formation. Even if they manage to avert the backlash from the formation running amok, it will still make their hard work over all this time meaningless. Zhang Xian thought as his lips crept up. While he wasn't skilled in building things, he was definitely the master of demolition. Even the 10 great master teachers hadn't been able to stop him back when he was still in the Master Teacher Academy. Collapsing these buildings was truly just a walk in the park for him. I should head over to take a look. Zhang Xian scanned his surroundings and confirmed the direction in which the center of the formation lay before heading over. Shortly after Zhang Xian left, the Golden Leaf King suddenly frowned. Noticing his companion's expression, the Green Leaf King asked, "Brotherine, what is wrong?" The Golden Leaf King pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly, "I am not too sure, but for a moment, I thought I felt like something passed by me." He had an innate sensitivity toward his surroundings, allowing him to perceive the happenings around him vividly. For just a brief moment, he felt like something had passed right before his eyes. But when he attempted to take a closer look, he was unable to see anything at all. Of course, if he had swept the area with his spiritual perception, Zhang Xian's soul would have been in plain view to him. However, maintaining one's spiritual perception around one's surrounding was extremely taxing on one's spirit. Even as a Saint Realm Fordan expert, it was impossible for him to maintain it for an extended period of time. It was precisely due to this opening that Zhang Xian had been able to escape from the notice of the 2 kings. It didn't take long before Zhang Xian slipped out of the encirclement. Heaving a sigh of relief, he picked up the pace and continued to proceed ahead with his storage ring beside him. Soon, a majestic palace came into sight. There were considerable differences in the formations used by otherworldly demons and humans. Nevertheless, through his eye of insight and the library of Heaven's Path, these differences did little to impede Zhang Xian. From the moment he arrived at the base, he had known that this palace was where the center of the formation was located. He carefully descended to the ground. In order to set up an airtight defense against him, nearly all of the otherworldly demons had been mobilized to guard the hall where he was supposed to be. As such, there was only a handful of otherworldly demons left to guard this important facility, thus allowing him to break in easily. These otherworldly demons hadn't reached spiritual perception realm yet, and they didn't specialize in the study of souls either. Furthermore, through the eye of insight, the flaws in their defenses were as clear as day to Zhang Xian, so he was able to sneak in without alerting anyone. The palace was vast, taking up an area of more than 10,000 square meters. The walls and the pillars within were inscribed with kinds of bizarre inscriptions, reminiscent of ancient runes. At the very center was a huge altar, which was roughly 8 meters long. Realizing that he was unable to recognize the inscriptions after taking a closer look, Zhang Xian asked Vicious telepathically, "What kind of inscriptions are these?" Vicious took a glance at it and replied, "These are runic inscriptions unique to the otherworldly demons. If inscribed in a specific manner, it has the effect of gathering spiritual energy, similar to the spirit-gathering formation of the humans." Spirit-gathering formation? They are similar to some extent, but there are some differences between the two as well. A normal spirit-gathering formation only has the effect of gathering spiritual energy in a set area, but this runic formation has the effect of transforming the property of the spiritual energy to enhance the physical strength of otherworldly demons as well. It is somewhat similar to the formation that was inscribed in my underground chamber. Vicious replied. Enhance the physical strength of otherworldly demons? Does that mean that it can be used to recharge the otherworldly demon puppets? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Back in the underground chamber, he had seen how Vicious recharged the energy of the puppets. After taking control of those puppets, he had used them several times, and the energy within them was already almost completely depleted. This was the reason he hadn't used them for such a long time. If he could recharge the energy of those otherworldly demon puppets, he would have another card to use against the otherworldly demons gathered in the area. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard for outsiders to tap into the energy accumulated within the formation due to the restrictions inscribed into it. However, that isn't a problem for me. I can help recharge the puppets for you now if you'd like, said Vicious. That's good. With a relieved smile, Zhang Xian drew out the 20 otherworldly demon puppets along with his body from the storage ring and returned to his body. After which, raising his arm ahead of him, a finger flew out from his palm and flew into the air, emanating a dense killing intent abruptly. Feeling this immense energy, the puppets immediately kneeled down in deference. Harumphing in satisfaction, Vicious began speaking in a bizarre language, and in response to that, the puppets formed a neat queue and began marching up to the altar in the center of the room. As the puppets reached the altar, the floating finger began drawing a series of bizarre runes in the air wang. The air trembled slightly for a brief moment before spiritual energy began gushing into the palace like a rapid torrent, nourishing the puppet standing right before the altar. Jai. A sharp glint returned to the torpid eyes of the puppet as its strength was swiftly restored back to its peak. Incredible! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in awe. To his surprise, this method of infusing energy was even more effective and efficient than cultivation importation one. From the looks of it, however, this method of infusing energy would likely only work on puppets. Had it been an ordinary cultivator instead, the cultivator would experience all of their meridians and acupoints rupturing apart within seconds under the vigorous infusion of violent energy and die on the spot. As fast as it was beyond the limits of the body of a human cultivator. Perhaps due to prior experience, Vicious was extremely efficient. It didn't take too long for him to restore the energy within the 20 puppets. With their energy restored, the puppets emanated a powerful fighting aura, seemingly ready to face any opponent. It is a pity that they are too weak, possessing only the strength of a Saint Realm One Dan. They are a formidable force against normal opponents, but in the face of so many otherworldly demons, the aid they can provide is limited. Zhang Xian sighed deeply as he shook his head. These fellows were only at Saint Realm One Dan advanced stage, or pinnacle. Against an army of 200 Saint Realm One Dan and even a few Saint Realm Two Dan otherworldly demons, they would be defeated in an instant. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind. Wait a moment. All along, I have been thinking of them as the moving corpses of otherworldly demons, and naturally, it is impossible for a corpse to cultivate and raise its strength. But if I think of them as just plain puppets and modify their structure to make them more efficient, it should be possible for me to raise their fighting prowess swiftly. Due to the fact that the otherworldly demon puppets were forged from the bodies of real otherworldly demons, he had always regarded them as corpses whose cultivation had stagnated with their deaths. But if he were to view them as just puppets, if he could alter some of their mechanisms to make them more efficient, he would be able to raise their strength significantly. Back in the Mountain of Records, he had altered the puppet made of Principal Emoliosion's rib bone and raised its cultivation to Saint Realm. If he could do the same to the otherworldly demon puppets as well, they could become a strong card to utilize against the otherworldly demon army. Flaws. Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath after having the otherworldly demons utilize their battle techniques. Immersing his consciousness into the library of Heaven's Path, he began to browse through the flaws in the otherworldly demon puppets. The greatest flaws in the otherworldly demon puppets are their crafting method and the materials used in their crafting. Wu Yangzi was renowned as the #1 blacksmith of Hongyuan Empire, but he was ultimately only a 6-star pinnacle blacksmith. Otherwise, the otherworldly demon puppets could potentially achieve might comparable to a Saint Realm 3 Dan cultivator. Zhang Xian muttered contemplatively after reading the books. More often than not, one's smithing skills and the materials used were the main limiting factors to the prowess of an artifact, preventing it from reaching its maximum potential. This limitation could be fully seen in the otherworldly demon puppets. Honestly speaking, Zhang Xian was a little disappointed to learn that the limit of the otherworldly demon puppets was Saint Realm 3 Dan. He had thought that as long as he could perfect all aspects of the otherworldly demon puppets, he would be able to raise their strength to an unbelievable level. However, it seemed like he was thinking too much. Forget it. Raising their cultivation to Saint Realm 3 Dan isn't too bad either, Zhang Xian thought in consolation. Even though the reality didn't meet his expectations, 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets were still a formidable force to reckon with. Of course, it still wouldn't be sufficient to deal with the army of 200 outside. Putting everything aside, the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King were Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even with the numerical advantage, it would be difficult for the 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets to subdue them. At Saint Realm, the advancement of each cultivation realm signified a vast difference in one's fighting prowess. This was particularly so for Saint Realm 3 Dan and Saint Realm 4 Dan. Forget it. I should raise their strength first before deciding on my next move. Having decided the source of the problem, Zhang Xian walked up to the puppets and began striking them with his palm. Palipala. A series of crisp echoes sounded, and the aura shrouding the 20 otherworldly demon puppets suddenly became sharper and more fearsome. After he was done, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief before saying with an exhausted tone, "All right, you can infuse spiritual energy into them now." Had it not been for the many books he had gone through at the Celestial Designer School back then, which had given him a deep understanding of a puppet's internal structure, he never would have been able to succeed. Even so, by the time he was done modifying the puppets, he felt as if his soul had been sapped dry, and he could pass out at any moment. However, this was to be expected. After all, to perfect the many parts of the puppets, he couldn't afford to make any mistake in any of the steps. Furthermore, there were various differences in the form and smithing technique used for the 20 otherworldly demon puppets, so he had to make some alterations between them as well, thus further complicating the matter. As such, his mind had to operate at maximum capacity throughout the entire duration. Sitting with his legs crossed on the ground, Zhang Xian took out the soul of the blue-horned dragon beast and began absorbing its energy to recuperate. Meanwhile, Vicious continued adjusting the runic inscriptions to fill up the strength of the newly upgraded puppets. Even with their parts perfected, if the puppets didn't have sufficient energy in store, they would still be unable to exert the strength equivalent to a Saint Realm 3 Dan cultivator. This was just like a car. No matter how much horsepower it possessed, if it didn't have the required fuel to sustain it, it would be unable to drive it to the limit of its ability. It was fortunate that there was plenty of spiritual energy in the surroundings for them to tap into, so that didn't pose a problem. Hong Long Long. As spiritual energy was swiftly pumped into the otherworldly demon puppets, the palace began to shake violently as the inscriptions on the walls and pillars started to dim and peel off. At this point, Vicious suddenly said, "Master, it seems like there isn't sufficient energy here to use." Chapter 956. On the verge of tears, the Golden Leaf King outside the hall in which the many master teachers had been imprisoned, the two kings frowned as they stared at the room before them intently. "Why is there no movement inside at all?" the Green Leaf King asked with a livid face. They had been waiting outside for nearly an hour now, and they had expected to hear the sounds of fighting as the fake Golden Leaf King killed a few master teachers to establish his dominance over them. Yet, contrary to their expectations, there was nothing at all. It was as if the people inside had vanished altogether. "I also think that something is amiss here. Should we take a peek inside with our spiritual perception?" the Golden Leaf King asked. "That doesn't seem like a good idea. The other party is an expert who is on par with us, so checking on him with our spiritual perception would be rather disrespectful. Furthermore, if what he is doing truly involves confidential information for the superiors, this might bring trouble upon us," the Green Leaf King replied with a conflicted expression. If not for fear of the latter's strength, he would have already checked on the situation within with his spiritual perception instead of waiting helplessly outside. "You are right." The Golden Leaf King nodded before falling silent. Boom. At that moment, the ground suddenly rumbled as an immense quantity of spiritual energy from the surroundings surged toward the palace at the center of the base. With an awful look on his face, the Greenleaf King quickly turned to the subordinate beside him and asked authoritatively, "What is going on?" "Reporting to your highness, the ruckus seems to be from the Palace of Runes." Tong Yu hurriedly took a look, and his face immediately turned ghastly white. The Palace of Runes was the center of their base. If something were to happen to it, all of the work they had done could very well be undone. Frowning in displeasure, the Greenleaf King spoke as the ground rumbled violently once more. "Palace of Runes? Let's go take a look." Voila! A cloud of dust rose as smoke swiftly permeated the base, following which a large area of buildings began crumbling down as if a devastating avalanche had swept through the area. All of the defensive formations that had been set up on them dissipated as if ice before a scorching sun. There were even some that exploded due to their energy running amok, severely wounding the unguarded otherworldly demons in the area. The formations were driven by the spiritual energy supplied by the Palace of Runes. If anything happened to the Palace of Runes, the other formations would be affected as well. The more powerful a formation was, the greater the backlash when something happened to it. This was similar to a balloon filled with air. If the air within it were to be leaked all of a sudden, it could very well run out of control. "My buildings!" Tong Yu nearly burst into tears on the spot. 2 months ago, the moment they had passed through the seal and entered the subterranean gallery, they had begun building this base. It had taken them a lot of effort and a great amount of resources in order to expand it to its current scale. Yet, for all of it to be reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel lightheaded, and a stifling sensation welled up in his chest, causing him to spurt a huge mouthful of blood. On the other hand, watching the destruction unfolding before his eyes, the Greenleaf King's body also twitched as he muttered, "The cause seems to be the depletion of spiritual energy in the Palace of Runes." With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell the cause of the destruction. However, the Palace of Runes was heavily guarded and reinforced with formations, so it should have been impossible for anything to happen to it in the first place. Just as the Greenleaf King was bewildered by the situation before him, the Golden Leaf King's face abruptly warped in shock as he exclaimed, "How could this be? What happened?" The Greenleaf King and Tong Yu turned their eyes over simultaneously. "Look at the hall in front of us." The Golden Leaf King pointed forward with a pale face. Frowning, the duo turned their gazes in front, only to see that the hall before their eyes had collapsed into a cloud of dust and rubble as well. "What is wrong?" This hall was built using top-grade blue metal stone and has been reinforced by many formations, but considering that most of the other buildings have collapsed too, it shouldn't come as any surprise that this building suffered the same fate, Tong Yu remarked, confused by the Golden Leaf King's huge response to the matter. "Collapse your head. Where is that fellow and the master teachers? Don't you think it's weird how they didn't come out when the entire hall is already in such a state?" The Golden Leaf King bellowed furiously. It was then that the duo realized, and their faces warped in astonishment. The Greenleaf King immediately activated his spiritual perception to peer into the rubble, and his body stiffened at the outcome of the scan. Within the rubble, there was not a single living being to be sensed. It was as if that tribesman had vanished together with the many master teachers. "They're gone." The Greenleaf King turned to look at the livid Golden Leaf King with a look of horror. "We've been had by that fellow. Hurry, head to the Palace of Runes." The Greenleaf King roared after realizing what had happened, and together with the Golden Leaf King, they quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the collapsed Palace of Runes, and after a quick examination of the surroundings, their vision went dark. With their eye of discernment, they could easily tell that this wasn't an accident, but a man-made incident. In other words, just a moment ago, someone had sapped the Palace of Runes dry of its spiritual energy and destroyed the inscriptions on the walls and pillars, resulting in the devastating collapse. Otherwise, the Palace of Runes couldn't have been reduced to such a state even if an accident were to occur. Master Teacher. That fellow must be a master teacher. The Greenleaf King clenched his fist tightly as the truth suddenly dawned on him. Except for a master teacher, It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to tell that the Palace of Runes was the center of the entire base and destroy it so utterly. On top of that, the matter of the other party wanting some private time with the master teachers was extremely suspicious as well, especially given their disappearance shortly after. No matter how slow they might be, it was clear that the other party's purpose was not to interrogate them but to save them. The Golden Leaf King stepped forward and exclaimed in disbelief, "But how did they get away? The both of us have been keeping a close eye on the hall, and there were defensive formations set up around the area as well. To think that they, kings of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Saint Realm 4 Dan experts, would actually be toyed with by another. Just the thought of it left them frenzied. No matter how he got away, considering that he has just destroyed the Palace of Runes and that there is a huge group with him, he can't possibly have gotten too far away. Men, comb the area. If you find any traces of him, immediately report back. By no means should you engage them recklessly." The Greenleaf King instructed as he turned around. With so many old, weakened master teachers with him, he didn't believe that the other party could escape from them. "Yes, Your Highness," Tongyu and the others replied before scattering all around. Damn it. Just who is that fellow?" After dispatching all of his subordinates, the two kings clenched their teeth tightly together as immense rage coursed through their bodies. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed across the Golden Leaf King's mind as he muttered contemplatively, "If he is a master teacher in disguise, could he possibly be the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy that they talked about earlier, Zhang Xian?" Back then, the stand-in principal Lu Feng had said that the fellow had claimed that he was Hongyuan's principal, Zhang Xian, but they had shrugged it off, thinking that this was a method used by their tribesmen to win their trust. However, thinking back, that could very well have been the truth. "Zhang Xian?" the Greenleaf King repeated meaningfully before nodding his head. This name was extremely foreign to them, but how could one who was able to become the principal of a Master Teacher Academy possibly be a simple figure? "We will know the truth after we capture and interrogate him. I swear that I will tear that fellow apart for this humiliation." The Greenleaf King roared furiously, and his voice echoed clearly even from a very far distance away. While the two kings were completely furious, at a considerable distance from the collapsed Palace of Runes, a storage ring fell from the sky, and shortly afterward, a figure appeared. The figure was completely motionless for a brief moment before abruptly coming to life. "Who?" Exhaling deeply, the figure smiled in relief, revealing his shiny, white teeth. The figure was Zhang Xian, who had just escaped from the Palace of Runes. "Not bad. The puppets have reached Saint Realm 3 Dan, and they have been recharged as well. Even if I meet the Saint Realm 4 Dan Kings later on, I won't have to fear them." Even though the rapid depletion of the energy through the puppet's absorption had caused the Palace of Runes to collapse, it had helped to bolster his current fighting force significantly. With 20 experts to hold the ground, he would be able to fend off the Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even if he was unable to defeat them, he would at least be able to buy some time to escape. "All right, come out." Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian brought out the master teachers from his ant hive nest. "Where are we? Have we escaped?" "This is the far south of the subterranean gallery. I have been here once before. We should be roughly 200 li one away from the otherworldly demon's base." 200 li away? After confirming their location, the master teachers swiftly assessed their surroundings. Realizing that there were no otherworldly demons around them, they turned to the figure before them with gratitude in their eyes. The young man wasn't lying. He was indeed there to save them. Noticing the gazes from the crowd, Zhang Xian morphed from his otherworldly demon form back into his original appearance and switched to his master teacher robe. The 6 stars on the emblem pinned onto his chest gleamed brightly. "Zhang Shi, thank you for saving our lives." An elder clasped his fist, and the others behind him quickly followed suit. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. We are all master teachers, so it's only natural to help one another in times of need." Zhang Xian waved his hands to gesture that it was fine. These men were willing to put their lives on the line for the justice they held in their hearts. Zhang Xian felt that such good men shouldn't be left in the lurch. Interjecting in the midst of the others' words, Zhang Xian said, "We still aren't in a position to rest easy yet. Having sneaked out of their base right before their eyes, the otherworldly demons are surely combing the area frenziedly for us at the moment. It is only a matter of time before they find us here. For the time being, you should find a place to rest and recuperate. Make sure to find somewhere secure so that you won't be found. Rest and recuperate? We can't. One of the master teachers frowned. The otherworldly demons have already begun building their base, and there are even 2 otherworldly demon kings who have infiltrated the subterranean gallery. It is clear that they are up to something. We have to stop them, or else I can hardly imagine the consequences myself. The otherworldly demons had clearly come prepared. In such a situation, they couldn't afford to waste time to rest and recuperate. Don't worry about that. I will deal with it. Zhang Xian waved his hands. The reason he was there was to investigate and resolve the peculiarities happening with the mausoleum tablet. So far, he had only destroyed their base. The 200 otherworldly demons were still alive and kicking. So, how could he leave yet? You are going back alone? That won't do. It is too dangerous. The crowd exclaimed in horror. In your current states, even if you do come along, you won't be able to offer any help. What you need to do right now is recuperate from your injuries so that you can find the strength to battle with the otherworldly demons once more. He knew that the master teachers were worried about him, but he still shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't trust the master teachers, but the force they were going against were simply too powerful. The master teachers couldn't possibly battle them in their current state. If they went with him, Zhang Xian would have to divide his attention between the otherworldly demons and taking care of them. The faces of the master teachers reddened in embarrassment. The other party was right. Yes, they were 6-star pinnacle master teachers, but against more than 200 otherworldly demons and 2 Saint Realm 4 Dan Kings, they were completely powerless. Zhang Shi, we might not be powerful enough to defeat their army, but you can't possibly go there alone either. At the very least, we should be of some help to you. With our combined strength, even if we can't wipe out their forces, we should still be able to deal significant damage to them. Indeed, there are more than 40 of us here. If each of us kill an otherworldly demon, that will lessen the pressure on you significantly. Allow us to go with you. As long as we proceed more carefully this time around, we won't be cornered by them as easily as before. The crowd was still worried. Chapter 957. Breakthrough, Nascent Saint. Since I was able to save you from their hands, that only goes to show that I have my own means to stay alive. Thus, there is really no need for you to worry. In the worst-case scenario, I will just flee from them. Zhang Xian said with a kind smile. I know that you don't fear death, but that doesn't mean that you should throw away your lives like that. At the very least, you must make your lives count. I will go ahead first, and if I fail, you will have to serve as the final line of defense until help arrives. Otherwise, if those otherworldly demons charge out of the subterranean gallery, who knows how many lives will be lost? The crowd fell silent. Indeed, even if they didn't fear death, their deaths shouldn't be meaningless. They had to make it count every single bit it was worth. All right, we will listen to you and rest up first. Then, Zhang Shi, you have to be careful too. If it is really beyond our means, we will report to the headquarters and have them deal with this matter, an elder said. Rest assured, Zhang Xian replied with a confident smile. At this moment, the master teachers couldn't help but recall the various miracles that the young man before them had produced, and all of a sudden, they couldn't help but feel that the situation wasn't as desperate as they thought. Considering how the other party had saved them despite the encirclement of so many otherworldly demons, it was clear that he possessed means far beyond them. Perhaps he might just have a way to deal with the otherworldly demons. Just as Zhang Xian was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Right, do you all have any formation flags or formation plates in your hands? The higher the grade, the better. Formation flags? Formation plates? Everyone exchanged confused glances with one another. I have a set of grade 6 formation flags here. There are 120 of them. You can use them to set up the Jingyu illusory formation. I have 81 of them here. You can use them to set up a grade 6 slaughter formation. Before I left, I bought a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate. However, it is a beguilement formation, so I don't know how useful it will be in a battle. I also have a grade 6 pinnacle formation plate here. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian needed formation flags and formation plates, the master teachers quickly took out whatever they had, and it didn't take long for a huge pile of items to appear before Zhang Xian. These men knew that they would face great danger in the subterranean gallery, so they had exchanged all of their possessions for artifacts that would be useful in dangerous situations. Formation flags and formation plates were particularly useful in dealing with stronger enemies, so they had prepared plenty of those. Looking at the mountain of formation flags and formation plates before him, Zhang Xian said with a chuckle, "Not bad, this is more than enough." As expected of 6-star pinnacle master teachers, they did have quite a lot of good items with them. Even though most of the items they had produced were grade 6, they were generally toward the higher end. With one swift motion, he stowed everything into his storage ring before clasping his fist. "Farewell." After saying those words, he turned around and left. But before he could get very far, a voice sounded from behind. "Principal Zhang, wait for a moment." He turned around to find that the one who had spoken was Lu Feng. His face was flushed crimson as he looked at Zhang Xian. "Lu Shi?" Zhang Xian responded questioningly. "Principal Zhang, I wish to apologize to you for the matters that happened before. I hope that you can forgive me for my foolishness," Lu Feng said hesitantly. "Lu Shi, there's no need to worry about that. As master teachers, it is our responsibility to guard against otherworldly demons. I don't blame you for being too wary," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "Thank you for your magnanimity." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Feng flicked his wrist and took out a round formation plate. "This is a formation plate that I obtained some time ago. It's a grade 7 beguilement formation. Hopefully, it will be of some use to you." "Grade 7 formation?" Zhang Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly took it. It was hard to tell what kind of material the formation plate was made of, but it felt heavy. Inscribed on it was a complex inscription consisting of lines so fine that he could hardly see them even with his eye of insight. The creator inscribed it carefully using their spiritual perception to check the formation plate. It can exert an incredible might once activated, so it should do you well against the otherworldly demons. I happened to obtain it by some stroke of luck, and I haven't been able to bring myself to use it, Lu Feng explained. Inscribed using spiritual perception? No wonder. Zhang Xian nodded. A grade 7 formation plate could only be inscribed by a 7-star formation master, and the prerequisite to becoming a 7-star formation master was to possess the cultivation of a Saint Realm 2 Dan spiritual perception realm. Spiritual perception was a method of perceiving the world through one's soul, allowing one to perceive the world with far greater sensitivity than with one's eyes. "Thank you." Knowing that the formation plate would be very useful to him, Zhang Xian nodded in gratitude before stowing it into his storage ring. "All right, I will be leaving now." Stepping off, Zhang Xian began charging ahead, and it didn't take long for him to disappear before everyone's eyes. After he left, the master teachers turned their gazes to Lu Feng. Is that man really the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy? Till this point, the crowd could still hardly believe it. After all, the other party was simply too young. That's right. Lu Feng nodded. Previously, he had thought that the 10 great master teachers nominating him to become a principal was a huge mistake, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was the one lacking foresight. To be able to save them from the hands of so many otherworldly demons calmly, and yet remain humble and not claim credit for his work on top of that, it was doubtful that Principal Mo Liujin from back then would have been able to do the same. At the very least, he knew that he wouldn't have been able to do the same if in the other party's shoes. He might very well be the most formidable principal that our Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy has ever had, ushering in an era of greatness for our academy. Lu Feng muttered to himself as he gazed in the direction that Zhang Xian disappeared in. It was only after seeing what that young man had done that he realized how formidable the other party was. With such a great man earnestly putting his effort into the academy, how could the academy possibly not prosper? After proceeding ahead for a moment, Zhang Xian stopped at a valley. I won't be their match at this rate. I have to find a solution. Even though he had 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets, it would still be difficult for him to stand his ground against more than 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and 2 Dan otherworldly demons and 2 Saint Realm 4 Dan kings. The situation wasn't in his favor. He had to find a suitable countermeasure that could wipe out the entire group in a single move so as to terminate any possible threat from them. I should first take a look at this grade 7 formation plate. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the formation plate that Lu Feng had given him and pumped his Zhenqi into it furiously. Nothing? Zhang Xian frowned. Was the formation plate spoiled? That wasn't it. Flaws, Zhang Xian muttered, and a corresponding book concerning the formation plate appeared in his library of Heaven's Path. Upon taking a look, his face darkened, and he really wanted to hide somewhere in shame. It was fortunately no one had seen it, or else he would have really made a fool out of himself. It was not that the formation plate was spoiled, but his Zhenqi wasn't strong enough to activate the formation plate yet. His current Zhenqi cultivation was only at half Saint Pinnacle. Altogether, his fighting prowess was on par with a Saint Realm 1 Dan cultivator. He could easily drive a grade 6 formation plate without trouble, but grade 7? That was clearly beyond his means. The Byzantium Helios beast has reached spiritual perception realm, but as a saint beast, he is unable to activate a formation plate. Less has to be said about the Golden Origin Cauldron, a saint-tier artifact. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. Perhaps, if I raise my cultivation to nascent Saint Pinnacle, with the sheer strength of the Saint Ascension Decipher, I might be able to exert power comparable to a Saint Realm 2 Dan cultivator and activate this grade 7 formation plate. Since he was unable to activate the formation plate in his current state, the logical thing to do was to attempt a breakthrough. It was fortunate that he had procured the lightning resonance rock beforehand, which was required for his breakthrough to nascent saint. All right, time to begin. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian leaped into the myriad ant hive nest without any hesitation. To attempt a breakthrough, he would require a quiet environment. Given that the otherworldly demons were combing the area to search for him, he couldn't possibly cultivate peacefully in the open. After entering the myriad ant hive nest, Zhang Xian sat down beneath the Bodhi tree and took out a pile of high-tier spirit stones with a flick of his wrist. The first batch of profits from the Xin clan consisted of more than 3,000 high-tier spirit stones. While he had used 500 of them to raise the cultivation of the candidates for the master-teacher selection, he still had a sizable amount of them remaining. At least for the time being, he didn't need to worry about having insufficient spirit stones. He casually took out a couple of formation flags and set up a spirit-gathering formation in the area. Spiritual energy was swiftly drawn from the high-tier spirit stone, creating a dense, mist-like congregation of spiritual energy in the air. With all of the preparations ready, Zhang Xian held onto the lightning resonance rock tightly in his hands and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. Gu. Pure, condensed Zhenqi coursed through his veins like a mighty dragon, pushing his cultivation further up. At the same time, every single pore of his body was greedily taking in the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, as if a ravenous behemoth enjoying a luxurious feast. He had already reached half Saint Pinnacle 2 months ago, but due to the lack of the lightning resonance rock, he had only been able to further reinforce his cultivation again and again. At this point, his desire for a breakthrough was already irrepressible, like an arid land desiring for rain. With the lightning resonance stone in his hand and the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, Zhang Xian's aura swiftly went through a qualitative change, becoming far sharper and more powerful than before. Jai. Absorbing the spiritual energy, Zhang Xian swiftly converted it into Zhenqi to knock at the bottleneck, limiting his cultivation relentlessly, and eventually, the bottleneck began to loosen. Honglong. After some time, with a deafening buzz, he finally broke through the bottleneck. In that instant, Zhang Xian felt his eyesight and hearing becoming exceptionally clear, and his ability to analyze also became faster than ever. Nascent Saint. Reached? Nascent Saint was the foundation to achieving a real breakthrough to sainthood, the preparation to a cultivator's metamorphosis of their level of existence. As such, there was a significant enhancement in one's Zhenqi and soul. It might only have been a cultivation stage of difference between half Saint Pinnacle and nascent Saint Primary stage, But this single hurdle signified the evolution of a fish into a dragon. Furthermore, he cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, which made his zhenqi far more condensed and powerful than ordinary cultivators. At the same time, his zhenqi strength also advanced from the previous 84 million ding to 90 million ding. Continue. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough, he knew that it would still be difficult for him to drive his grade 7 formation plate. Thus, Zhang Xian continued with his cultivation. Having achieved the breakthrough, everything else was relatively easier. 4 hours later, he managed to advance to nascent Saint Realm Pinnacle. At the same time, the strength from his zhenqi cultivation had also exceeded the 100 million ding mark, reaching 120 million ding. More important, the origin core in his dantian had also assumed a perfectly round shape, emanating a brilliant light that seemed to indicate that a breakthrough was just around the corner. From the looks of it, it seems I have achieved a second-grade pinnacle origin core. Mu Shi had put in so much time and effort to cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, but he had only succeeded in forming a second-grade advanced origin core. On the other hand, Zhang Xian hadn't achieved a breakthrough to Saint Realm yet, but he had already reached second-grade pinnacle. However, this was to be expected, considering that he cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art and possessed the Heaven's Path zhenqi. If he couldn't achieve this much, he could just knock himself dead with a blob of tofu. As long as I reinforce my origin core, its grade should continue to rise. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to achieve first grade. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't spent so much effort and paid such a heavy price for nothing. As long as he could successfully forge a first-grade origin core, his fighting prowess should increase considerably. Perhaps, he might even become a celestial saint. Of course, it would still take him quite a bit of effort to reinforce his origin core and condense it further. But I don't have the luxury to do that at the moment. For the time being, I should try activating the grade 7 formation. Knowing that he didn't have much time to spare, Zhang Xian took out the grade 7 formation plate once more. Chapter 958. Grade 7 formation plate. Holding the grade 7 formation plate in his hand, Zhang Xian began pumping his rich zhenqi into it. Different from before, the formation plate began to tremble violently under the infusion of his zhenqi. Boom! A brilliant light burst into the surroundings, forming a sphere with a radius of several hundred meters. As the sphere expanded, mist started to appear within, shaping out an entirely different world, an extremely bizarre one. Putting aside anyone else, even he could easily lose his sense of direction within it. This is the grade 7 formation? Lu Su beguilement formation? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Without activating the formation plate, it would be hard for him to see through what kind of formation was inscribed on it. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path did state the flaws regarding the formation plate, that was only limited to the material and the formation blueprint. Only by activating it and seeing it with his own eyes would he know what kind of formation it was and how powerful it would be. Lu Su had been a skilled formation master 5,000 years ago. Back then, while he was trapped amid a misty mountain range, he had suddenly found the inspiration to create this beguilement formation. Even though it was only a grade 7 intermediate formation, it could exert might comparable to an advanced or even pinnacle formation, such that even Saint Realm 5 Dan experts could potentially fall for its beguilement briefly. This was also the reason this formation was extremely famous, and there was a record of it in the library of the Formation Master School. It was also through the record in there that Zhang Xian had learned about it. An idea popped into Zhang Xian's mind. His surname is Lu as well. Could Lu Su possibly be Lu Feng's ancestor? However, knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such miscellaneous matters, Zhang Xian swiftly shrugged it off. In any case, with this formation, I will stand a significantly better chance of dealing with those otherworldly demons. Nevertheless, I still have to plan my operation carefully first. With a surge in his cultivation and a formidable formation plate in his hands, Zhang Xian's confidence was boosted. He left the myriad ant hive nest and returned to the subterranean gallery. Just like before, the area was still filled with killing intent and darkness. Contorting his muscles and bones, He turned into the form of an otherworldly demon he had seen previously before heading in the direction he escaped from previously. Before he could get far, he saw two otherworldly demons flitting in his direction. Don't you think that it is weird? There are nearly 40 of them, so how could they escape from our encirclement without the slightest trace? I also find it very weird. I was standing on alert the whole time, my both eyes staring intently at every movement around the hall. I am certain that not a person has come out from it, but the people inside just simply vanished into thin air. More importantly, we have already searched for such long a time, but there is not a person to be seen. Could it be that they were not master teachers we caught but ghosts? The two otherworldly demons were chatting with one another as they scanned the ground from the sky. Not even the Golden Leaf King and Green Leaf King had been able to make sense out of Zhang Xian and the many master teachers' disappearance, let alone the rest of them. More importantly, it was inconceivable to them that so many people had been able to escape from right under their noses without them noticing anything at all. At that moment, they suddenly saw a tribesman flying toward them, and they frowned. "How is it? Did either of you find anything?" The tribesman asked them as soon as he noticed them. One of the two otherworldly demons couldn't help but ask doubtfully upon seeing the other party, "Hua Wu, weren't you dispatched in another direction? Why are you here?" The 200 or so otherworldly demons who had passed through the seal were from the same squadron, so they knew one another very well. They clearly remembered that the fellow before them had been dispatched in another direction, so why would he appear where they were? "Oh, I found a clue while searching there, and it was through tracing the clue that I got here," Hua Wu explained. "Clue? What clue is it?" The eyes of the two otherworldly demons lit up. "Here it is." Hua Wu flicked his wrist, took out a jade token, and passed it over. Curious, the duo hurriedly lowered their heads to take a closer look. However, before they could see what was written on the jade token, they suddenly sensed that two fists were heading right toward their heads. Hong Long. The fists carried immense strength that threatened to blast apart the air. The shock wave that rippled from the fist was so powerful that even the ground beneath was jolted apart. Knowing that there was something wrong with the other party, the faces of the two otherworldly demons darkened, and they hurriedly sent out a fist each to protect themselves. Pong, pong, for fists collided, and the two otherworldly demons felt a devastating might coursing through their bodies before they swiftly plummeted toward the ground. Boom. Their bodies formed two massive depressions in the ground. Nascent Saint Pinnacle. It is indeed as strong as I expected, Hua Wu remarked as he descended to the ground. He then raised his leg and stomped on the heads of the duo who had sunk into the ground. Pong, pong. Before the two otherworldly demons could process what was going on, their heads were crushed, reducing them to mere corpses. Good. Seeing how easily he had subdued the two Saint Realm One Dan otherworldly demons, Hua Wu's eyes lit in excitement. Naturally, Hua Wu was Zhang Xian in disguise. With the surge in his cultivation, he had wanted to try out how powerful he was at the moment. It was only after trying it that he realized how fearsome the Saint Ascension Decipher was. Putting aside those of a similar cultivation realm, even an otherworldly demon possessing a higher cultivation was no match for him at all. They weren't even able to withstand a blow from him. Let me see what they have. Zhang Xian grabbed the storage rings from the fingers of the two otherworldly demons and immersed his consciousness into them. A moment later, he shook his head. While these fellows possessed strength comparable to 6-star master teachers, their wealth was clearly nowhere near their master teacher equivalents. Adding up the both of their entire fortune, it wasn't even worth 10 high-tier spirit stones. It is no wonder these otherworldly demons wished to invade the master teacher continent. Most likely, the otherworldly battlefield is lacking in resources as well. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian tapped on the two bodies, destroyed them, and smoothed out the depressions in the ground. After all was done, he was prepared to set off and find his next target. However, at that moment, a thought came to his mind, and he morphed his appearance into one of the two otherworldly demons he had just killed. It was impossible for him to kill the 200 or so otherworldly demons simultaneously, but it was still possible for him to dwindle their numbers bit by bit. In any case, he had plenty of time to spare, so he was in no hurry. After thoroughly preparing, he advanced ahead, and not too long later, he encountered two more otherworldly demons. Using the same method, he slayed them easily. Most of the otherworldly demons who were out combing the area were only at Saint Realm one Dan. Given his current prowess, dealing with them wasn't a problem at all. Even without making use of his puppets, he could eliminate them easily. Proceeding forward like that, he arrived at the base an hour later. It had been entirely reduced to rubble, but a significant number of otherworldly demons were standing upon it, seemingly attempting to rebuild the base even though they knew what they were doing wouldn't amount to much. After all, they had spent nearly 2 months constructing the base. To restore it entirely within a short period of time was completely impossible. The Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King seemed to be around here. Among the crowd, there were two extraordinarily powerful otherworldly demons floating in the air. It was the two kings from before. At this moment, there was a deep frown on their foreheads, indicating their displeasure. Reporting to Your Highness, there isn't any signs of the master teachers in this direction. Reporting to Your Highness, there was nothing on my side either. It is as if they have vanished into thin air. There is nothing over here either. From time to time, there would be otherworldly demons stepping forward to report the current situation to them. As Zhang Xian had fled in his soul form, which was both intangible and invisible, he hadn't left any traces behind. It would take a miracle for these Saint Realm 1 Dan otherworldly demons to be able to track him down. Damn it, how could 40 people just vanish into thin air like that? Just what is happening? How did that bastard do it? Not only were the otherworldly demons perplexed by the situation before them, even the Green Leaf King and Golden Leaf King were baffled as well. Around 40 old, weakened master teachers, who seemed like they were on the verge of collapsing, actually succeeded in fleeing from right under the noses of 200 of them, and they actually weren't able to find anything at all. It was simply too inconceivable and eerie. At this point, the Golden Leaf King suddenly recalled the bizarre sensation he had felt while waiting outside the hall earlier, and he narrowed his eyes. Could it be the means of a soul oracle? Soul oracle? The Green Leaf King replied doubtfully, unsure of what the Golden Leaf King was getting at. When we were guarding outside the hall, didn't I tell you that I felt something pass by us? I feel that he might have gotten away then. Think about it. To be able to escape right in front of our eyes without being discovered, there can only be one possibility. That fellow has utilized the means of a soul oracle. The Golden Leaf King said. The Green Leaf King frowned. Soul oracle? Didn't the Master Teacher Pavilion eradicate that occupation because they pledged loyalty to us? Soul oracle was a rather unorthodox occupation in the Master Teacher continent. Back then, they had pledged loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe, and after the Master Teacher Pavilion found out about it, the Master Teacher Pavilion had launched a devastating assault to wipe them off the face of the world, terminating their heritage for good. But for a Master Teacher, who was most likely the principal of a Master Teacher Academy, to be skilled in the means of a soul oracle, that didn't sound too likely. The heritage of the soul oracles has indeed disappeared from the face of the world, so I am rather puzzled by the situation, too. But other than that, I can think of no other possibility, the Golden Leaf King answered with a frown. While the duo was speaking with one another, a tribesman suddenly flew before them hurriedly and reported, Your Highness, I think I found the trail of the Master Teachers. You found their trail? Hearing those words, the eyes of the duo immediately lit up as they turned their gazes to the tribesman hurriedly. I found traces that are distinctive of the footsteps of humans, but I dared not follow them too far. Thus, I rushed back here to report the matter to you. The tribesman explained. The Green Leaf King nodded. Well done. Considering that their tribesmen were only at Saint Realm 1 Dan, it was very likely that they would have been killed if they had attempted to follow the trail recklessly. Which direction is it in? Bring us over to take a look. The Green Leaf King swiftly commanded. It's in that direction, the tribesman replied. All right, we shall head over to take a look. Nodding, the Green Leaf King was just about to get that fellow to lead the way when the Golden Leaf King suddenly stopped him. Wait a moment. The Green Leaf King glanced at his companion in bewilderment. What's wrong? Have you forgotten about the bizarre means that fellow possesses? The Golden Leaf King asked. This, The face of the Greenleaf King immediately tensed as he recalled how that fellow was even able to disguise as an otherworldly demon king. If the tribesman before them was that fellow in disguise, it was very likely that the other party was trying to lead them into a trap. I will take a look. Frowning, the Greenleaf King swiftly extended his spiritual perception to the tribesman before him. Your Highness. The tribesman also didn't expect that the two kings would suddenly do this, and his face immediately paled with fright. The fists hidden within his sleeves tightened subconsciously. He is. After taking a closer look at the tribesman before him with his spiritual perception, the Greenleaf King was just about to speak when a loud explosion sounded. Boom! Mist swiftly pervaded the surroundings, shrouding a radius of several hundred meters around them. Tzzzzzzzz. Those who were trapped in the mist found themselves losing their ability to discern which direction they were facing altogether. It was as if their senses had been confounded all of a sudden, robbing them of the basic ability to perceive their surroundings properly. The Golden Leaf King's eyes narrowed as his body stiffened in astonishment. This is a Grade 7 beguilement formation. Against a beguilement formation of such a high grade, even he would be unable to escape from it in the short term. He swiftly shot a glance toward the Greenleaf King beside him, only to find the latter had disappeared without a trace. He tried to look around him, but he found that his mind was a complete mess. He had already lost track of where he was. Chapter 959. Secret Code, no doubt about it. That tribesman is definitely that Zhangxian fellow in disguise. At this point, everything was as clear as the day to the Golden Leaf King, and his face turned livid in rage. They had just been thinking about how they could capture that fellow, but who would have thought that he would appear before them, disguised as one of their own, to release this formation plate on them? Had they been prepared beforehand, they might still have been able to destroy the formation with brute force in the moment that it was activated. However, with them standing within the activated formation, it wasn't as easy to do so anymore. They had to find the center of the formation first. Humph. A Grade 7 formation might be formidable, but I happen to be skilled in formations. I don't believe that I won't be able to unravel this. The Golden Leaf King felt extremely furious, but he knew that it wasn't the time for him to lose his temper. Thus, he suppressed his anger and began to assess the formation calmly. Of the many kings, he was the one who was the most skilled in the field of formations. This was also the reason he had been chosen to cross the seal. If the other party had used a Grade 7 pinnacle formation to trap him, it would still have taken him a fair bit of effort. However, not only had the formation not reached Grade 7 pinnacle, it had also been activated from a formation plate instead of formation flags. It was impossible for a formation of such caliber to trap him. The Golden Leaf King flew in the direction that he perceived as upward, and a few breaths later, he realized that his surroundings were still completely hazy. After which, he stopped and attempted to fly front, back, left, and right as well. To be able to distort the surroundings and one's sense of direction to such an extent, this formation sure is formidable, the Golden Leaf King remarked with a grim expression. Based on his analysis, the formation wasn't as simple as it seemed. He was confident that he would definitely be able to break apart the formation with time, but it would be extremely difficult for him to succeed in the short run. Arg! The Golden Leaf King had just taken out a compass, hoping to analyze where the life gate of the formation lay, when he suddenly heard a scream of agony from the depths of the formation, following which, the sound of an object crashing to the ground echoed loudly. That fellow is assaulting our tribesmen? The Golden Leaf King narrowed his eyes menacingly. Beguilement formations usually didn't wield the power to kill others, so being trapped within one wasn't a big deal. Furthermore, the formation that had trapped them was activated from a formation plate, which was extremely taxing on the cultivator's zhenqi. It might have been able to trap them for a short period, but once the other party ran out of his zhenqi, the formation would automatically be released, and the tables would be turned around. They would be at their full might, unharmed, whereas the other party would have experienced a dip in his fighting prowess from being sapped of his zhenqi. He had just been thinking that he could stall for time within the formation, since it would be more disadvantageous for the other party the longer the battle continued. However, Who could have known that the fellow would have the strength to attack their tribesmen while the formation was still activated? That fellow was courting death. With a leap, he immediately rushed in the direction of the scream, and as expected, he found a tribesman who had been killed with a single punch. The storage ring that should have been on the tribesman's finger was missing, presumably taken away. Arg! The next moment, another scream of agony was heard. Yet another tribesman had been done in. They had dispatched all 200 of their tribesmen to comb through the area to search for the master teachers, and those who were currently in the base were those who had returned after finding nothing at all. There were around 50 of them in total. From the looks of it, it seemed like that fellow was intending to wipe out all of the personnel they had stationed at the base. The price they had to pay in order to send these tribesmen over was unimaginably large. The loss of every single one of them was a huge price to pay, and yet, the other party intended to wipe out their forces. He was dreaming. Flicking his wrist, the Golden Leaf King took out a jade token. It was a correspondence jade token, an artifact unique to the otherworldly demons. With it, he could easily sense the closest distressed tribesman to him and lend him his aid. Who? The jade token flew from his hand, headed in a certain direction, and the Golden Leaf King hurriedly followed it. But by the time he arrived, there was nothing more than a mere corpse lying on the ground. The tribesman had already been killed. After seeing that, he immediately activated his correspondence jade token once more, hoping to save the next one, but the other party was still a step faster than him. By the time he stumbled upon the 8th corpse of his tribesman, the Golden Leaf King was already completely frenzied. Whenever he used the correspondence jade token to seek the next distressed tribesman, he could sense from the jade token that the tribesman was still unharmed. Yet, no matter how fast he traveled, the distressed tribesman would be dead by the time he arrived. It felt like the other party was forever a step ahead of him no matter what he did, as if the other party knew of every movement that he was making. To be able to maneuver around the formation so easily and hunt down our tribesmen, that fellow's comprehension of formations is at least equivalent to the human standards of 7-star. The Golden Leaf King remarked with a darkened face, realizing how fearsome the opponent he was facing was. If that fellow was only able to activate the formation plate but knew not of the internal functioning of the formation, he would have only been able to trap them but not maneuver around freely to slay them. On top of that, it was clear that the other party was tracking his whereabouts through his formation. In terms of comprehension of formations, the other party could be said to be on par with him, or perhaps even superior to him. Damn it, you'd better pray that you never fall into my hands, or else I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The Golden Leaf King spat furiously through clenched jaws. At that moment, he suddenly felt an overwhelming killing intent gushing into the air, following which, the sounds of battle drifted over. It's the Greenleaf King. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up as he quickly rushed over. He had fought with that Zhang Xian fellow when he was disguised back then, and the latter wielded strength on par with him. Given the strength of the Greenleaf King, he should be able to stall that Zhang Xian fellow for a fair amount of time. As long as he could arrive on time and team up with the Greenleaf King to fight against that Zhang Xian fellow, their combined force would be more than sufficient to overpower the other party and kill him. Hoolah! In just a few moments, he arrived at the area where the fighting sounds originated from. The Greenleaf King was indeed clashing with another fellow. The opponent that the Greenleaf King was facing was indeed the otherworldly demon who had released the formation while reporting the news to them. The both of them were incredibly powerful, raising powerful shock waves as they crossed hands. Greenleaf King, I will help you. Roaring furiously, the Golden Leaf King charged into the battlefield to aid his companion. At the same moment, that Zhang Xian fellow seemed to have noticed his presence and swiftly turned around to flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the depths of the beguilement formation. Where do you think you are escaping to? The Golden Leaf King roared as he prepared to give chase, but at that moment, he heard the voice of the Greenleaf King. Don't. He is the one controlling the formation. We risk falling into his trap if we give chase recklessly. The Golden Leaf King paused for a moment before realizing the same too and nodded in agreement. You're right. Turning around, he saw the Greenleaf King clutching his chest. There was a massive palm print of roughly 2 inches deep imprinted on the other party's chest, nearly crushing his heart. The Golden Leaf King was astonished. "You, how did you suffer such heavy injuries?" Given that his strength was roughly equal to that fellow's, the Greenleaf King should have been able to at least stand his ground against the other party. Even if it had been an unexpected assault, it shouldn't have been possible for the Greenleaf King to have been so severely wounded. Had the palm print been just a little deeper, the Greenleaf King might already have died. Cough, cough. That fellow. He disguised himself as you. I let my guard down for a moment. As he spoke, the Greenleaf King spurted a mouthful of blood as his face paled feebly. He disguised himself as me? Hearing those words, the Golden Leaf King clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that the fellow had the ability to disguise himself as one of their own flawlessly. Back then, the other party had even been able to list the flaws of his cultivation technique accurately. If the other party had disguised himself as him, it was understandable that the Greenleaf King would unwittingly have let his guard down. That fellow has the ability to morph his appearance at will, and he can even imitate the aura of one's weapon and soul, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. You must be careful as well, the Greenleaf King advised. The Golden Leaf King nodded grimly. In the first place, the limited visibility and inability to discern directions in the beguilement formation was already a huge handicap for them. The other party's ability to disguise himself as them only served to worsen the situation, making it difficult for them to trust one another. In other words, any single person he encountered could very well be that fellow in disguise. In a direct battle or even a sneak attack, given that their fighting prowess was near equal, he would at least be able to protect himself. But if it was an attack from an enemy disguised as a friend while his guard was down, even he couldn't say for sure whether he would be able to survive it or not. After a brief moment's silence, the Greenleaf King sent a telepathic message over. I need to recuperate for a moment, but we can't allow that fellow to continuing killing our tribesmen like that. You should head out to stop him first, and I will meet up with you once I have recovered. To prevent him from disguising himself as me, why don't we set a password? We will say the passwords when we meet, and if they tally, it can serve to verify our identities. Otherwise, it can only mean that the other party is that fellow in disguise. That is a good idea. The Golden Leaf King's eyes lit up after hearing those words. To better save their tribesmen, it would be ineffective and inefficient for them to remain together. But if they were to separate, that fellow could make use of this opportunity to disguise himself as the other to assault them. They needed an effective method to verify they were who they claimed to be. You can decide on the password. You will say the first line, and I will return with the next. If I am unable to reply with the password, it can only mean that the fellow is disguising as me. If so, just sneak up on him and launch a fatal blow. The Greenleaf King replied telepathically with a grim expression. Very well. The Golden Leaf King nodded. How about this? I will say, slay all master teachers, and you will reply with, the demonic tribe shall dominate. If I fail to say the password upon meeting you, you should just head straight up and deal a lethal strike. All right. The Greenleaf King nodded. It's settled then. The Golden Leaf King heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, another scream of agony was heard, and he quickly said, I will head over to take a look. You must be careful. Don't worry. Having fallen for his ploy once, I won't be so foolish as to fall for it once more, the Greenleaf King replied confidently. The Golden Leaf King nodded before hurriedly leaving. Arriving at the origin of the scream, he found another dead tribesman, killed in the same brutal method as before. No, this won't do. At this rate, our forces will be annihilated. I have to undo the formation as soon as possible. Seeing how the formation was showing no signs of dissipating even after such a long period of time, it could only mean that the other party had plenty of Genchi reserved. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to outlast the other party. The Golden Leaf King couldn't help but frown in dilemma. Where are you escaping to? Just as the Golden Leaf King was beginning to devote himself to studying the beguilement formation, he suddenly heard a furious roar, and a figure abruptly rushed for him. Raising his gaze, he realized that it was none other than the Greenleaf King. At the same time, the Greenleaf King also noticed him and hurriedly asked, Brotherine, did you see anyone passing by here earlier? I didn't. The Golden Leaf King shook his head as he began to assess the Green Leaf King before him carefully. This Green Leaf King was completely unharmed. The palm print that had struck his chest was nowhere to be seen. His sharp eyes were gazing at him intently, as if trying to peer through him. Without any hesitation, the Golden Leaf King immediately sent a telepathic message over. Slay all master teachers. Indeed, we have to slay all master teachers. There is no doubt now. That fellow is definitely a master teacher. He tried to launch a sneak attack against me earlier, but it's fortunate that I reacted swiftly and dodged his attack. The Greenleaf King waved his hand and harumphed coldly. At all costs, we must kill that fellow. Upon hearing the Greenleaf King's response, a sharp glint concealing deep killing intent flashed across the Golden Leaf King's eyes as he slowly walked toward the Greenleaf King. The Greenleaf King nodded earnestly. Indeed, that fellow possesses fighting prowess on par with us. The only way we will be able to defeat him is to collaborate with one another. I happen to have something here that might be useful in dealing with that fellow. Here, take a look at it, the Golden Leaf King said as he flicked his wrist and passed a jade token over. What is it? The Green Leaf King glanced at the item in the other party's hand doubtfully. It is. Seeing that the other party was completely unguarded, a savage glint glowed in the Golden Leaf King's eyes as he roared, "Die!" The next moment, his fist crushed heavily into the body of the Green Leaf King. Hong Long. Due to the close proximity and swift strike, by the time the Green Leaf King reacted, the fist was already right in front of his chest. Brother Een, what are you doing? The Green Leaf King hollered with narrowed eyes as he hurriedly channeled all of the Jinqi in his body to protect his vitals. What am I doing? Do you think that this flawed disguise of yours will be able to fool me? Die. Boom. An incomparably powerful fist landed directly on the Green Leaf King. He felt a crushing pressure tearing through his chest before he was sent flying. Pooh. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Chapter 960. Annihilation Pong. The Green Leaf King crashed onto the ground, and his back tore a deep gorge of a dozen meters long on the ground, following which blood spurted from his mouth furiously. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he had been depleted of his blood and vitality. He and the Golden Leaf King were cultivators with strength equaling one another. The latter had struck him suddenly with his full might, and even though he had managed to remain alive through channeling his energy at the very last moment, all of his organs had ruptured, leaving him in a state of near death. At this rate, it was likely that he wouldn't last for too long. The Green Leaf King clenched his jaws tightly together and howled frenziedly. Why? He and the Golden Leaf King were both otherworldly demon kings. While the both of them didn't have much interaction with one another, they were still comrades undertaking the same important mission for the otherworldly demonic tribe. Yet, in face of an enemy, the latter had actually attacked him instead of the enemy. Why? He just couldn't understand it. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted, Why? Because he is the master teacher in disguise. Greenleaf King, kill him. Otherwise, we might both end up losing our lives here. Turning around, the Greenleaf King saw another Golden Leaf King standing right behind him, following which, the second Golden Leaf King charged forward to attack the first Golden Leaf King ferociously with a finger jab. Hong Long. A pure and concentrated killing intent crushed down on the first Golden Leaf King. On the other hand, the first Golden Leaf King's face was completely flushed. He opened his mouth several times, seemingly wanting to say something, but his voice just wouldn't come out. He is the master teacher in disguise? Indeed. That fellow disguised himself as me, so as to conveniently attack the both of us. Help me, I can't hold my ground against him alone. The second Golden Leaf King roared anxiously as he was pushed back under the retaliation of the first Golden Leaf King. Upon hearing the explanation and glancing at the two Golden Leaf Kings, how could the Green Leaf King still be ignorant to the situation? That Zhang Xin fellow who had saved all of the master teachers was using the same ploy against him once again. How could he have been so foolish as to fall for the same trick twice? So that's the case. Damn it. Roaring angrily, the Green Leaf King ignited the blood in his body, and in an instant, his withered vitality was abruptly restored. Regaining his strength, he charged at the first Golden Leaf King, who had severely wounded him earlier. The otherworldly demonic tribe's blood ignition art. Once activated, one would die without fail. But in the short period of time before then, one would obtain strength far beyond one's limits. Upon seeing the Green Leaf King using that move, the first Golden Leaf King immediately panicked. He quickly shook his head as fear and horror appeared in his eyes. However, his body had been completely suppressed by the other party's unbelievably pure killing intent, rendering him unable to speak for the moment. It's too late for regrets. I will have you know that master teachers aren't the only ones who are unafraid of death. For our ultimate goal, we, the otherworldly demons, are willing to give our all as well. With a determined glint in his eyes, the Green Leaf King's fist crashed down, like a comet from the heavens, upon the first Golden Leaf King with a frenzied roar. On the other hand, the first Golden Leaf King struggled with all his might, but his body was temporarily immobilized under the powerful suppression of the second Golden Leaf King. Eventually, he wasn't even able to put up any defense against the immensely powerful strike of the Green Leaf King. Pong! Struck squarely in his chest, the first Golden Leaf King was sent flying while furiously spurting blood. He crashed heavily onto the ground before blacking out altogether. It was impossible for him to hold his ground against the simultaneous assault of two equally powerful kings. Pooh! After activating the blood ignition art and utilizing his ultimate strike, the Green Leaf King's injuries aggravated further, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. His body collapsed powerlessly to the ground as he gasped, desperate for air, unable to speak a word. However, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He knew full well how mighty his strike was. There was no way the other party could have survived after taking it head-on. At least he had killed that human principle before his death. His sacrifice was not in vain. However, in that moment, in his peripheral vision, he caught sight of the first Golden Leaf King struggling desperately to his feet with deep indignation in his eyes, as if unwilling to meet his end just like that. The body of the first Golden Leaf King trembled weakly as he stared at the second Golden Leaf King with a look of disbelief on his face and said, "Why you? You are that human principle, aren't you?" At this point, he finally understood everything. From the moment he saw the second him appear, he had already realized that something had gone really wrong and that he had fallen for that wretch's trap. From the very start, the very first Green Leaf King he had met was this bastard in disguise, while the human he had been fighting against was his ally in disguise. Seeing the two of them clashing, he had automatically assumed that the Green Leaf King before him was the real one. The setting of the password was also a scheme of the other party to make him mistake the real Green Leaf King to be a fake. Naturally, there was no way the real Green Leaf King could have been aware of the password. Thus, when he tried to challenge the latter with the password, the latter had been unable to respond. After which, when he made his move against the Green Leaf King, that fellow had appeared once more, this time disguised as him, to collaborate with the Green Leaf King against him, truly killing two birds with one stone. With just mere words and a beguilement formation, he had turned the both of them against one another, becoming the victor of the battle easily. Not bad, you are quite sharp after all. The second Golden Leaf King chuckled as his appearance and physique warped into the form of a 20-year-old human. Zhang Xian. The two kings were Saint Realm 4 Dan experts. Even with 20 Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets and a grade 7 beguilement formation, it would still have been nigh impossible for him to achieve victory. After all, the beguilement formation only messed with one's sense of direction, but it couldn't isolate sound. If he were to attempt to focus his attack on one of the kings, the ruckus and disturbance in the spiritual energy would surely have drawn the other king in too. He would then have had to face two of them simultaneously, and the only possible conclusion in that situation was defeat. Thus, the best way was to make them turn against one another. The beguilement formation could confound one's senses, making it impossible for one to perceive one's surroundings clearly. Making use of this advantage, as well his and his clones' ability to disguise themselves, he was able to convince the Golden Leaf King that he was the real Green Leaf King and turn the Golden Leaf King against the real Green Leaf King. Then, When the Greenleaf King was injured by the Golden Leaf King, the Greenleaf King would naturally think that the latter was him in disguise, especially considering what had happened earlier that day. It was not that the two kings were fools, but Zhang Xian had crafted each situation convincingly, manipulating their current emotions and thoughts to nudge them to act. On top of that, his ability to wield the killing intent unique to otherworldly demons, an almost perfect disguise, made it even more difficult to guard against him. Even the smartest of people could have been easily tricked in the spur of a moment. You. The Greenleaf King's face paled in horror, as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. At this point, seeing the second Golden Leaf King morphing into the form of a human, how could he still not understand what was going on? The otherworldly demonic tribe had spent an astronomical price to send the both of them over, but before they could even push their forces beyond the subterranean gallery, they had turned against one another due to the despicable schemes of the young man before him. The immense frustration he felt at that moment sent another spurt of blood gushing out of his mouth. "Even if I die, I will bring you down with me." Roaring furiously with gritted teeth, the Greenleaf King struggled to his feet to launch a decisive blow against Zhang Xian, but in that instant, an otherworldly demon puppet abruptly kicked his head before he could gather his strength. Pong! Completely unprepared, his body tumbled forcefully backward on the ground. That puppet only wielded the strength of Saint Realm 3 Dan, and under ordinary circumstances, it would not have been a match for him. However, with the severe injuries that he had sustained and the backlash from activating the blood ignition art, he was already completely depleted on the inside, making him powerless to fend against the attack from the Saint Realm 3 Dan puppet. Lifting his gaze, he saw another dozen or so Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets encircling the Golden Leaf King tightly, pummeling the latter viciously, not giving him any chance to activate the blood ignition art at all. It would have been difficult for them to deal with so many puppets even at their peak, let alone in their current situation. It didn't take long for the otherworldly demon kings to be gasping weakly for air, as they slowly fell into death's embrace. "You despicable!" the Greenleaf King uttered weakly as he glared ferociously at the young man before his eyes. To think that he, an otherworldly demon king, an existence possessing unparalleled power in his territory, would actually have been toyed with by a 20-year-old brat like that. The overwhelming indignation that he felt left him so furious that he felt he might explode on the spot. Facing the Greenleaf King's rage, Zhang Xian simply gazed down on the other party coldly, his eyes devoid of any compassion or pity. Despicable? As one who has committed countless atrocities and feasted on the blood and flesh of humans, do you think that you are in a position to call me despicable? As a race who cultivated the zhenqi of slaughter and feasted indiscriminately on the blood and flesh of all other intelligent life forms to further themselves, it was just a matter of time before justice was brought upon them. This is simply survival of the fittest. It is the honor of lowly life forms like you humans to be ingested by us. The Greenleaf King replied coldly. Honor? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian chuckled coldly. I see. Since that's the case, why don't I offer you the same honor as well? Zhang Xian raised his hands and commanded, Beat him to death! Roar! The 20 other worldly demon puppets immediately nodded upon hearing the command and began launching another wave of vicious attacks against the two kings. Palipala. 3 minutes later, the two kings were lying powerlessly on the ground, devoid of any strength to retaliate anymore. Not only so, their dantians had been crushed as well, causing the immense strength that they had once harnessed to disappear without a trace. Gesturing for the puppets to stop, Zhang Xian stepped forward and asked, All right, it's time to come clean about how you managed to bypass the seal and get here, and what your motives are. If he wished to kill the two kings, there would have been no need for him to waste so much effort on them. The reason he had kept them alive was to interrogate them on this. You want us to betray our tribesmen? Dream on. The Greenleaf King spat coldly. Our otherworldly demonic tribe doesn't have despicable traitors who would sell out their kind for their own benefit. The Golden Leaf King roared as well, after which a fresh mouthful of blood abruptly spewed from the Golden Leaf King's mouth as his eyes burst apart, following which his head slumped weakly to the side, and his body fell completely motionless. What? Astonished, Zhang Xian quickly turned his gaze toward the Greenleaf King, only to witness the same happening to the latter as well. There was probably some kind of lethal poison placed in their teeth, which granted them instant death once activated. It is a countermeasure in case they were captured by the humans, Vicious explained. Zhang Xian harumphed in anger. If you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? He had just been a step away from possibly acquiring the intelligence he needed, and yet, the two fellows had actually committed suicide before his eyes. How could he possibly not be angry at this situation? I only recalled it just a moment ago, Vicious replied awkwardly. Forget it. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian waved his hands in exasperation. As frustrating as it was, what was done was done. Besides, it wasn't guaranteed that he would have been able to pry open the mouths of those two. After all, those who were dispatched here could only have been the most loyal of the otherworldly demons, and it would have been difficult to obtain any crucial information from them. With his soul depth reaching a level equivalent to a 7-star master teacher, Zhang Xian's impartation of heaven's will was effective even on spiritual perception realm experts. However, against a Saint Realm 4 Dan experts like the other party, not to mention ones with strong mental fortitude, it was impossible for his impartation of heaven's will to work. To be honest, even if the two kings were still alive at this point, the chances to obtain any important information from them was extremely slim. All right, kill all of the remaining otherworldly demons in the formation. Waving his hand, Zhang Xian issued an instruction, and the otherworldly demon puppets swiftly dispersed in all directions. Who? Zhang Xian walked up to the two kings and took off their storage rings. Immersing his consciousness within the rings, he took a peek at the contents inside. So many treasures? Upon seeing what was within, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 961. Lu Feng and the master teachers shocked the storage rings of the two kings could easily qualify as a treasure vault. Putting aside the many powerful weapons and potent pills, there were more than 10,000 high-tier spirit stones within. Most likely, these are the resources they were given for the mission, Zhang Xian guessed. Given that the otherworldly demonic tribe had paid a heavy price to allow two otherworldly demon kings to bypass the seal and enter the subterranean gallery, there was no doubt that they were on an important mission. Naturally, the otherworldly demonic tribe would have offered them the best resources so as to ensure that the mission would be successful. However, it seemed like it had only ended up benefiting him. Their superiors probably couldn't have imagined that the many subordinates they had dispatched to the subterranean gallery would have been wiped out by a mere nascent saint lad before they could achieve anything at all. What is this? Flicking his wrist, a round platform appeared before his eyes. It was inscribed with innumerable unique runes that bore some resemblance to those he had seen back in the Palace of Runes. Vicious took a glance at it and said, "This is an altar." Altar? Could this be the artifact the otherworldly demons used to transport their tribesmen over? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Given the seal their predecessors had left in the depths of the subterranean gallery, it should have been impossible for the otherworldly demons to appear in the subterranean gallery. Yet, not only did they appear, there were so many of them on top of that. Could it be the effects of this altar? Vicious took a look at the runes on the altar and said, "That is unlikely. This altar is used for offering tributes to summon certain special items. It has little to do with spatial transportation." Summoning certain special items? Zhang Xian frowned. He didn't have much of an understanding of the otherworldly demonic tribe. After studying the altar for some time, he was still unable to make sense out of it, so he could only return it to his storage ring. After which, he rummaged through the items in the storage rings once more, and a pile of books appeared before his eyes. Upon glancing at them, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Are these books on the study of souls? To his delight, the pile of books before his eyes were all related to the cultivation of souls. Beyond spiritual perception realm, the importance of one's soul became more and more important. As Saint Realm 4 Dan experts, it was normal for these two to have a handful of books on the topic in their possession. After collecting them into the library of Heaven's Path with a glance, Zhang Xian began to browse through the books. However, a frown soon emerged on his forehead. Something is wrong here. Didn't the soul oracles pledge loyalty to the otherworldly demonic tribe back then? It follows that the soul cultivation techniques that the otherworldly demonic tribe should be superior to those of mankind. But why are there so many mistakes in here? Those soul cultivation technique manuals were extremely flawed, each of them having over several thousand mistakes. It was truly a wonder those fellows had managed to cultivate their souls safely. He had thought that the soul cultivation techniques of the otherworldly demonic tribe would be far superior to those he could procure from the master teacher continent, allowing him to advance his soul cultivation further through them. However, that clearly wasn't the case. If he were to cultivate using their soul cultivation techniques, even if his cultivation didn't go berserk, it would also be extremely weak, possibly collapsing at any moment. Zhang Xian shook his head. Perhaps it is due to humans and the otherworldly demonic tribe being of two different species, so the soul cultivation techniques do not overlap. This was the only logical explanation he could come up with at the moment. During the time he spent studying the items within the storage ring, the puppets slew all 50 of the otherworldly demons trapped within the formation and returned with their storage rings in hand. Searching through them, Zhang Xian gathered quite a few artifacts, spirit stones, and a handful of books regarding souls as well. After dealing with that, he calmly retracted the beguilement formation and had the puppets clear up the corpses of the otherworldly demons. After which, he assumed his disguise as the Golden Leaf King and stood on the spot. There were more than 200 otherworldly demons, and he had only killed 50 of them thus far. There were still another 150 or so combing the area. Since Zhang Xian had begun making his move, he had to make sure to eliminate all of them to be safe. Standing on the spot, it didn't take long for the otherworldly demons to return one by one. Zhang Xian had the Saint Realm 3 Dan puppets lying in wait in the surroundings, and the arriving otherworldly demons would be instantly killed and removed from the spot by them. Knowing that these ordinary soldiers couldn't possibly know anything about the secrets concerning the seal, Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to interrogate them either. Within just 4 hours, the otherworldly demon scouting party was completely annihilated. I should take a look at the seal now. He had already found out where the seal was located from Lu Feng and the others earlier. After eradicating all of the otherworldly demons, he began making his way toward the seal. In a small valley within the subterranean gallery, a group of master teachers had removed their concealment formation with a sharp glint in their eyes. They were Lu Feng and the others. After the past few hours of recuperation, they had recovered most of their strength. There were some severe injuries that they couldn't resolve at the moment yet, but that couldn't be helped. Since we have recovered considerably from our injuries, we should head over to help. Indeed, Zhang Shi won't be able to deal with so many otherworldly demons alone. Even if he does possess some life preservation means, his true strength is still a little too weak. I fear that he might meet with danger. He risked so much in order to save us, so how can we simply watch idly as he braves through a dangerous situation alone? No matter what, we should head over to take a look first. The master teacher stood up with a resolute gaze in their eyes. Zhang Shi had willingly gotten himself in deep trouble in order to save them, not giving up on them despite the trouble they had caused him. How could they simply sit still, knowing that he was in a perilous situation? Seeing that everyone shared the same opinion, Lu Feng said, "Since that's the case, let's go look for him together." Even though he wasn't the eldest master teacher amid the group, he had the highest standing and strongest cultivation. On top of that, he was an old acquaintance of Zhang Shi, so naturally, he had the greatest say as well. All right. The crowd nodded as they took out their weapons and began making their way over to the otherworldly demonic tribe's base. The further they flew, the stranger they found the situation to be. Eventually, a master teacher couldn't help but ask, "Weird. Why is there no movement at all? Furthermore, did you all notice that the killing intent in the area seems to have thinned?" Each of them had been in the subterranean gallery for at least 2 months, so they had gained some understanding of its layout. The killing intent within the subterranean gallery was known to be particularly concentrated in this area, creating a constant, heavy pressure on them. However, that pressure seemed to have weakened considerably, to the point where they could hardly feel it anymore. And more importantly, if Zhang Shi had truly gone to eradicate the otherworldly demons in the area, how could there be no movement at all? Not a single otherworldly demon, who were supposed to be combing the area for them, was in sight. A slightly older master teacher of the group said, "There is something peculiar with the situation. Everyone, remain on guard." The others nodded in response as the group carried on. Not too long later, they arrived at the base constructed by the otherworldly demons. They had tried to scout it on numerous occasions, but each time, they would either be discovered or fall to its formation. Over the past 2 years, there were at least 10 of their comrades who had died due to it. But at this very moment, there was not a person to be seen. More importantly, the grand buildings, which had once stood tall, had been reduced to rubble. These buildings, everyone was dumbstruck. Scattering to comb the area for clues, a master teacher suddenly shouted, "Come over! Look! What is this?" Hearing his shout, the others hurriedly rushed over as well. On the ground before that master teacher was a puddle of blood that carried overwhelming killing intent, completely different from the blood of a human. Lu Feng walked over and sliced the ground beneath the puddle of blood lightly with his finger. Voila! A bunch of corpses that were hidden in the ground came into appearance. Stacked on top of one another, there were more than 200 on them. To the astonishment of the master teachers, even the strongest 2 kings were among them. This, they are all dead? Could it be that Zhang Shi actually killed all of them? How could that be possible? More than 200 Saint Realm 1 Dan and 2 Saint Realm 4 Dan otherworldly demons. Even if all of the elders of the Master Teacher Academy were brought here, there is no guarantee that we could win. For a person to do it all alone. Everyone was bewildered by the sight before their eyes. Having fought with the otherworldly demons on multiple occasions, they knew full well how powerful they were. Even with the entire force of Hongyuan Empire combined, it would be difficult to achieve a victory against them. Yet, for Zhang Shi to have annihilated them single-handedly, and within such a short period of time at that, how did he do it? I can now confirm that he is indubitably Zhang Xian. Only he is capable of pulling off such inconceivable feats that others dare not even imagine, Lu Feng said with a bitter smile. If he had still harbored some doubts before, the sight before his eyes had vanquished all of them. He couldn't imagine anyone else in the world who could pull off such an unbelievable deed other than that unfathomable young man. With just a perfect harmonization to ethereal treading realm cultivation back then, he had been able to raise a huge ruckus in the Master Teacher Academy, unimpeded by anyone. Considering that he had already reached half-saint pinnacle at this point in time, it went without saying that those otherworldly demons couldn't have been a match for him. Slaying so many otherworldly demons and foiling their ploy. The contribution he has earned from this deed is tremendous. We have to report this matter to the headquarters swiftly, so that Zhang Shi's deeds will not be buried, a master teacher said. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Protecting mankind from the otherworldly demonic tribe wasn't an individual's responsibility, but the collective responsibility of the entire human race. A person who had killed so many otherworldly demons and foiled their plot would surely be generously rewarded by the headquarters. There was no one who could refute that. It was based on such impartiality that the Master Teacher Pavilion had been able to operate for several 10,000 years without its reputation being sullied. Lu Feng nodded. All right, I will report the matter then. While the Master Teachers were intending to report Zhang Xian's contribution to the headquarters, the person in question finally halted his footsteps. He had arrived at the very end of the subterranean gallery, where the barrier that severed the connection between the otherworldly battlefield and the Master Teacher continent was located. From a distance away, one could see that it was a vast light barrier that stretched for several hundred kilometers, sealing the entire path, blurring whatever was on the opposite end. But walking up to the barrier, Zhang Xian could still feel concentrated killing intent spilling forth from the other side from time to time, seemingly trying to rip apart everything. The cold aura within the subterranean gallery had probably come to be after innumerable years of such killing intent spilling over. This is the seal? Examining the light barrier before him, Zhang Xian couldn't help but narrow his eyes in astonishment. It was even more formidable and sturdier than he had thought. For one of his strength, his attacks wouldn't even leave a mark on it. Such a powerful seal. How did the otherworldly demons and the Greenleaf King bypass it? Zhang Xian couldn't help but be perplexed. He could still have understood it if the seal was worn out or damaged, but the seal before him felt powerful and wholesome. In other words, it wasn't damaged at all. How did the otherworldly demons manage to bypass it under such circumstances? Baffled, Zhang Xian willed in his mind, flaws. Chapter 962. Second group from the Combat Master Hall arrives. Who? A book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. The seal had been whirring in action all along to fend off the killing intent from the otherworldly battlefield, so the Library of Heaven's Path was able to peer into its flaws easily. Flipping open the book, the knowledge contained within swiftly flowed into Zhang Xian's mind. The seal had been created by an expert known as Qiu Wu. Possessing an extremely deep understanding of space, Qiu Wu had designed the seal to sever the space between the two worlds, making it impossible for anyone to breach. Even a 9-star master teacher would find it extremely difficult to destroy the seal. This was also the reason it had been able to fend off the otherworldly demons for so many years. But nothing could last forever. Even a seal as formidable as that would be worn out over tens of thousands of years. On top of that, the otherworldly demons had been striking it relentlessly over the years, whittling it down bit by bit. As a result, there were several weakened areas on the seal. Even so, not just anyone would be able to cross these areas easily. To order to pass, one would have to pay an extremely heavy price. With the knowledge Zhang Xian possessed, however, he was unable to tell what that price was. There is only one way to stop the otherworldly demons from coming over and resolve the threat once and for all. Repairing the weakened areas and make them whole again. After studying the content of the book, Zhang Xian lowered his head in deep thought. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, he knew that even if he had killed the otherworldly demons who had bypassed the barrier for the time being, the otherworldly demonic tribe would still be able to send more of their kind in by paying the price. There would be no end to this. The only way to resolve the problem for good was to repair the weakened areas. If it had been anyone else, they would have been helpless, even if they knew the root of the problem. However, Zhang Xian was different. The flaws of the seal were reflected clearly in the Library of Heaven's Path. As long as he worked backward from the flaws, he could easily deduce the method to repairing the seal. However, the amount of zhenqi required for this operation would be immense. Even as a nascent Saint Pinnacle expert who had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher, the rich zhenqi he harnessed within his body was insufficient to repair the seal within a short period of time. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before making his decision. Forget it. Since Mu Shi and the others have made this request of me, I should resolve it once and for all before heading up. This is for the welfare of mankind, too. After staying at Hongyuan Empire for 4 months, he had already come to bear deep feelings for it. On top of that, this was the home of the countless members of his Xinxian faction. If he were to leave and the otherworldly demons were to breach the seal once again, it would be hard to say if they would be lucky to have this situation resolved so simply as it had been this time around. Since he was already there, he ought to make sure that he weeded out the problem at its root. Time to begin. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian quickly leaped into action. He walked up to the seal and lightly placed his palm on an area where a flaw of the seal was located. Who? In the next moment, with an abrupt jolt, his body entered the seal. Looking at his surroundings, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. This seal was an extremely skillful manipulation of space. This was also the reason it was able to sever the connection between the Master-Teacher continent and the otherworldly battlefield. Intending to only repair the flaws, Zhang Xian hadn't thought that he would get to peer into the internal structure of the entire seal from within. The structure of the seal was built in a manner that was aligned with the laws of space, reinforcing and stabilizing it further. It bears a striking resemblance to the Saint Ascension decipher. Studying the internal structure with his eye of insight for a moment, Zhang Xian couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. To his astonishment, the layout of the seal, when studied carefully, bore an uncanny resemblance to the Saint Ascension decipher, which he was cultivating at the moment, to the point where it could be said to be nearly identical. However, the structure in the seal was a little more complex, and this enhanced complexity allowed the deciphers to be tied together in an even more compact manner. A thought emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. If I cultivate the Saint Ascension decipher according to this format, will it become stronger? There was no apparent flaw in his Saint Ascension decipher, but it wasn't as grand and profound as the structure he was seeing before his eyes. If he were to alter his Saint Ascension decipher according to this, would it become even stronger? I should give it a try. Zhang Xian began to make some calculations to determine the feasibility of the matter, and after confirming that there was no problem with it, he began to multitask. He used his Zhanqi to further reinforce the weakened portions of the seal, while at the same time, sitting quietly on the floor to cultivate. Under the discerning glint of the eye of insight, the intricacies of the seal's internal structure appeared clearly before Zhang Xian's eyes. Slowly, he turned his attention to his dantian and began rearranging the deciphers that he had constructed before. He didn't make any progress in his cultivation, but his origin core did become significantly more stable and stronger. While Zhang Xian was cultivating in the subterranean gallery without any regard for time, the crowd that was guarding outside the Mausoleum of Principles was becoming more and more anxious by the moment. It has already been 3 days. Why isn't Principal Zhang out yet? School head Mo asked as he paced around the area anxiously. Could it be that something has happened inside? Zhao Bingshu asked. School head Mo hesitated for a moment before saying, the Mausoleum of Principles is the ground where the preceding principles of our academy rest. Considering that Principal Zhang has gained the recognition of all our preceding principles, there shouldn't be a problem. But despite the words he spoke, he still couldn't help but feel worried and unnerved within. He had checked through the records, and it was said that the preceding principles would usually only spend a day in the Mausoleum of Principles. For their principal to spend 3 days inside, could something have gone wrong? Cough, cough. I am not worried that something will happen to our principal, but that he might cause something in the Mausoleum of Principles that might cause the many predecessors to be unable to rest in peace. Zhao Bingshu replied with the corners of his mouth twitching. School head Mo fell into a daze. Their current principal was a formidable young man, and he would have been perfect if not for his tendency to be reckless at times. If their principal were to cause a devastating ruckus in the Mausoleum of Principles, how would they answer the many predecessors before them? School head Mo rubbed his glabella as he said with uncertainty, we can't interfere in what Principal Zhang does. In any case, he is the man who has received the approval of the wills of the preceding principles, so he shouldn't mess around there. There was nothing they could do about the situation at the moment, especially since they couldn't enter the Mausoleum of Principles in the first place. Even if they knew that something bad could very well happen, the most they could do at the moment was pray for the best. At this moment, Zhao Bingshu suddenly recalled something and asked, oh right, the men from the Combat Master Hall should have arrived by now, right? Combat Masters did say that the Combat Masters that will be assessing Zhengyang and the others would be arriving in 3 days' time back then, and it should be about time now. Let's head over to take a look. Thus, the two school heads took one final hesitant glance at the Mausoleum of Principles before heading off to the Elder Hall. It was one thing if their principal wasn't around to welcome the arrival of the representatives of the Combat Master Hall, but if even they weren't around either, it would be a huge breach of etiquette on the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy's part. Outside the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, an aerial Saint Beast descended from the sky, and around a dozen cultivators began walking into the academy. They were dressed not in the robes of a master teacher or a combat master but ordinary clothes. Liao Shi, I heard that Zhuo Shi and the others came over to conduct the selection, but they ended up being utterly defeated by Hong Yuan's candidates. May I know if that is true? A Chrysalis Realm combat master walking in the middle of the group asked. That is indeed the news that we have received. It seems like Hong Yuan's candidates this year are exceptionally powerful. There is even one candidate who Combat Master Zhua was unable to stand against when his cultivation was equal to the others. This is why he requested that we rush here to assess the candidate. The middle-aged man at the forefront of the group replied with a nod. That middle-aged man looked like he was in his mid-40s, and he exuded a vague but unfathomable aura, reminiscent of a majestic dragon lying dormant in wait. Just like Combat Master Zhua, he was a Saint Realm 2 Dan expert as well. But while the two possessed equal cultivation, the middle-aged man commanded an aura that felt far more powerful and fearsome than Combat Master Zhua. Thousand-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, Liao Song. The Chrysalis Realm Combat Master harumphed in disbelief. I have checked the history of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, and it has always been at the very bottom of the four great Master Teacher Academies. There were hardly any talents among them that met the requirement of the Combat Master Hall, so how could their candidates suddenly grow so strong as to defeat our Combat Masters? Something feels amiss about the situation. Another young man nodded in agreement. I also think that there is something weird about the situation. Of the Combat Masters behind Liao Song, 3 of them were at the Ethereal Treading Realm, 3 of them were at the Chrysalis Realm, 3 of them were at Half Saint, and 3 of them were at Nascent Saint. Altogether, there were 12 of them. Each of these men were extremely strong. Their presence in itself carried a sharp edge that few would dare approach. It felt like each of them would be equal to Combat Master Zhua were they to fight at the same cultivation realm. These young men were all 100-men commanders of the Combat Master Hall. The Combat Master Hall ranked its members not by their cultivation, but by their ability to display strength beyond their current cultivation. Zhua Qingfeng might have reached spiritual perception realm, but he was still only a 100-men commander, possessing equal standing to these young men and a rank lower than Liao Song. I also find that hard to believe. Our combat masters are all top-notch geniuses sieved out from countless cultivators, and yet, all 100 candidates chosen by an academy actually managed to clear the harsh selection. This is something unprecedented in the history of the Combat Master Hall. The reason I came here today is to verify this matter as well, Liao Song said with a deep frown on his forehead. Honestly speaking, he also found it hard to believe the news that Combat Master Zhua had sent to him. The Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy was a weak institution that only had a candidate or 2 clearing each Master Teacher selection. Yet, for 100 people over the 5 grades to all clear the selection in this year, this notion in itself was inconceivable. The others nodded in agreement. While they were speaking, the group entered the academy. Raising their gazes, they saw innumerable students walking about with a spirited look in their eyes. Ruohuan, I am still a little unsure about the maneuver that Principal Zhang lectured us on. Can you explain it to me? On the training grounds alongside the pavement, a few students were gathered together in a group, seemingly conversing about their insights and learning from one another. It's simple. Watch closely. The young man named Ruohuan chuckled softly before raising his palm and abruptly striking forward. Voila! A series of sonic booms resounded deafeningly in the air as a gush of hot air currents blasted into the surroundings. Under the immense pressure of the air currents, the bluestone pavement beneath the feet of the student began to crack. What a powerful palm strike! The combat masters couldn't help but stop and narrow their eyes in astonishment. The palm strike seemed simple, but it took incredible skill in order to bring forth its strength to such an extent. They would have struggled to execute a palm strike of this caliber back when they were at the young man's cultivation realm. Could this be the fellow who intends to participate in the selection? One of the young men amid the combat masters asked. Even though the fellow on the stage was only at the Cosmos Bridge realm, the prowess he had exerted in that previous blow was definitely on par with 100-men commander. Most likely, he was the genius whom Combat Master Zhua had spoken about. That seems very likely. Liao Shi, I hope to challenge him to a duel, one of the combat masters said. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Song nodded and instructed, all right. However, make sure to go easy on him. If the other party is not the person in question and you end up severely injuring him, it will cause a great deal of trouble if Hongyuan report this matter to the headquarters. Every single combat master was a top-notch combat genius, and naturally, ordinary master teachers were no match for them at all. If they were to go too far and injure the other party, the headquarters could punish them for abusing their strength. Don't worry, I will be careful. The young man smiled before leaped onto the training ground not too far away. This friend over here, my name is Zhouyi. I saw your palm strike earlier, and I am impressed by its might. If it isn't too much, I would like to have a spar with you. Of course, I will suppress my cultivation to Cosmos Bridge realm for the spar, the young man, Yizhou, said with a smile. Chapter 963. We are from the Xinxian faction. Sparring was not uncommon in the master-teacher academies. Frequently, there would be master-teachers who, after receiving some inspiration or learning a new battle technique, would challenge a master-teacher stronger than them so as to test out their skills and see where they stood. Facing the challenge from Zhou Yi, the young man named Ruohuan was taken aback for a moment before replying with a slight smile, "I am more than willing to." Nodding, Zhou Yi took a deep breath as he began suppressing his Shenqi. It didn't take long for his cultivation to reach Cosmos Bridge Realm, the same as the opponent before him. Zhou Yi smiled. "It seems like that you are skilled in palm strikes, so I won't use a weapon either. All right, let's begin." After which, he flicked his wrist and charged forward with astounding speed. Despite having suppressed his cultivation to Cosmos Bridge Realm, Zhou Ye's movements were incredibly nimble, as if a specter flitting across the battlefield. It was difficult for his enemy to determine exactly where he would strike. Not bad. Ruohuan's eyes lit up in excitement. He raised his palm and adeptly struck the area right in front of him. Principal Zhang had once said, if a cultivator panicked before a complex or foreign maneuver, he would be falling into his opponent's trap. He would swiftly be pulled into his opponent's momentum, and it would be extremely hard to turn the tables against his opponent by then. As such, against moves consisting of many feints, one had to study it closely to peer right into its essence. No matter how complicated the opponent's moves were, there was a limited number of directions in which the opponent could strike from. The best way for one to deal with such a situation was to wait and adapt accordingly. Not bad. Seeing that the other party didn't make a reckless move out of panic, Zhou Ye's eyes lit up in admiration. Just as the other party had thought, the motive of his move was to lure the other party into action. As soon as the other party moved, he would immediately find the flaw in the other party's movement and strike at it. Facing Ruohuan's palm strike, Zhou Yi maneuvered nimbly to the other party's side and thrust his palm forward. He thought that as long as he exerted sufficient strength in this strike, he would be able to force the other party to admit defeat. However, before his palm could land, he suddenly felt a stifling sensation on his chest. Narrowing his eyes in alarm, it was only in this instant that he realized the other party had already seen through his maneuver and placed a palm right in his path. In other words, the other party's initial strike had just been a feint to lure him in. As soon as he appeared to make his strike, the other party swiftly launched an assault with the other palm. Pung! At this point, it was already too late to dodge. An immense pressure struck his chest and sent him flying from the training ground before crashing onto the street. He subdued Zhou Yi in a single strike? Could that man really be the person we are going to assess? That is likely to be the case. Otherwise, how could he wield such great power? The group from the Combat Master Hall leaped in shock at that sight. Liao Song's eyebrows also shot up in astonishment. He could easily tell from the previous battle that the fellow named Ruohuan was weaker than Zhou Yi in terms of Zhenqi strength and reaction speed, but Ruohuan had still managed to easily achieve a victory against Zhou Yi. This showed that he possessed exceptional talent in the field of combat. Most likely, Ruohuan was the genius that Zhuo Qingfeng had spoken of. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? At this point, Liao Song pondered for a moment before raising his hand and gesturing. Hu Chun, go up and test him. To confirm the matter, he would have to continue assessing the other party. All right. Hu Chun nodded before leaping onto the training ground. I am awed by your profound moves, so I would like to spar with you as well. After saying those words, Hu Chun began suppressing his cultivation. Fine by me. Nodding, Ruohuan was just about to begin the fight when the young man beside him suddenly stepped forward and said, Ruohuan, it is rare for us to have such easy opponents to practice with. Will you let me fight him instead? After all, I am the weakest of our group, and even after so long, I am still unable to fully comprehend the essence of Principal Zhang's lecture. This is a good opportunity for me to try my hand. Hearing his close friend saying such words, Ruohuan smiled bitterly before nodding in agreement. All right then. Due to his lacking aptitude for combat, this close friend of his had been lagging behind the others. Due to the power gap between him and the other students, it was hard for him to learn anything in a battle against the others. Perhaps, if he could try his hand against this weakling who had come out of nowhere, he might receive an epiphany that could enhance his comprehension of combat. Naturally, Ruohuan Huan was the person who had come to the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, along with Zhang Xian from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Ruohuan Gongzi. After training diligently recently, he had managed to advance his cultivation to Cosmos Bridge Realm. Having journeyed with Zhang Xian from back when they were still in Myriad Kingdom Alliance, he had received Zhang Xian's guidance on multiple occasions, and this had helped to gain a deep comprehension of combat. On top of that, as one of the founders of the Xinxian faction, he felt the dire need to work harder than anyone, or else he could very well be overtaken by others swiftly. Due to the great effort he had put in, he had managed to make tremendous progress in his eye of discernment and fighting prowess within this period of time. In his view, these opponents who had popped out of nowhere weren't exactly weak, and their maneuvers were innovative and profound as well, but compared to the insights that Principal Zhang had imparted to them, there was nothing to fear from them. What Principal Zhang had imparted to them was the foundation of combat, and no matter how grand or majestic a battle technique was, they were built on this very foundation. Ultimately, battle techniques were means to attack another, and as long as there was movement, there would surely be flaws that one could exploit. Ruohuan Huan felt that his close friend had everything he needed to achieve a victory. All he needed was to internalize Principal Zhang's teachings during combat. Easy opponents? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Hu Chun nearly exploded out of sheer rage. Pal, open your eyes and take a close look. I am a Chrysalis Realm combat master. I am suppressing my cultivation to battle with you. Yet, you said that I am an easy opponent. He wasn't the only who felt that way. The other combat masters also nearly spurted blood after hearing those words. They had always been existences whose fighting prowess far exceeded their opponents. This was their very first time being looked down on by another like that. A combat master who couldn't hold back his rage anymore sent a telepathic message over. Hu Chun, don't go easy on him. I understand. Hu Chun replied as a savage glint flashed across his eyes. He had been thinking that he would hold back a little if the other party couldn't cope so as to spare his dignity. But since the other party was acting so arrogantly, he didn't mind teaching him a harsh lesson. Let's begin, Hu Chun said as he beckoned his opponent. The young man on the opposite side nodded before stepping forward. Principal Zhang has lectured us on the various combat techniques in dealing with certain situations, but I am a little slow on the uptake, so, if I accidentally injure you later on, I hope that you can forgive me. Cut with the nonsense, come. Unable to take the nonsense his opponent was spouting, Hu Chun pushed his feet against the ground and charged forward as he got into the stance to launch a palm strike. His movements were large and forceful, giving an impression that he could overwhelm anything in the world. Seeing Hu Chun's move, the young man didn't flinch in fear. On the contrary, his eyes lit up as he yelled, "Good move!" After saying those words, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he charged forward and faced Hu Chun directly with a fist. Boom! The fist and the palm collided, and Hu Chun suddenly felt a numbing sensation engulfing his arm before a massive force came crashing down on him with incredible momentum. Unable to withstand the massive force, his face reddened, and he was knocked flying. Pong! Just like the previous Zhou Yi, he tumbled across the training ground before his head was planted into the earth. If Hu Chun hadn't used his full might, the backlash could have been considerably weaker, and he would have suffered less severe injuries. However, with both sides going at full force against one another, Hu Chun's arm ended up being severely injured under the immense pressure from both ends. In his current state, it would be impossible for him to use his arm for the next 5 days at the very least. This, in a direct clash of strength, Hu Chun wasn't a match for him. The combat masters were stunned. Liao Song's mouth began twitching as well. He had seen with his own eyes how Ruohuan's Zhenqi strength was far beneath that of his subordinate. Yet, the person who had sought him for guidance had actually sent Hu Chun flying with a single fist. This was way too incredulous. Just as the crowd was perplexed by the bewildering sight that had occurred on the stage, Ruohuan suddenly shook his head in disappointment and began lecturing the young man before him. Didn't Principal Zhang emphasize that a battle isn't all about brute force? Technique. You need technique. How can you be so dim-witted? Ruohuan Gongzi was indeed very angry. That fellow had grasped the physical body cultivation technique and Jinchi condensing method imparted by Principal Zhang, but he had failed to comprehend the more important combat techniques. Precisely due to this, he lost every single battle against others. It wasn't easy for them to find a person with a weak understanding of combat techniques for him to practice on, but that fellow had still resorted to mere brute strength in the end. How could he be so dumb? The young man scratched his head awkwardly. I saw him rushing straight at me, so I couldn't hold myself back, and this just happened. After which, he turned his gaze to the combat masters and asked, "Do any of you want to battle with me? I promise that I won't crush you with brute force this time around." You. Hearing the young man's words, the combat masters felt so enraged that they could lose their minds. This was the first time that someone had dared say that he wouldn't crush them with brute force. Arrogant. He was being way too arrogant. Allow me. Unable to tolerate this humiliation, another combat master stood forth. It was the last Chrysalis Realm cultivator of the group. The combat master swiftly suppressed his cultivation before beckoning with his hand. Come. All right. The young man nodded, but just as he was about to make his move, another student by the side suddenly uttered in displeasure, "Zhao Qing, are you planning to hog them all for yourself? This is a rare opportunity to practice, so how can you be so selfish as to keep them all for yourself?" The young man scratched his head in embarrassment. Enough. These friends over here aren't too weak, and opportunities to spar with others don't come easily. Zhao Qing, you should step down and let Songying have a go, Ruo Huan said. The young man, Zhao Qing, glanced at the combat master in front of him with a look of disappointment before reluctantly nodding. All right, you. At this point, the combat masters were already nearly on the verge of tears. What do you mean by not too weak? We are strong, all right? Just that. Looking at their two fallen companions, they couldn't help but feel incredibly stifled within. For them to have been defeated so easily, could they really still be considered strong? In the view of such powerful opponents, perhaps they were indeed only worthy of being not too weak. Clenching his jaws tightly in anger, the combat master said, "Cut the crap. Come." Walking onto the training ground, Songying took a look at his opponent before shaking his head in disappointment. A perturbed mind. How can you fight in such a state? You. The combat master was provoked by Songying's words, but he also knew that he had indeed allowed rage to cloud his mind, and he wouldn't be able to display the full extent of his fighting prowess in this state. Thus, taking a deep breath, he suppressed the emotions deep in his heart before looking at his opponent once more. Let's begin. On the other hand, seeing his opponent suppressing his emotions so quickly, Songying was awed for a moment before nodding. All right. After which, he stepped off forcefully from the ground and charged forward. Pung 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 pung. The duo began their clash. On the third blow, Songying managed to exploit a flaw in the combat master's movements and sent a forceful kick in. With a reddened face, the combat master was sent flying before crashing onto the ground. Seeing how 3 of their members were no match for the Hongyuan Academy's students, the combat masters couldn't help but glance at one another, flabbergasted. They had thought that Zhuo Qingfeng had exaggerated the strength of Hongyuan's candidates, making them out to be more fearsome than they were. However, after seeing them with their own eyes, they had no choice but to admit that Hongyuan's students were indeed formidable. One of the combat masters couldn't resist asking, "Could you be the ones who will be participating in the combat master selection later on? Zheng Yang, Lu Yang, and the others?" Zheng Yang? Lu Yang? Hearing those words, Ruohuan Gongzi shook his head and said, "They are Principal Zhang's direct disciples, and they are at least 100-fold stronger than the rest of us. How can we possibly be them?" You aren't? Then, could you all be among the 100 candidates who have cleared the combat master selection this year? Liao Song asked. Amongst the 100 candidates? Ruohuan Gongzi shook his once more after hearing those words. We are too weak, so we were unqualified to participate in the combat master selection. Unqualified to participate in the combat master selection? Liao Song's body staggered as a stifling sensation struck his chest. Then, you are. We are from the Xian faction. Ruohuan Gongzi replied earnestly, looking straight at the combat masters. Our strength is nothing much. There are at least 30,000 other members within the faction who possess fighting prowess on par with us. Chapter 964. Progeny of Combat, Nothing Much? There are at least 30,000 other members who possess fighting prowess on par with you? The combat masters stared at one another, and they could each see the mental breakdown the others were suffering through their eyes. They had arrived proudly as invigilators, thinking that they were the pinnacle of fighting prowess in their respective cultivation realms. Yet, before they could even meet the talent they were supposed to assess, they were defeated by just a few students playing by the roadside. Must reality come crushing down on them so heavily like a sledgehammer? More importantly, it was one thing if there were only one or two of such experts throughout the entire academy. However, according to the other party, this Xin faction or something had 30,000 people possessing such strength. In that moment, Liao Song could only feel his entire mind blanking out, unable to comprehend the meaning of those words. Despite being 1,000-man commander of the Combat Master Hall, he felt like Granny Lu paying a visit to the Grandview Gardens one. He couldn't help but doubt everything that he thought he knew, and even life itself. What? You don't believe me? Seeing the shocked expression on everyone's faces, Ruo Huan suddenly chuckled softly, and he gestured behind him. It happens that the members of our Xin faction have gathered over there. Why don't I take you over to have a look? Gathered? Unfollow me. Nodding, Ruohuan Gongzi beckoned the group to follow him. Liao Song and the others exchanged glances with one another before hurriedly following behind him. Not too long later, they saw a huge group of people gathered in a massive square in front of them. They were gathered in groups, seemingly discussing something. From time to time, a couple of people would spar with one another. Is that the fundamental fist art, Flood of the Grand River? Isn't it an extremely weak battle technique, severely lacking in strength? How did they manage to draw so much power from it? That is the Fallen Gale sword art, a spirit intermediate tier battle technique. I once attempted to cultivate that technique, but due to the excessive complexity of the move and the limited prowess one can exert through it, I eventually gave up on it. Why does it seem to possess prowess comparable to a spirit high-tier battle technique in his hands? That fist art and movement art over there might be simple, but they are aligned with the very essence of combat itself, making it extremely hard to guard against it. Even I would find it hard to withstand it if an opponent were to use such a powerful move against me in a battle. What is that move? Wait, aren't those just a few basic maneuvers being chained together? Is it really possible to draw strength comparable to a spirit high-tier battle technique just like that? Upon seeing the offense and defense of the various sparring students, the cheeks of the combat masters began twitching uncontrollably. They hadn't fought any of the students here yet, but through their eyes of discernment, they could tell that they would wield fighting prowess on par with that Ruohuan person in a real battle. In other words, if their group were to be thrown amid the 30,000 students gathered here, not only would they not stand out, they would even be among the very bottom of the group. Just what in the world was going on? They were combat masters, top-notch combat experts sieved out from countless other master teachers and cultivators. Unable to hold himself back anymore, Liao Song turned to Ruohuan Gongzi and asked, "How did you gain such incredible fighting prowess?" At the start, we were also just ordinary students. It was only after going through an entire afternoon of lectures from Principal Zhang that we gained such strength. Upon speaking of Principal Zhang, Ruohuan Gongzi's eyes began gleaming with excitement and respect. He could still remember the exhilaration he had felt when he listened to Principal Zhang's teachings. During those lectures, he knew that if he could internalize everything that Principal Zhang was imparting to them, his fighting prowess would advance by leaps and bounds. It was as if the cultivators in the world could be divided into two categories, those who had listened to Principal Zhang's lecture and those who hadn't, and a huge, unbreachable rift stood between the two groups. This was precisely the reason countless students had knocked on the doors of the Xin faction over the past few days, hoping to join the faction. However, so as to not undermine the academy through the faction had chosen to limit its numbers, and that had left countless extremely regretful that they hadn't joined back when they had been given the chance to do so. An entire afternoon of lectures? Liao Song was stunned. A mere afternoon of lectures was sufficient to make your fighting prowess rise to such an unbelievable extent? Are you joking with me? If one's fighting prowess could be raised so easily, doesn't that mean that the unimaginable suffering that we, combat masters, have been put through day after day has been in vain? Indeed. Ruahuan Gongzi sighed in lamentation. However, it is a pity that Principal Zhang is an extremely busy man. Otherwise, if he were to just hold a few more lectures, our fighting prowess would surely be much stronger than it is now. Much stronger? Liao Song's mouth began twitching once more. This group of students was already so powerful that even they, combat masters, were no match for them. If they were to get even stronger, that would be unthinkable. If so, wouldn't the existence of combat masters become redundant? While Liao Song was still feeling incredibly stifled within, Ruahuan Gongzi suddenly asked, "Right, who are you? Why did you come to the academy?" We came to find combat master Zhuo." Liao Song had intended to say that they were combat masters, but in the end, he swallowed those words. "So, you are combat master Zhuo's friends. Give me a moment, I will have someone show you to him." Coming to a realization, Ruahuan Gongzi beckoned for a faction member over and instructed him to lead Liao Song and the others to Zhuo Qingfeng's accommodation. "Thank you," Liao Song said before hurriedly leaving with his group, fearing that the morale would take another fatal blow if they were to remain there for a moment longer. Shortly after Liao Song and the others left, a student walked up and asked doubtfully, "Ruahuan, who are these people? I am not too sure either. I thought that they were combat masters initially, but after fighting with them, I am certain that isn't the case. After all, how could combat masters, who devote their time and effort to furthering their combat ability, be so lacking in terms of combat sense? Forget it. As long as they aren't combat masters, we can try to recruit them into the Xinxian faction. I can tell that they are rather talented. If we train them for a few days, they could very well become a powerful addition to our group." Ruahuan Gongzi replied, "Our Xinxian faction is currently only taking in talents. If they wish to join, we should put them through the examination first before deciding whether to accept them or not. If they can't even clear the examination, they are clearly unqualified to become esteemed members of our faction," the other student sneered. "That goes without saying. Our Xinxian faction chooses its members very carefully. Their fighting prowess is still decent, but they seem to be a little lacking to clear our examination," Ruahuan Gongzi said proudly. As the group of combat masters followed behind the member of the Xinxian faction, one of the combat masters couldn't help but turn to Liao Song and ask, "Liao Shi, how are those fellows so powerful?" "I have no idea," Liao Song replied with a deep frown. All along, he had thought that combat masters were the representation of the strongest fighting force in their respective cultivation realms. But after meeting the members of the Xinxian faction, this long-established belief that he had held onto for many years had suddenly come crashing down. After a moment's silence, Liao Song remarked deeply, "It is no wonder Zhuo Qingfeng had us come here. There is truly something peculiar about this Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Even a few passers-by they had met on the street was capable of utterly overpowering them, leaving them incapable of retaliating at all. It was fortunate that they weren't enemies, or else they might just have met their end there. Combat Master Liao, you're here." Before entering the residence, Zhuo Qingfeng, who had heard of the news beforehand, had already come out to welcome the group. Upon seeing Liao Song, a look of agitation immediately appeared on his face. However, a moment later, he realized that something was amiss with the group. Combat masters tended to carry a proud and might aura before others, but the group before him looked listless, as if eggplants battered by the cold too. "What happened to you all?" Zhuo Qingfeng couldn't hide his curiosity. "Tell me the situation with the new principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy." Liao Song didn't respond to Zhuo Qingfeng's question. He couldn't help but remember the young man from before saying that the origin of their strength had come from an afternoon of lecture from their principal, so he requested more information from Zhuo Qingfeng upon seeing the latter. "You mean Principal Zhang? All right." Zhuo Qingfeng pondered for a moment before telling everything that he knew about Principal Zhang to Liao Song. "Just an hour-long lecture from that Principal Zhang. and our combat masters were no match for Hong Yuan's candidates at all? A night of supplementary lesson, and Hong Yuan's candidates achieved Jinqi purity and physical strength far beyond our combat masters? Liao Song and the combat masters behind him felt as if they were listening to a ghost story. Their goosebumps rose up as horror surfaced on their faces. Indeed. Zhuo Qingfeng nodded with a bitter smile. Oh right, Principal Zhang's 4 direct disciples have been waiting for you in the residence for some time now. I will be depending on you to assess them later on. Principal Zhang's 4 direct disciples? How strong are they? Liao Song immediately asked. I would say that they are invincible in their respective cultivation realms. At the very least, I am no match for them at all. Zhuo Qingfeng replied. Even you are no match for them? Liao Song was astounded. After a moment of hesitation, he said, if they are that strong, I think we should assess them through the Dragon Gate formation. Dragon Gate formation? Isn't that our Combat Master Hall's trial for the progeny of combat? Liao Shi intends to assess if they are qualified to become the progeny of combat? Zhuo Qingfeng was astonished. Indeed, considering how Principal Zhang is able to raise the fighting prowess of the students of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy to such a tremendous extent with just a few hours of lecturing, his direct disciples might just be able to clear the Dragon Gate formation. If they succeed, we, as the ones who have found the progeny of combat, will gain significant authority and power within the Combat Master Hall. Liao Song said. This, Zhuo Qingfeng fell silent. Indeed, if one were to view the Combat Master Hall as a clan, the position of progeny of combat would be equivalent to the successor of the clan. In other words, as long as the progeny of combat matured, he would become the new head of the Combat Master Hall. Countless combat masters drove themselves to the limits, hoping to become the progeny of combat, but it was a pity that it was simply too difficult. For 300 years, the Combat Master Hall had gone without a progeny of combat or a hall master. Would Principal Zhang's direct disciples really be able to clear the trial? Even Combat Master Zhua, who had tested Zhang Yang's strength personally, had no confidence whatsoever. The Dragon Gate formation was difficult to the point that most would think it impossible to beat. If Principal Zhang's direct disciples were really able to clear the trial and become the progeny of combat, they, as the ones who had discovered the next progeny of combat, would have made a great contribution to the Combat Master Hall for finding its next leader. Naturally, their standing would rise, and they would gain access to better resources as well. We are unable to set up the complete Dragon Gate formation, but we can emulate a simplified version. As long as they succeed in clearing this trial, we will be able to bring them back to the headquarters to apply for the real trial. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, this will be something good for us. Liao Song said. It would be best if Principal Zhang's direct disciples could become the progeny of combat, but even if they were to fail, their great talent ensured that they would rise to a position far higher than them if they entered the Combat Master Hall. Naturally, it would be wonderful if they could gain such powerful backing. Without hesitating for long, Zhuo Qingfeng replied, All right then, let's have them challenge the simplified Dragon Gate formation. Liao Song nodded. Having decided on this matter, the combat masters began making their way into the residence. Shortly after entering the residence, School Head Mo, School Head Zhao, and a few others stepped forward to welcome them, followed by Wu Tianxiong, Wu Ran, and the others. So as to spectate the assessment, the other 3 academies had decided to extend their stay in Hongyuan. Zhang Yang, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and Wei Ruyan were also in the residence, and they stood by the corner with an upright posture reminiscent of a sharp spear. Allow me to make the introductions. This is the 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall, as well as my senior, Liao Song. He will be in charge of Xingyang and the others' assessment, Zhuo Qingfeng said. Paying respects to Combat Master Liao, the crowd clasped their fists and greeted him. There is no need to stand on ceremony. If I am not mistaken, these 4 should be Principal Zhang's direct disciples who are participating in the assessment, right? Liao Song shot an acknowledging nod to the crowd before turning to Zhang Yang and the others. That's right. We are students of Zhang Xian. Zhang Yang and the others nodded. Indeed, impressive young talents, Combat Master Liao said with a smile. I have already heard about your affairs from combat masters earlier, and I intend to have you challenge the Dragon Gate Formation trial. Dragon Gate Formation? Zhang Yang and the others asked with a look of confusion. Wu Tianxiong and the others also didn't seem to have heard of the term before. The name of the Dragon Gate Formation originates from the story about the carps leaping beyond the Dragon Gate 3. As long as you can clear this trial, you will immediately rise to a position far beyond others and become one of the few powerhouses of the Master Teacher Pavilion or even the entire Master Teacher continent. Liao Song said. Chapter 965, Dragon Gate Formation. Rise to a position far beyond the others? One of the few powerhouses? The crowd couldn't help but frown upon hearing those words. The Combat Master Hall was indeed powerful despite being a branch of the Master Teacher Pavilion, but for a single trial to shake the entire Master Teacher continent, wasn't this too much of an exaggeration? Seeing the looks of disbelief on the faces of others, Liao Song explained, I am not exaggerating when I say those words. Clearing the Dragon Gate Formation is no easy feat at all. The Combat Master Hall has innumerable outstanding young combat masters, but in the past 300 years, not a single person has succeeded in clearing the trial. I believe this is more than enough to show how difficult it is. If any individual succeeds in clearing the Dragon Gate Formation, the main headquarters of the Combat Master Hall will take them away and devote its resources to groom them. It will only be a matter of time before he becomes one of the strongest figures on the continent. Not a single person has cleared the trial in the past 300 years. Everyone was astonished. The Combat Master Hall was an organization that gathered the greatest combat talents throughout the Master Teacher continent, and its strength was irrefutable. Yet, for all the talents it had, none of them had actually succeeded in clearing the Dragon Gate Formation. This was unbelievable. Schoolhead Mo couldn't help but ask, how does the Dragon Gate Formation work? The others also turned their gazes over. Considering how exaggerated it sounded, the Dragon Gate Formation trial was bound to be something extremely difficult. Otherwise, it couldn't have stopped so many combat masters in their footsteps. Simple. The Dragon Gate Formation is divided into 3 main sections, the Dragon's Tail, the Dragon's Back, and the Dragon's Head. In each section, the challenger will have to face 3 combat masters. Of the 3 combat masters the challenger will be facing in the Dragon's Tail, one will possess cultivation equal to the challenger, one a cultivation stage stronger than the challenger, and 2 cultivation stages stronger than the challenger, Liao Song said. 3 combat masters? And their cultivations are getting progressively higher? The crowd couldn't help but frown. Combat masters wielded the strength to challenge opponents stronger than them, making them nigh invincible figures within their own cultivation realms. To face 3 of such opponents at once, and 2 of them even being stronger than challenger by a cultivation stage and 2 cultivation stages. This was truly a frightening trial. The same applies for the Dragon's Back, just that the 3 combat masters are 3 cultivation stages stronger than the combat masters on the Dragon's Tail. In other words, the 3 opponents which the challenger will be facing opponents will be 3, 4, and 5 cultivation stages stronger than him. Liao Song explained. Take Zheng Yang for example. Given that his cultivation is current at Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage, the combat masters he will be facing on the Dragon's Back will be at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, Half-Saint Primary Stage, and Half-Saint Intermediate Stage. Everyone's face twitched in astonishment, and even Zheng Yang and the others couldn't help but clench their fists tightly. Last but not least, on the Dragon's Head, the challenger will face 3 combat masters that are 6, 7, and 8 cultivation stages stronger than them. Using Zheng Yang as an example once more, he will face opponents at Half-Saint Advanced Stage, Half-Saint Pinnacle, and Nascent Saint Primary Stage. To clear the Dragon Gate Formation, one will have to defeat all 9 combat masters. These combat masters will be 100 men commander at the very least. And what makes the trial even more difficult is that these combat masters are skilled in collaborating with one another. The combined fighting prowess they display will be far beyond what they can do individually. With my strength, I wouldn't be able to clear even the easiest Dragon's Tail, Liao Song said grimly. After hearing the rules, everyone fell silent. Honestly speaking, the trial was truly difficult. Each 100-man commander of the Combat Master Hall wielded strength far beyond their cultivation realm, and to face 3 of them simultaneously, especially when their cultivation realms were equal or greater than 1. That was impossible to succeed. It was no wonder no one had cleared this trial in the past 300 years. This trial was simply too difficult. Not even the powerful captains of the Combat Master Hall would be able to clear it. How is it? Do you want to give it a try? After explaining the Dragon Gate formation, Liao Song turned his gaze to Zheng Yang and the others and asked. Instead of responding immediately, Zhang Yang and the others lowered their heads contemplatively. Zhuo Qingfeng was a 100-man commander himself, and having crossed hands with him, Zhang Yang knew how powerful the other party was. To have to defeat 9 of such opponents consecutively, each one stronger than the other, and not to mention, having to deal with their collaboration on top of that, the trial was indeed terrifyingly difficult. To tell you the truth, the Dragon Gate formation I am speaking about is only the simplified version. The Dragon Gate formation at the headquarters requires the challenger to face the Dragon's Pearl as well. At the Dragon's Pearl, an incredibly powerful expert awaits, Liao Song said. The simplified version of the Dragon Gate formation was usually used to assess one's qualification to face the complete Dragon Gate formation. But even so, the number of people who had successfully cleared the simplified version over the past 300 years could be counted with one's fingers. In other words, of countless geniuses that had risen in the Combat Master Hall in the past 300 years, less than 10 had managed to clear the simplified version of the Dragon Gate formation. This went to show how difficult it was. Soon, Zhang Yang raised his head and looked at Liao Song with a determined glint in his gaze. I wish to give it a try. He felt that he had to give it a try. To be honest, he knew that he could easily grow to become one of the strongest experts on the continent following his teacher, but if he were to do so, he would only remain as excess baggage to his teacher. Throughout this journey, he had seen what his teacher had done for them. Advancing his cultivation from Fighter 1 Dan to Transcendent Mortal 9 Dan, he had used up many resources and innumerable spirit stones, and the amount of resources he would require would only increase exponentially after he reached Saint Realm. As a student, it would be extremely unfilial of him to have his teacher continue bearing this burden for him. But if he were to try to obtain the resources required for his cultivation by himself, he didn't have the means to do so, and his teacher wouldn't allow it either. Thus, after much consideration, he felt that the best way was for him to enter the Combat Master Hall. As an organization that nurtured experts boasting the greatest fighting prowess on the continent, it possessed the best resources across the entire master-teacher continent. If he could become one of their members, he wouldn't be a burden to his teacher anymore. In fact, he might even be able to shoulder some of the heavy responsibilities that his teacher shouldered. Thus, despite the immense difficulty and danger of the trial, he felt that he had to do it. Just like how his teacher was willing to do anything for him, he was willing to do anything for his teacher as well. You wish to give it a try? Very well. Seeing that he had Zhang Yang's approval, Liao Song nodded with a smile, after which he turned his gaze to Wang Ying and the others. What about the rest of you? Wang Ying and the others also raised their faces and replied, with resolute gazes, we wish to give it a try as well. They shared Zhang Yang's thoughts as well. Their teacher had simply done too much for them over the past few months. As students, they really couldn't bear to see him working so hard for them anymore. As such, they wished to become independent. As combat masters, they would be able to make a name for themselves in the world. Perhaps, their teacher would be heartened to see this as well. There was no teacher in the world that didn't wish for their students to spread their wings and soar into the boundless skies. Seeing that Zheng Yang and the others had agreed to the matter, School Head Mo stepped forward and said, let's head to the sparring grounds then. All right. Knowing that this wasn't the place to fight, the others nodded, and the huge crowd began making their way to the sparring grounds. The sparring ground was packed to the brim. Hearing that this assessment would be far more difficult than the previous one, innumerable students had arrived earlier in the morning in order to claim better positions to view the battle. The news had also spread far and wide over the past 3 days, and many experts from Hongyuan Empire and the neighboring empires had arrived to spectate this grand moment. They wished to see what kind of harsh assessment one who was not a master teacher would have to undergo in order to join the Combat Master Hall. As soon as Zheng Yang and the others arrived on the scene, a huge wave of cheers rippled through the crowd. They are Principal Zhang's direct disciples? They look rather young. Principal Zhang isn't very old either. Is it true that Principal Zhang's direct disciples are guest elders of the Master Teacher Academy? Indeed, their comprehension of battle techniques has reached an unbelievably profound level. Many discussions could be heard beneath the stage. When the visiting experts learned that Zheng Yang and the others were actually guest elders in the Master Teacher Academy, they were stunned. There was no one in a Tier 1 empire who was unaware of the significance of being a guest elder in the Master Teacher Academy. For young cultivators who weren't 20 yet and weren't even master teachers to become guest elders, just how powerful were they to have been awarded such prestige? Principal Zhang and his students are truly legends. We really should keep our eyes wide open today. We could very well be witnessing the birth of a new legend today. After listening about the affairs regarding Principal Zhang and his direct disciples, everyone fell silent. It was one thing for the teacher to be so formidable, but for his students to be so outstanding as well, this was truly amazing. All right, let's begin the Dragon Gate formation. After completing all of the arrangements, Liao Song whistled, and the 9 combat masters by his side leaped onto the stage in a winding formation, reminiscent of a massive dragon crouching on the ground, preparing to rise into the boundless sky at any moment. Palipala. With several crisp echoes, the 9 combat masters swiftly suppressed their cultivation to the respective levels, ranging from Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage all the way to Nascent Saint Primary Stage. I am Liao Song, 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall. I request for the permission to set up the Dragon Gate formation to assess candidates for Progeny of Combat. After all was ready, Liao Song took out a token and flicked it into the air, following which the token floated above the grounds, and he began to speak grandly. Boom! Following which, spiritual energy began to gather in the surroundings as an immense power from very distant lands suddenly permeated the surroundings. This aura, the Combat Master Hall headquarters. Just what is this Dragon Gate formation for it to actually require the permission of the headquarters? I have no idea, but for it to require the headquarters permission, just like the Master-Teacher confrontation, it seems this is no ordinary assessment. Indeed, if the supervision of the headquarters is required to conduct this assessment, it can only mean that Combat Master Liao doesn't have the authority to conduct or judge this assessment. The crowd beneath had no idea what the Dragon Gate formation represented, but upon seeing Liao Song communicating with the headquarters to request permission, their expressions swiftly changed to ones of astonishment. For an examination to actually require permission from the headquarters, just how difficult could it be? Walala! While everyone was still in shock, the spiritual energy from the heavens was suddenly reflected onto the ground, seemingly setting up some kind of peculiar formation. Under the effects of the formation, the 9 combat masters were divided into 3 hidden portions, and the only part that was revealed at this moment resembled the powerful trail of a gigantic dragon. It felt as if a single lash of the tail could stir up a powerful storm, and its presence felt incredibly pressurizing to those standing before it. This is, the prowess of the combat masters has been enhanced by the formation? The faces of Watianxiong and the others twitched. The 3 combat masters in the dragon's tail were already plenty formidable themselves. For them to be augmented by a formation on top of that, how was anyone supposed to defeat that? Putting aside a Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage cultivator, even a half-saint would fall in an instant. Zheng Yang, be careful, Wang Ying said with a frown. Don't worry. Zheng Yang nodded. He took a deep breath before leaping up onto the stage. With a faint smile on his lips, he declared loudly, I am the direct disciple of Zhang Xin, Zheng Yang. I will be challenging the Dragon Gate formation. Hong Long. As soon as the declaration was made, a ray of light shot down from the heavens, shrouding Zheng Yang's body, seemingly confirming his identity and strength. Soon, the verification was complete, and the light faded. A huge word appeared in the sky. Permitted. Similar to the Master-Teacher confrontation, this battle would be supervised by the Combat Master Hall headquarters. Seeing that the headquarters had agreed to it, Liao Song heaved a sigh of relief and said, All right, you can begin now. Un. Zhang Yang nodded as he flicked his wrist to take out a long spear. With the spear in his hand, his aura immediately changed. It became ferocious and powerful, reminiscent of a mighty tiger. A powerful surge of zhenqi emanated from his body, causing his hair to float in the air. In that moment, he bore some resemblance to an indomitable god of war. How powerful! Feeling that incredible aura, the faces of the nonchalant combat masters turned grim. Even though the cultivation of the young man before them was only at Chrysalis Realm primary stage, the sheer might of his aura exceeded even that of a half-saint cultivator. Come. After sharpening his aura to its limit, Zhang Yang released a furious war cry as he dashed forward toward the three combat masters in the dragon's tail. In an instant, his spear seemed to converge into a single spot of light as it burst ferociously toward his opponent. Boom! Amidst the incredible might of the spear, a huge shockwave rippled into the surroundings, and a deafening blast reminiscent of the roar of thunder silenced the surroundings. Chapter 966 Zhang Laosher's Students 1. Ha! Do you think we will give you an opportunity to close in on us? Humph! Seeing Zhang Yang's spear warping into a bolt of lightning, the three combat masters maintaining the dragon's tail harumphed coldly. They converged their zhenqi together, and in that moment, the spiritual energy within several dozen kilometers felt as if it had been absorbed cleanly by the formation, resulting in the surrounding air becoming extremely dry and stifling. Following which, the gigantic dragon's tail lashed at an unbelievable speed toward Zhang Yang. Knowing that the combat masters would retaliate in such a manner, Zhang Yang stepped forcefully against the ground, creating a 3-Cun depression beneath him, and calmly executed a powerful flick to fend off the dragon's tail. Tzizila. As the spear and the dragon's tail met one another, overwhelmingly powerful gales rippled forth from the collision with incredible momentum, causing the crowd beneath to squint their eyes before the strong winds. Scram! Widening his eyes, Zhang Yang roared as he pushed his spear forward with even greater force. Boom! Under the incomparable might of his spear, the massive dragon's tail was forcefully flicked up into the sky. With a single strike, he had overpowered the three combat masters and fended off the dragon's tail. Pooh! 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 With the dragon's tail being flicked away, the three combat masters each spurted a mouthful of blood as they hurriedly took a single step back. They raised their gazes to look at the young man before them once more, but this time, with incredulity etched into their faces. They had guessed that they might not be a match for Zhang Yang when they heard that Combat Master Zhuo wasn't a match for the latter, and the other party accepting the challenge of the Dragon Gate formation trial despite hearing of its difficulty showed his confidence. But they never could have imagined that they would be overpowered in a clash of brute force. The other party had actually succeeded in flicking the dragon's tail away in a clash of brute force. And more importantly, this was only the first move, and they were already injured. How were they supposed to continue the battle? The Dragon Gate formation is supervised by the Combat Master Hall headquarters, so no cheating of any sort is allowed. He might have flicked away the dragon's tail, but if he wishes to clear this section, he must defeat us. One of the combat masters said grimly. So what if the other party had managed to flick away the dragon's tail? The three of them were only lightly injured in the encounter. With the combined force of 300 men commanders, it was not entirely impossible for them to stop the other party. You're right. Another combat master nodded in agreement as he prepared his stance. However, in that split moment, the weakest of the three, the Chrysalis Realm primary stage combat master, was abruptly impaled by a spear in his shoulder and collapsed to the ground. His spear is so swift? The other two combat masters narrowed their eyes in shock. They might have been talking, but they had been on guard all along, prepared to retaliate should Zhang Yang attempt anything. Yet, the other party had actually managed to breach their defense so easily and defeat one of their comrades. If they were to just speak a few more words, would their team be completely annihilated? Humph! But as combat masters who had braved through countless battles, as shocked as they were, they didn't allow themselves to panic. Roaring furiously, the remaining two combat masters made their moves simultaneously. Their teamwork was seamless. One of them took care of the offense while the other one covered them both. Two men with four hands, there were far more maneuvers they could execute than their opponent. If their opponent couldn't deal with their attack promptly, he could very well find himself cornered. In face of the offense of the two combat masters, Zhang Yang raised his spear and pushed it forward to perform a pierce. Voila! Even before the spear reached its target, it had already devoured the spiritual energy in the surroundings to warp into a majestic dragon, threatening to devastate all in its path. Pong! The spear tip struck the sword of the combat master responsible for defense, and with a resounding metallic clang, the combat master felt his arm numbing under the immense force, and his perlicue ripped apart glaringly. The other party's attack was not only focused and powerful, it was also relentless like a river current. As powerful as his defense was, he still failed to fend off the other party's spear. Zhang Yang successfully knocked away the combat master's sword, but he didn't push his spear on. This was because the attack of the combat master in charge of offense was already right before him. Go! Instead of dodging, Zhang Yang made a sharp swerve in the trajectory of his spear, sweeping it sideward in an arc toward the other combat master. Pong! It struck the other combat master's waist squarely. Before the combat master had any time to react, he was already sent flying under the immense might of the slash, spurting blood furiously as he flew through the air, eventually crashing to the bottom of the stage. Wong! After sending the combat master flying, Zhang Yang twisted his spear once more and drove it forward furiously, stopping it only right before the throat of the combat master in charge of defense. We have lost. Feeling the cold killing intent from the tip of the spear, the sole remaining combat master's face turned ashen in despair. Of the three of them guarding the dragon's tail, their opponent first move swiftly incapacitated the weakest of them with a swift pierce before turning the assault toward him. However, the assault turned out to be only a feint to draw in the attack of the other combat master. While the other combat master launched his attack, the opponent swiftly turned his pierce into a sweep, catching the other combat master off guard and knocking him off the stage, thus undoing their teamwork. With that, he was the only one left. There was no way he could win at this point anymore. They lost, just like that? That Zhang Yang only used 3 moves. Indeed. To defeat the dragon's tail in just 3 moves, that is too fearsome. Even though it was only 3 moves, did you notice how he was able to transition from a pierce into a sweep without any pause in between? Such an abrupt change in motion will cause the zhenqi in one's body to collide forcefully with one another. How strong is his body to be able to endure the backlash without a problem? You're right. This kind of forceful change in motion can easily result in one's meridians rupturing. But not only was he fine, his sweep was extremely powerful as well. This only goes to show that his body is powerful, his meridians are resilient, and his zhenqi is incomparably pure. Without any of the 3, it would be impossible to pull off such a stunt. If it was me, even without an opponent, I would have surely sustained severe internal injuries. Upon seeing this sight, everyone's faces paled in astonishment. Zhang Yang's movements seemed simple, but they were highly demanding on one's body, zhenqi, meridians, and reflexes. If any of those were to fail to meet the mark, not only would he have failed to achieve victory, he would even have sustained severe internal injuries on the spot. On top of that, it was apparent that he had grasped the flow of battle precisely to defeat the 3 combat masters of the dragon's tail in the shortest time with the minimal depletion. This went to show that not only did he possess superior strength, his comprehension of combat had also reached an unbelievable level. Their loss was inevitable. Liao Song shook his head. He had been thinking that it was unlikely for Zhang Yang to successfully clear the Dragon Gate formation, but after seeing this, he couldn't help but think that perhaps the young man before him might just be able to accomplish this impressive feat that none had accomplished in the past 300 years. The 3 combat masters that Zhang Yang had faced earlier were his subordinates, and he knew very well how formidable their fighting prowess was when they collaborated with one another. Yet, despite the augmentation from the Dragon Gate formation on top of that, they hadn't been able to withstand 3 blows from him. The other party's strength was indeed fearsome. With his cultivation suppressed to be of an equal level to the other party, even 3 of him were unlikely to be a match for the other party. Who While the crowd below was still recovering from the shocking scene they had just witnessed on the stage, Zhang Yang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before he raised his gaze toward the dragon's back and walked with widened strides. To the others, it might have seemed as if he had achieved an easy victory. However, he knew very well that it hadn't been as easy as he'd made it out to be. Had he not internalized the essence of his teacher's impartation, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the combat masters so swiftly. Even so, he still felt a stifling sensation in his chest and a sharp pain in his meridians, as if someone had attempted to rip them apart. Facing the dragon's tail head-on and the sharp change in his maneuver had caused him some injuries, but fortunately, they weren't too serious. While walking forward, he drove his zhenqi in a way that his teacher had taught him to heal his injuries. By the time he was on his 10th step, he felt the stifling sensation in his chest alleviate, and his strength was restored back to its peak. Even though he had only cultivated a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, his zhenqi did share some of the miraculous properties that Heaven's Path zhenqi possessed. He could heal his wounds and stamina far swifter and more efficiently as compared to cultivators with other zhenqi. Time to challenge the next opponents. With his strength restored, Zhang Yang smirked as he drove his spear forward toward the 3 combat masters of the dragon's back. Even the weakest of the combat masters of the dragon's back had a cultivation of Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, while the other 2 were half-saint experts. Their combined fighting prowess was several times stronger than that of the dragon's tail combat masters. Grasping the initiative, he pushed forcefully against the ground, and as if a bolt of lightning, he was already standing before the 3 combat masters in the blink of an eye. With immense force, he thrust his spear forward toward them. Seeing the abrupt burst of speed from Zhang Yang, Lu Yang couldn't help but turn to the young lady beside him and ask, "Wang Ying, you imparted your movement technique to him?" Wang Ying nodded. Their teacher had only imparted the movement art to her, but as fellow disciples, they shared a close relationship and often interacted and learned from one another. In those interactions, she had imparted the movement technique to Zhang Yang, and the latter had also imparted his spear art to her. However, it was a pity that Zhang Yang's talent in the field of movement arts was beneath hers. Nevertheless, he was still able to move at incredible speeds with it, making it a powerful tool he could utilize in battle to catch his opponent off guard. Zhang Yang's spear was directed at the blind spot of 2 of the combat masters, catching them off guard. However, the remaining combat master was able to react swiftly, and he slashed his sword toward Zhang Yang's back. At this point, it was already too late to retract his spear. Left with no choice, Zhang Yang twisted his body slightly and sent a punch toward his back. Pong! His fist collided with the combat master's sword, and the pale-faced latter was forced to retreat 7 steps. Upon seeing this fight, Wang Ying glanced to Lu Yang and asked with a smile, "You also imparted your fist art to him?" "That's right." Lu Yang nodded. He had also imparted his fist art to Zhang Yang. In other words, the latter possessed a strong fist art, movement art, leg art, and spear art, granting him plenty of options to maneuver around in a battle. "It will be difficult for those 3 to defeat Zhang Yang," Wang Ying remarked with a meaningful smile. They knew very well how powerful the battle techniques that their teacher had imparted to them were, especially given that they had cultivated the techniques themselves. Just by learning a single maneuver in their battle technique, a cultivator could easily go unrivaled by any of their peers in the world. On the other hand, Zhang Yang had learned the full battle technique and achieved deep mastery in each of them. The 3 combat masters on the stage each possessed a higher cultivation than him, 2 of them even reaching half-saint, but it would still be difficult for them to defeat Zhang Yang. While his fellow disciples were conversing, on the stage, Zhang Yang was alternating his usage of fist art, spear art, and movement art, making it difficult for the 3 combat masters to defend against him. His fist was forceful, his spear was swift, and his movement art was unfathomable. Facing such powerful battle techniques, cold sweat began to trickle down the foreheads of the 3 combat masters as the pressure they felt grew progressively greater. "This won't do. At this rate, we will surely lose," one of the combat masters exclaimed. As they had suppressed their cultivation to the required levels as demanded by the requirement of the Dragon Gate formation, Their eyes of discernment and combat sense exceeded those that were typical of their current suppressed cultivation realm. Yet, despite utilizing all of their means, they were still unable to clinch the upper hand. On the contrary, if they were to make the slightest mistake, they could very well find themselves pierced by a sharp spear. The pressure they were under was so great that they felt like they were going to collapse from it. The young man before their eyes was young, but his physical strength, zhenqi, eye of discernment, and comprehension of combat were clearly far above them individually. It was as if their opponent had no weakness that they could exploit at all. Use our strongest move, another combat master yelled as he swung the sword in his hands furiously. The immense zhenqi he exerted in the move formed a huge curtain in the air, looming above Zhang Yang like a huge wave that would soon crash down on him. Not wanting to be outdone, another combat master grabbed his spear tightly, imbuing it with a brilliant blue light. After which, he tossed his spear forward with astounding momentum, and in that instant, even the heavens seemed to have darkened in fear before its sharp tip, seemingly fearing that the spear would pierce a hole through it. Don't forget that there is still me. The third combat master leaped into the air and swung his gigantic hammer down furiously. In that moment, it felt like a massive pot lid had appeared above the stage, covering the entire area as it descended with frightening force. The teamwork of the three combat masters was seamless. Without even communicating with one another, they had each assumed a certain role in the attack, be it offense, defense, or sealing the opponent's movement. In that moment, Zhang Yang fell into a perilous situation. Upon seeing that sight, the faces of school head Imo and the others paled. This is bad. They have devoted the maximum strength that they can draw from their current cultivation in that attack. I fear that Zhang Yang will be unable to survive the attack. If it had been them challenging the dragon's back, it was unlikely that they would have been able to even withstand a single blow. It was truly not easy for a 16 or 17-year-old youth to have held on until this point. But facing such a dire situation, was it still possible for him to turn the tables and achieve victory? At this point, everyone felt as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. 3CUN equals 10 cm perlicue refers to the web-like skin in between a human's thumb and forefinger. Chapter 967 Zhang Laosher's Students 2, Humph. Facing the devastating attacks all around him, Zhang Yang didn't panic. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips. Finally, he ignored the attacks and leaped into the sky instead. What is he doing? He will only expose more openings in the sky and hasten his loss. If he attempts to escape at this point, he will only be cornering himself further. Is he trying to admit defeat? Even though he will be able to avoid the attacks for the time being through his move, he will only be exposing himself to even more danger in a moment. This is truly a failed move. A commotion broke out amid the crowd. Zhang Yang had displayed incredible battle sense and outstanding maneuvers throughout the course of the battle, awing everyone. So why would he make such a fatal flaw in this crucial moment? Chrysalis Realm cultivators were incapable of flight, and if he had remained on the ground, he might still have stood a chance against the combat masters. The inability of Chrysalis Realm cultivators to maneuver adeptly in the air only meant that he would become an easy target for his opponents to strike. Before innumerable shocked gazes, Zhang Yang moved horizontally in the air to dodge all of the attacks heading for him before charging downwards with his spear. Is he flying? How can a Chrysalis Realm cultivator fly? Everyone was stunned. Only a half-saint who had opened their Zhukong acupoint was capable of flying freely in the sky. The young man before them was just a Chrysalis Realm cultivator, so how could he maneuver so freely in the air? Wang Ying chuckled. It seems like teacher has taught him the red dust heaven ascending steps as well. Their teacher had been able to fly in the air freely despite being at transcendent mortal realm because he had cultivated this movement technique. Clearly, Zhang Yang had inherited that technique as well. Zhang Yang is indeed rather sharp. He knows that under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to stand against their strongest moves. Thus, he chose to intentionally display an opening to focus everyone's attacks on him, but making use of the conventional notion that Chrysalis Realm cultivators are incapable of flight, He caught them off guard and easily averted the crisis while turning the situation on them at the same time. "Those three are done for," Lu Yang said with a smile. It was a common notion among cultivators that those beneath Chrysalis Realm were weak in the air because they were incapable of flight, and it was making use of this notion that Zhang Yang had been able to earn an opportunity to strike. Before Lu Yang could finish his words, Zhang Yang's spear transformed into innumerable bursts of light that shot forth from the sky, barraging the three combat masters on the stage. Pong, pong, pong. Under the relentless assault, the faces of the three combat masters paled as they were knocked back, and two even fell straight off the stage. "It seems like I have won." Holding his spear, Zhang Yang stood upright on the stage as he shot a sweeping gaze at his surroundings with an indomitable disposition. Many had thought that he would fall at the dragon's back, but he had managed to clear it successfully. After clearing this section, Zhang Yang didn't rush ahead. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed a pill to recover his stamina and depleted Jinqi. Upon seeing his actions, the surroundings immediately fell silent so as not to disturb his recuperation. Beneath the stage, Liao Song clenched his fists tightly as his face reddened in agitation. The fact that Zhang Yang had successfully cleared the dragon's back bore testimony to his strength. As long as he trained diligently after entering the Combat Master Hall, he would surely be able to become a captain at the very least in the future. To have discovered such an expert, he would surely be able to rise through the ranks. Even if Zhang Yang failed to clear the final dragon's head, he would still benefit greatly from this matter. Zhang Yang rested for a whole hour before standing up. At this point, the energy coursing through his body had reached a new peak. As if a powerful storm had been raised within his body, the deep rumbling of thunder could be vaguely heard from within his body. With every step he took forward, the aura he emanated grew stronger and sharper by a bit. By the 8th step, a loud buzz sounded, and his cultivation advanced from Chrysalis Realm primary stage to intermediate stage. "He is advancing his cultivation right before the battle?" Tianqiong was astonished. He turned his gaze to Liao Song and asked, "Will the combat masters in the dragon's head adjust their cultivation accordingly?" The opponents in the dragon's tail, dragon's back, and dragon's head of the Dragon Gate formation were scaled according to the cultivation of the challenger. Given that Zhang Yang had achieved a breakthrough, would the opponents behind adjust the difficulty of the challenge according to the present circumstances? They won't. There is a time limit of 2 hours to the trial, and achieving a breakthrough within this limited time can be considered a method of adaptation by the cultivator. "It won't cause any difference to the difficulty of the later trials," Liao Song replied. If a challenger was able to achieve a breakthrough within the duration of the Dragon Gate formation, it would be attributed to the challenger's own capability as well. As such, no adjustments would be made. Besides, a breakthrough by a cultivation stage wouldn't make much of a difference to the trial. After all, there was no way one could achieve a breakthrough by an entire cultivation realm within 2 hours. While they were speaking, Zhang Yang continued walking. By the 11th step, he had already managed to reinforce his Chrysalis Realm intermediate stage cultivation fully. Proceeding ahead, the Zhenqi in his body began rumbling once more, just like before, and his aura continued to grow stronger. Boom! By the 19th step, he overcame his bottleneck and successfully reached Chrysalis Realm Advanced Stage. Everyone's eyebrows leaped up. As cultivators, they had seen many breakthroughs throughout their lives, but they had never seen a person making consecutively breakthroughs so quickly. To make 2 breakthroughs while walking a little more than a dozen steps, this was inconceivable. On top of that, Zhang Yang was showing no signs of stopping yet. As he continued walking forward, the energy in his body continued to rumble furiously. By the time he reached the dragon's head, his cultivation had already reached Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle. Wang Ying smiled. Over the past few days, Zhang Yang has accumulated a vast amount of Jinqi, but he chose to suppress his cultivation until this moment. Finally, his hard work has paid off. Back when Zhang Yang received news that he was going to take the assessment to become a combat master, he worked harder than ever on his cultivation, but he chose to suppress it despite already being able to achieve a breakthrough. The purpose of it was so as to allow him to swiftly reach higher realms in the middle of a battle and catch his opponent off guard. Of course, The main reason he was able to do so was also due to the unique nature of the cultivation technique that his teacher had imparted to him. For normal cultivators, it would already have been incredible if they advanced a cultivation stage on the spot. Due to the capacity of their dantian, they were incapable of storing sufficient jinqi to make multiple breakthroughs on the spot. This move of his is not bad. He has lessened the gap between him and the combat masters in the Dragon's Head. Perhaps I should try the same when I challenge the trial later on, Lu Yang remarked with a smile. Zheng Yang didn't rush to attack the combat masters of the Dragon's Head. Instead, he flicked his wrist and popped a scarlet fruit into his mouth. That is, the scarlet firefly fruit? Beneath the stage, Wu Su and Lu Cheng recognized the item that Zheng Yang had just ingested, and their eyes narrowed in alarm. Back then, they had gone to a valley in order to procure that fruit, only to leave empty-handed. All along, they had suspected that Zhang Xian had taken it before them, and from the looks of it now, that was indeed the case. The scarlet firefly fruit was known for its effect of enhancing a cultivator's chances of achieving a breakthrough to half-saint. That fellow on the stage had already advanced his cultivation by 3 stages. It couldn't be that he still wanted to make the breakthrough to half-saint on top of that. There was huge gap between Chrysalis Realm and half-saint. If one were to succeed, there would be a qualitative leap in one's fighting prowess. By then, given his combat capability, clearing the Dragon's Head would be a walk in the park. Wu Su and Lu Cheng weren't the only ones who noticed this. Having come to the same conclusion as well, Liao Song bellowed, "Strike the army while it's crossing the river. Hong Long Long." Upon hearing the bellow, the 3 combat masters in the Dragon's Head immediately raised their weapons and charged at Zheng Yang. In any case, the other party was already in their area of battle, so it wasn't against the rules for them to make a move. Hee, it just so happens that I could use some help digesting this surge of energy. I will use you all to practice my spear. Zhang Yang's eyebrows shot up as he raised his spear to retaliate. Typically speaking, the scarlet firefly fruit would require at least 2 to 4 hours to digest, but if one were to be pressured in battle, the speed could be hastened significantly. Back then, during the Master-Teacher Tournament in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, Zhang Xian had used the same method to raise his transcendent Mortal 4-Dan clarifying Turbidity Realms cultivation swiftly. Under normal circumstances, it would be nigh impossible for Zheng Yang to defeat the Dragon's Head. However, with the scarlet firefly fruit, his chances would be boosted many-fold. And as expected, the more he clashed with the combat masters, the greater the energy within his body became. In this moment, it was as if he had become a tireless machine of perpetual motion. Not only so, his cultivation was swiftly progressing to half-saint. After trading around 100 blows, a crisp echo sounded from his body, and his fighting prowess suddenly went through a qualitative change and surged exponentially. Half-saint. Reached. Upon reaching half-saint, Zhang Yang's fighting prowess had more than doubled. With his newfound strength, the 3 combat masters of the Dragon's Head whom he had struggled against just a moment ago were no longer a match for him. Within 10 blows, he had already knocked them off the stage with his spear. Dragon Gate formation. Cleared. He really succeeded? Clenching his fists in agitation, Liao Song could hardly believe what he was seeing. A feat that countless geniuses in the Combat Master Hall had failed to achieve, and yet, this 16 or 17-year-old youth who wasn't even a master teacher had actually cleared it so easily. This was inconceivable. Cleared. The will from the headquarters supervising the Dragon Gate formation from the sky left behind this word before gradually fading. In other words, the result of this trial was recognized by the Combat Master Hall headquarters. In the future, if Zheng Yang were to head to the Combat Master Hall headquarters, he could challenge the Dragon's Pearl directly without undergoing the previous 3 sections. While this wasn't the complete Dragon Gate formation, over the span of the past 300 years, there were less than 10 combat masters who had successfully cleared this trial. To be even more direct, at this very moment, Zhang Yang had already become a candidate to become the progeny of combat. Clenching his fists tightly, tears began to stream down Zhang Yang's cheeks. I have succeeded. He was only an ordinary youth who had a passion for spearmanship. Had he not met his teacher, he probably would have remained in Tianxian Kingdom his entire life. unaware of the greater world out there. His cultivation would have been capped at Tongshin realm, and he might have become a spearmanship teacher for other cultivators. He would have spent the 100 years of his life humbly and idly, achieving nothing significant at all, leaving nothing worthy of note when he was reduced to dust at the end of his life. It was his teacher who had changed his life, showing him that the world was greater than what he could see. It was his teacher who had brought him to where he was, reaching a height that he dared not imagine in the past. It was his teacher who had given him confidence and a goal, teaching him what he should fight for. Clenching his fists tightly, Zheng Yang made a vow. "Teacher, don't worry. I will surely advance further and further. I will make a name out of myself in the Combat Master Hall, so as to not let you down." As Zheng Yang walked down the stage, Liao Song turned his gaze to Wang Ying and the others. "All right, now that Zheng Yang has cleared the trial, do the rest of you still want to give it a try?" "Of course." Wang Ying smiled. Even if she didn't become a combat master, she wished to show the world her strength and bring glory to her teacher's name. Wang Ying was just about to leap onto the stage when she heard a slightly soft and gentle voice from the side. "Senior, why don't you allow me to try first? I am the most junior of us, so if I am able to clear the trial, you will surely be able to do the same." Turning around, she saw a pair of eyes looking at her with a brilliant gleam within. Wei Ruyan. This is a famous saying by Zhuo Qiuming in the spring and autumn period of Chinese history. It is a warfare strategy, which can be translated into strike the enemy while they are unprepared. The rationale behind the saying is that the forces that are already on the other side of the river will be weak, and the forces that are still crossing will be intimidated by the enemies, thus resulting in chaos. Fighter 7 Dan. Chapter 968 Zhang Laosher's Students 3, You? Wang Ying frowned. Even though they were all direct disciples of Zhang Laosher, Wei Ruyan had only joined 2 months ago, and the guidance she had received from Zhang Xian was limited. A normal combat master assessment wouldn't pose much of a problem to her, but the Dragon Gate formation was likely beyond her means for now. After all, even Zheng Yang had needed to use some tricks and put in quite a bit of effort before he could succeed. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation and pushed for a breakthrough in the midst of his battle, it would have been nearly impossible for him to defeat the dragon's head. "Even though it hasn't been long since I came under teacher's lineage, I hope to give it a try," Wei Ruyan said resolutely. This wasn't a decision she had made on the spur of the moment, but something she had decided upon long ago. Seeing that Wei Ruyan was determined, Wang Ying nodded. "All right then, be careful. If you find yourself in any danger, surrender immediately." "Thank you, Senior," Wei Ruyan replied before leaping onto the stage. "Is this lady Principal Zhang's direct disciple as well?" Upon seeing Wei Ruyan going onto the stage, doubtful expressions surfaced on the faces of the students and teachers of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang were guest elders in the academy, so it was natural that the students and teachers had heard of them. On the other hand, Wei Ruyan had never appeared in public before. Furthermore, she had a particularly weak physique, which indicated that she wasn't an active person. So was she really suited to challenge the Dragon Gate formation? "I heard that she is a student that Principal Zhang accepted 2 months ago." 2 months ago? So short? That's right. Some who were aware of the matter whispered among the crowd, sharing the news around. Principal Zhang was formidable, but it seemed impossible, even for him, to train a student whom he had accepted only 2 months earlier to a standard capable of clearing the trial. On top of that, Principal Zhang had been outside for most of the past 2 months due to his 6-star master teacher examination, only returning a few days prior. Even if he had made time for some lessons with Wei Ruyan, the amount of time they would have had together was still severely limited. Was that really sufficient for her to clear such a difficult trial? After all, the Dragon Gate formation was at least tenfold more difficult than the combat master selection before. After checking Wei Ruyan's cultivation, Liao Song said, "Your cultivation is at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, so going by that, the opponents you will be facing will have cultivations ranging from Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle to Nascent Saint Pinnacle." Of the group who had assessed Zheng Yang, even though one had been impaled by his spear, there were still others who could substitute for the wounded. As for the others, while they had been wounded in the confrontation, those were just light wounds, and they had mostly recovered. It wasn't a problem for them to go another round. Thus, they were still able to make up the 9 members required for the Dragon Gate formation. All right, Wei Ruyan nodded. Had Zheng Yang not achieved the consecutive breakthroughs, she would have been the one with the highest cultivation among Zhang Xian's direct disciples. At the current moment, she was just a step away from reaching half-saint. An hour later, the preparation for the Dragon Gate formation was finally done. Liao Song turned to Wei Ruyan and said, "All right, you can begin." Wei Ruyan nodded, and her eyes immediately turned grim. At the same time, her mind became incredibly composed, unperturbed by anything in her surroundings. Tortured by her affliction for so many years, she had matured far beyond her age. In terms of mental resilience, even Lu Chong couldn't compare with her. In face of difficult situations, she could maintain her composure and not panic. Voila! With the start of the trial, the 3 combat masters began to drive their Jinqi, and a powerful might burst forth from them, creating an immense pressure on their opponent. Wei Ruyan pushed her feet against the ground and dashed right toward them. She isn't going to use any weapons? Seeing Wei Ruyan rushing toward the dragon's tail unarmed, the crowd couldn't help but frown. Even with a spear in hand, Zheng Yang had found it relatively tough to deal with the Dragon Gate formation. Considering that Wei Ruyan was a delicate lady, how could she defeat the powerful combat masters barehanded? She just started cultivating 2 months ago, so she hasn't learned how to wield any weapons yet, Wang Ying explained with a bitter smile. Just started cultivating 2 months ago? Wu Tianxiong widened his eyes in shock. She has been ill from a young age, and it was only 2 months ago that our teacher successfully treated her affliction and accepted her as his direct disciple. It was then that she first started cultivating, Wang Ying replied. She only started cultivating 2 months ago and is unable to use any weapon. How is she supposed to win like that? Wu Tianxiong nearly fainted on the spot. They had all seen with his own eyes how fearsome the Dragon Gate formation was. For a cultivator who had just started cultivating 2 months ago and couldn't even wield a weapon properly to rush right in, "Are you here to play?" Hearing those words, Liao Song's lips also twitched. The Dragon Gate formation is a trial that countless combat masters have challenged only to fail. Do you all really think that it is that simple to clear? Pong, pong, pong. While the group was speaking, Wei Ruyan had already begun clashing with the 3 combat masters of the Dragon's Tail. Upon seeing their fight, Liao Song's cheeks began to twitch. She doesn't know any battle techniques? To his astonishment, the young lady's movements were extremely crude, as if she had never learned even the most basic of fist arts before. She was simply flailing her arms around erratically with all the strength she could muster, a clear indication of an amateur. Anyone who had learned the slightest bit of a battle technique would never utilize such crude movements. Battle techniques. In the past 2 months, she has been busy reinforcing her cultivation, and teacher also hasn't had any time to teach her a battle technique yet, Wang Ying said awkwardly. From the moment she woke up, Wei Ruyan had been a chrysalis realm cultivator. But as strong as she was, her power was built up through the accumulation of medicinal energy, an extremely unstable foundation. As such, their teacher had instructed her to start cultivating from the very bottom to reinforce her cultivation. Working diligently for the past 2 months, she had barely managed to reinforce her cultivation up to chrysalis realm, so how could she have any time to learn battle techniques? Besides, their teacher had been extremely busy in the past 2 months, only meeting them on 3 occasions to guide them in their cultivation. She wasn't taught any battle techniques? Hearing those words, Liao Song nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Given her state, you still allowed her to challenge the Dragon Gate formation? Aren't you making light of the Dragon Gate formation? Putting aside the fact that she is unable to use any weapon and hasn't learned any battle techniques at all, more importantly, she only started cultivating 2 months ago. To allow such an amateur to challenge the Dragon Gate formation, aren't you underestimating our combat masters way too much? They were impressed by Principal Zhang because of his deep understanding of battle techniques and combat techniques. Those who had listened to his lecture had found their fighting prowess raised by leaps and bounds. However, even though Wei Ruyan was Principal Zhang's direct disciple, she had barely learned any of the basics. To challenge the Dragon Gate formation like that, there was no doubt she was bound to lose. The same thoughts also surfaced in the minds of Tianqiong, Wu Ran, and the others, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. It's fine. Since she wants to challenge the Dragon Gate formation, so be it. Besides, it is not certain whether she will lose or not. Contrary to the opinion of most, Wang Ying had a different thought in mind. The others might not have been aware of how fearsome Wei Ruyan was, but she was. Even if she were to fight against Wei Ruyan, she had no confidence that she would be able to achieve victory. The combat masters on the stage were indeed powerful, but it was not entirely impossible for Wei Ruyan to defeat them. Her teacher had taught each of them according to their own strengths. Since her teacher hadn't taught Wei Ruyan any battle techniques to date, naturally, that could only mean that there was no need to do so. Otherwise, given how the other students could easily become combat experts after an hour-long lecture, how could Wei Ruyan still be completely ignorant of battle techniques? Noticing the confidence in Wang Ying's voice, Liao Song shook his head. I think you are being too optimistic. The strength of our combat masters is no joke. What the heck? He had just been about to advise the other party against the matter when he suddenly caught sight of what was happening on the stage with his peripheral vision and choked on his words. What is going on? Why are your combat masters suddenly moving so slow as if they are drunk? Not only was Liao Song astonished by what he saw, Tianqiong and the others also widened their eyes in shock. At this moment, the three combat masters of the Dragon's Tail were swaying weakly on their feet, and their movements were becoming slower and duller by the moment. It was as if they had turned from energetic young men into frail elderly all of a sudden. Isn't this cheating? Even if they wish to go easy on her, this is not the way to do so. Even I could clear the Dragon Gate formation like that. The crowd below were also bewildered by the situation on top. When they were facing Zhang Yang earlier, those combat masters had displayed an indomitable aura that would instill fear into any opponent. Why had they suddenly become so soft all of the sudden, as if there was no strength within their bodies? Was it because their opponent was a beautiful lady? But this was a formal trial. They shouldn't have been going easy on the other party like that, especially not so openly. How brazen. After taking a closer look, Liao Song suddenly noticed something, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. They are not doing this on purpose. It looks more like they have been poisoned. He knew full well that his men wouldn't ever go easy on an opponent just because she was a beautiful lady. There was only one possibility in this scenario, and that was that they had been poisoned. But he had been watching the situation closely all along. From the start to the end, Wei Ruyan had been suppressed by their might, and there should have been no opportunity for her to poison them at all. Furthermore, the rules of the Dragon Gate formation forbade the usage of poison in the trial. The headquarters had been supervising the duel from above, and if Wei Ruyan had indeed resorted to such underhanded tricks, they would have terminated the trial immediately. The fact that this hadn't happened only meant that Wei Ruyan's act of poisoning her opponent was considered a part of her strength, and the duel was completely fair and honest. But how could this possibly be true? Liao Song felt so frenzied by the absurd situation before him that he nearly tore his hair out. We reminded Junior Ruyan to curb it, but it seems like it is futile, Lu Yang remarked with a bitter smile. They were all aware that Wei Ruyan possessed the innate poison body and poison soul constitution, and this was also why they weren't worried about sending Wei Ruyan up. Nevertheless, poison was still something typically shunned and feared on the master-teacher continent, so they had advised Wei Ruyan to keep her poison in check wherever possible. However, from the looks of it, they might have been underestimating the potency of Wei Ruyan's unique constitution. Innate poison body and poison soul constitution. It could be said that Wei Ruyan's very existence was a lethal poison, be it her body or her zhenqi. Wei Ruyan had been trying to curb her poison consciously, but nevertheless, it was still able to easily render the combat masters, who possessed superior physical resilience, powerless. Those three are going to lose. Wang Ying nodded grimly, and before she could finish her words, Putong, Putong, Putong. The three combat masters collapsed to the ground with white foam trickling from their mouths. First section, cleared. With the three of them incapacitated, Wei Ruyan proceeded forward to the next section, the dragon's back, without any hesitation. Demoness, what kind of sorcery did you pull? The three combat masters of the dragon's back glared at Wei Ruyan warily as if they were facing a powerful enemy, not daring to look down on her in the least. Sorcery? I did nothing of the sort. Shaking her head, Wei Ruyan said, "Let's begin." After saying those words, she immediately charged forward and shrouded the three combat masters with her zhenqi. Her attack was extremely crude, devoid of any technique at all, but the sheer potency of the poison contained in her zhenqi could easily fell any opponent that came into contact with it. Not even deities were an exception to the rule. This was also the reason the innate poison body was such a feared existence in the world. Putong, Putong, Putong. Not too long later, the three combat masters of the dragon's back fell to the ground with white foam flowing down their chins. In less than 5 minutes, a delicate young lady, who had only cultivated for 2 months and had no knowledge of wielding a weapon or any battle techniques, had already cleared 2 sections. After defeating the three combat masters, Wei Ruyan moved on to the dragon's head. 5 minutes later, the three combat masters of the dragon's head were lying on the floor as well. They were indeed significantly stronger than Wei Ruyan, but in the face of the potent poison released by her, it didn't take long before they collapsed to the ground, powerless. She really cleared the trial? Having watched the entire scene, Liao Song was on the verge of tears. At this point, a certain thought surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the strength of their combat masters was really a joke? Author's note: the 7th arc, Zhang Laoshi's students, has come to an end. The next arc, Kong Shi's warning, is about to begin, so look forward to it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.